just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, onto Paul, and this could easily be the what is that? What?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have Cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Welcome to the Method Mayhem EU Tournament Day 2. My name is Kexman, and I'm very, very excited for some of the games that we have got coming up today, but I am not alone. I am also joined by the incomparable Lithy.
I don't even know what that word means. I need to look that one up later on. But thank you so much, Kexman. I am just as excited as you are for the top 6 teams today. It's going to be some massive games, and I'm really curious who will go home as the champion. And of course, Gelu is here as well.
Yeah, we're going to have bad RNG. This is win on blue in the first game. That's Ray's team versus the Ret Warrior Priest of Furlit, Fintuist, and Tozhug.
It's going to be
another
interesting
melee cleave matchup.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Maybe we will get that melee mosh pit that you so desperately want, Lithy, in something like this. But of course, today, you know, we're going to be crowning a champion, and they are going to be obviously taking home some money from this prize pool. But one of the nicest things about this is the prize pool is actually being bumped up by you folks in the community. So effectively what is happening, !crowdfund in the Twitch chat will get you all the information that you need to know. All of the money that is donated is 100% sent to the prize pool, so you can increase the amount of the amount of winnings that these players get, which is absolutely fantastic. Keeps these community events alive. But not only that, any subscriptions used during this tournament will also add to the prize pool. $2.50 per subscription, which is is absolutely fantastic. That not only are you supporting Method because you get your ad-free viewing, you get your sub emotes, and you also increase your channel points at a higher amount than if you weren't subscribed, but you also help out the prize pool at this point in the tournament. But let's take a quick look at the brackets, speaking of the tournament, and we can see that we currently have Method EU and Reload Esports in the semi-finals of the upper brackets, but as Gelu mentioned, we are heading to the lower brackets first. We have Bad RNG versus Win on Blue, and then after that we will have TY1 versus My Way. There's a lot of interesting games coming up. There's potentially some rematches that we could see here. We could potentially see a couple of rematches depending on who drops down. We could see a rematch between Reload Esports and TY1. We could, potentially even see a rematch in the finals based on, the semi-finals, depending on who wins on those, those matches. So, very, very exciting, Lithy. It's pretty well balanced at this point. I'm excited to see where it's going to go, and I think the final day of a tournament is always where the excitement truly peaks.
Yeah, absolutely. Additionally, also with the semifinals, we'll start to see a little bit longer series because we're going into the best of 5 grand final, obviously being the best of 7 as well. So those are the series that really get heated towards the 3rd, the 4th, maybe even the 5th game if we're lucky. And as you already mentioned, we have some crazy teams here, some really solid melee cleaves, and if we get to see some of those big mosh pits, that's going to be intense as heck, and I couldn't love it more.
It's going to be very, very exciting. I do apologise. I do have to put you both on the spot here. Start with you, Gelu.
Oh, no.
We're at the start of day 2. What is the final going to look like? Who is going to be in the final out of these teams?
Out of these 2 teams?
Well, no, out of all of the teams that we have left. Not necessarily
one of these 2 teams, to be honest. I think it's going to be Method EU and Reload Esports in the finals is my prediction. I'm not entirely sure who's going to win out of those 2 teams. We do have Zeepai coming in for Mystic on the side of Reload Esports, so they've got a few more compositions than they did previously, but not quite as practiced on them as Method EU are, since it is not their main roster.
Okay, that'll be. So you think we're going to see sort of like a replay of the semi-final? And are you who's taking the low? If, in that case, then who's taking the lower bracket journey?
I think my way, my boys will come back up. I mean, they could win it as well if they can get some really good jungle wins off, but a little bit limited on compositions compared to the other teams who have a multitude of classes to their availability.
Okay, and Lithi, obviously the grand final is later on today. Who do you see making those 2 spots in the grand final? Do you agree with Gelu, or do you think we're potentially going to see an underdog story here?
I'm pretty sure I have to agree with Gello here in terms of Method EU and Reload Esports making it to the grand finals. Also, My Way, definitely the dark horse of the tournament for me, because they are really, really good if they play really good, and then they can completely clear out the lower bracket. Personally, my heart always will be with Win on Blue, so I'm excited to see if these guys can pull through, maybe get some big dubs in here, and even go all the way to the grand finals, which would be awesome. But we'll have to wait and see. Method EU and Reload Esports clearly tournament favorites at the moment, though.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, the experience on both teams, and not only the experience but the skill level on both teams is very, very high. Folks in the chat currently as well, let us know who you think is going to make it to the grand final. Do you want to see that underdog story? Do you agree with Lithi and Gelu? Are we going to be seeing Method EU versus Reload Esports in that grand final? Or are we potentially going to have a little bit of a surprise on our hands? Blind pick, game 1 of this lower bracket between Win on Blue and Bad RNG. Nagrand Arena. We know what both teams are capable of. Lithi, what are your thoughts on this series here? Do you think this is going to go for a game 3, or do you think we're going to see potentially a little bit of a stomp either way?
Difficult question. I mean, it's probably going to be either Turbo or Thunder versus Red Warrior, and that has a lot of potential to just instantly end in like 20 seconds, either with the red one shot, maybe a well-placed lightning lasso onto Warrior Condemns or something along those lines. It can go either way. It can be 2-0, it can be 2-1. It's very, very RNG dependent, in my opinion.
And I mean, looking at both these teams, Lithi has already mentioned, Gelly, that it can end very, very quickly. But if we do see a game that goes longer than most, which team realistically would have the advantage? Do you feel, if it does go into those dampening stages of the game?
I'd give the win to Win on Blue, as the team of Bad RNG are reliant on a Holy Priest healer, which can't really keep up with the damage for that long of the Warrior and Enhancement Shaman. Enhance also has incredible off-heals, along with the Rep Paladin of Fintius on the other team, though, so both teams having that hybrid, but really it comes down to the healer. The Turbo Cleave is just going to absolutely smash through the Holy Priest healing, and I really would give this one to Win on Blue.
Okay, that's. I mean, we're looking at potentially Win on Blue then for this first game, depending on how things go. We do expect, obviously, to see these very, very specific compositions. We know just how good they are. Do you think we're going to see any surprises at any point, Gelu, or do you feel as though now we're getting into these latter stages, pretty much every single team is going to go to what they know best and how they, it's realistically how they are, best suited to deal with these sort of games?
I don't think there'll be many changes in composition. The only thing you might watch out for is Orbra might swap onto a different healer, as he does play the Resto Druid, Resto Shaman, and Mistweaver, which, let's be honest, Mistweaver's probably not going to come out, but he could hop onto any of the other ones at his disposal. But it seems like he's going to be on that Holy Paladin. It is the Turbo Cleave versus the Wrecked Warrior Holy Priest of Bad RNG.
It's going to be very, very exciting. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the final day of the Method Mayhem EU. It is Win on Blue versus Bad RNG in the lower brackets. Lithi, who is taking it?
Well, I'll go with Win on Blue here, because Ray is already looking for his first target. Stormball on Fairlit. Full Hodge is landing there as well, but Finn immediately trinkets and uses his blessing to get his healer out of trouble. Follow-up frog from Dr. Doom is going to help, and big damage coming in on Orber. He's dropping super low. That's a bubble on 5%. Did have to trinket as well, so massive overlap there. Dr. Doom popping his wall as well. Ray's avatar running out, so the damage is going to be lower now, but Taz and Finn, they are in there and pumping, trying to get as much damage out as possible on Win on Blue. But for the moment, I think they are able to recover. Ray's disarm is running out, so he will be able to get back into it. And Finn takes his Stormbolt to the face. For the moment, they seem to be fine.
Trinkets traded from both sides. Orbra having to overlap his trinket and bubble. That could spell danger in the future, as he is very low on those defensive cooldowns. However, Furlit now caught in it to a hex. No trinket, as he was forced to trinket one earlier. These hexes from Dr. Doom really doing a good job here, faking out the death from Furlit and able to almost get the bubble with it. Fintius desperately low, holding on. Word of glory, word of glory. He has to pull the bubble and the commanding shout overlap, but they just rip right through the bubble with that shattering throw. But here is the small wings from Fintius. They're trying to go onto Orbra here. Chastise onto Dr. Doom. Orbra trading out his wall, and he looks like he could be okay as Win on Blue try and reverse the pressure with this full hex onto Furlit.
Full Hodge on Finn as well, big damage with the follow-ups. You see Fisher into Incap, nice combo from the Enhancer there. Zray is there with the Avatar, with the Condemns, big damage on Finn, while Dr. Doom gets cleaved as well. But the Red Paladin isn't looking too hot at all. Bubble is not ready. There are the wings. Big Word of Glory instantly tops himself off. Fairlet investing those wings as well, so he has more healing on the Paladin. And overall, this seems to be recovering for the moment. Finn has to pop, though, immediately gets purged. Fairlet stuck in another hex. Why is the Holy Priest meleeing him? Well, we'll maybe be able to ask him later if he survives for the moment. But yeah, that Red Paladin is getting trained like crazy at the moment. And Orber sitting comfortable, even though Taz is hugging him.
He is a Stormbolt onto Furlit there from Dre, forcing out a Trinket, but the pressure's getting reversed onto Orbra. He trades out his wings for the wings of Fintius, and this is a dangerous time for Win on Blue if Fintius can connect with those wings, but he is kiting from Orbra. Orbra seems to be fine as he digs behind the pillar. Fintius taking a lot of damage now. The wind shear on Furlit. The Guardian procs onto Furlit with the big healing from the Ret Paladin. He seems to be fine for now, but he does not have any cooldowns left in the tank. Win on Blue, Trinket on their Holy Paladin, Astral Shift on their Shaman, and Dre with his parry. They seem to be in a pretty good position here. Another Wind Shear onto Furlit, the Hammer of Justice onto Furlit, instantly gets Blessing of Sanctuary out from Fintius. If they can land one single Hex or just do enough damage, Fintius is sure to go down very soon.
Yeah, that Red Paladin is not gonna stand much longer. There he is on 20%. Zray in there with the Condemns, but Furlit pops that Guardian Spirit. Big heals, Apoth in there as well for the Holy Word cooldown reduction, but gets frogged once again. Dr. Doom on point with the CC so far throughout the game, and it is not looking pretty for bad RNG. It almost looks like a win on Blue here for Zray and the boys, because that Priest is getting cleaved. Desperate Prayer invested. There's some damage from Finn. Maybe they can turn around. Zray dropping low. Needs to pop the defensive there on 20% HP. But Dr. Doom, he has the Ascendance running, and Finn is the target. Toss getting cleaved down. This does not look good for bad RNG right now.
Yeah, this was all the cooldowns of Win on Blue, though, and they weren't able to force too much, but Fintius is still down so low, running out of line of sight of his healer here as he goes for the offensive push onto Orbra, but Orbra still has Bubble. They're pushing for so little right now as Fintius is just taking the brunt of the damage. A defensive War Stomp even comes out, the defensive Fear and the disarm onto Dre, but he is still so desperately low. The Stormbolt onto Furlit, looking for a Hex out of it. The Hex connects, the disarm, the stun onto Fintius. He trinkets out. He's trying to heal himself as much as he can with these Word of Glories, kiting away with the freedom. He seems to be fine for now as these wings do come up and the stun lands onto Orbra. Can they get any offensive pressure before Fintius just dies? It doesn't. Oh my goodness, they're going on to Dre now. He has no parry available. Commanding Shout falls. He leaps away. He has been given the sack from Orbra though, but that was also Orbra's bubble.
Yeah, the bubble needed to be invested as well as the bob on Zray, but this is enough to stabilize Ferlet. Now and hexed up. So Finn, once again, the target. Can they bring down that massive red paladin? Maybe they can. There's the next Hodge, immediately trinketed by Orber. He Hodges Finn. Ferlet is sitting in another Stormbolt. Doesn't dispel his red paladin. Toss dropping low. Parry invested, and he might just go down anyway because Zray and Dr. Doom are out for blood. Second bob invested from Orber as well, so he is out of CDs for the last remaining seconds of the game. Finn with the Shield of Vengeance kinda counteracting some of that damage, and another big go with the Avatar from Taz on Orber. Can the Paladin get away from the whole situation? It does seem like he is fine for the moment, but Finn has another set of small wings, maybe can dish out some damage here, but is just getting trained by Zray and Dr. Doom because Word of Glory is the only thing he's pressing at the moment, so not much danger. Another bubble from Finn in the last critical moment here. Oh, another Divine Toll with the Seraphim. Big damage, but it is not quite enough. The Chain Harvest from Dr. Doom stabilizing the whole team for the moment.
No cooldowns on either side of the teams. Orber without a single defensive, Fintius without a single defensive, and no mana is available for anyone. This go is huge. There is a full Hammer Justice on the Ferlet. It gets Blessing of Sanctuary out for Fintuous. Tozhug just trying to tunnel Orber, get as much pressure as he can before his Paladin dies. The wings from Fintuous proc as he tries to get some healing out onto himself. Word of Glory after Word of Glory. His healer is so and now they try to go for the offensive. The Hammer of Justice onto Orber, but it doesn't seem to take any damage in this setup. Win on Blue are looking pretty sturdy right now as they get the full hex onto Ferlet. Fintuous surely goes down here. The Stormbolt onto him. He trinkets out into a disarm. The fear onto Dr. Doom really trying to peel his teammate Fintuous, but he is just in such a bad spot. But Orber now losing so much health, the Battle Master being forced, but here's the Ascendance from Dr. Doom. This could spell the end for bad RNG if he gets some good RNG.
Yeah, there is massive damage coming out from that enhancement charm. Zray dropping super low as well. Those Orber barely surviving on that earlier go from Finn, but at the moment they keep holding on. The sec gets invested. That's the last line of defense for the moment. Dr. Doom disarmed, feared, but out of that one now, swapping back over to deal some massive damage here. Orber is the target in a full Stormbolt, gets some big off-heals from his Shaman. Toss is getting swapped to 5%, barely gets bounced up. That was the last of healing that Ferlet has. Even the angel that was proc there, maybe they can get some more out, but Ferlet is completely the warrior under fire from Zray. Stormbolt connected there, no further damage though. Toss dropping lower and lower, rallying cry invested. That one is going to fall in a few seconds. That could be definitely the end for the warrior. Latest point when that one is gone. Another disarm comes out. Fisher stun on Fintus, and will that be the end? No, they can hold on. I have no idea how these teams are still alive, but Dr. Doom just invested his wall. Orber had his bubble back just in time for the mini burst from Finn, so both teams are holding on for the moment. Zray blade storms out.
The wings are coming up in 5 seconds for the side of bad RNG, and that could spell the end for Orber if they can keep themselves up. The wind shear onto Ferlet. The Hammer of Justice gets trinketed out instantly, and here is the wings. Here is the counter pressure we're looking for. They're going onto Zray. They can't connect to Orber. Zray has nothing. He leaps out, commanding shout, desperately trying to live. Dr. Doom tries to spam out some heals, but he's put into the stun now. The Davrange is swapped onto Dr. Doom, but it's just too little, too late. Fintius is dead, and but there could be the cross kill, the hex onto Tozhug as he tries desperately to get to Zray. Zray is so very low. Orber without any mana, but Dr. Doom as well has no mana. I don't know if they can bring this back.
This is gonna be tight for sure. Toz and Ferlet do have some chances here, but Ferlet now getting swapped to from the double DPS. That is not a good place to be in. Toz dropping low with the Hodge. This is gonna be it. That warrior will be going down. There's the surrender coming in. Ferlet is gonna be finished up in just a second. And with that, win on Blue in a nail-biting, almost 10-minute matchup. Win the game.
That was so back of. I was watching this the entire time, going, "Oh, Fintusius is dead now," and then all of a sudden, Fintusius gets overbought. Oh, okay, Zray's dead now. All of a sudden, Zray manages to survive. It was an absolute it was just a knockout, drag-out brawl between both of those teams, and so many clutch bubbles coming in from both Fintusius and Obra. That was, if that's the level for the first game, I'm so excited for this series, Gelu.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the off-healing of the hybrids. Dr. Doom and Vintusius doing so much healing for either side. I think at the end, maybe there was a bit of miscommunication with target swapping, as I think both targets, both the Ret and the Warrior, were going on different people there. They both dropped so low. They just need to connect onto one and finish them off, but not able to do it, unfortunately. But that game could have gone either way.
Yeah, we can see, obviously, damage meters there. Fintusius, once again, do not underestimate just how much damage these Ret Pallies can do, because it's astronomical. But at the same time, I think Gelu mentioned it earlier, Lithi, going into those late sort of stages, the Holy Priest was always going to struggle potentially to keep up the healing throughout these bursts, even though there is potentially some off-healing from Fintusius. But realistically, you want your Ret Pally doing as much damage as possible. You want as much pressure coming in through that Ret Pally. You don't realistically want your Ret Pally to spend as much time off-healing, and I think it showed towards the end there.
A little bit of both. On the other hand, you have the enhancement shaman. If he keeps using his instance on the off healing and in general the mana on the off healing, all that is time spent not DPSing. So it's kind of a trade off between both teams, because both DPS are losing damage through off healing. But I think it's just as important to get those big heals out, and especially with the red off heals. Those saved so many situations throughout the game. That was massively important. And I think additionally, what Gelu mentioned, it was a little bit too much target splitting. If they had focused down one target, especially the big goes. The swaps on Orber also not the cleanest. He was able to dodge quite a bit, kite away with his Kodo from the red burst. So if they had just done a double setup on the DPS and just nuked Zray standing right in front of them, I think that would have gone a lot better for bad RNG. Well, I can't even English anymore, man. It's way too early for me. I should be bed, quite honestly.
You should be in bed at 5:30 in the evening.
Talk about good sleep schedules.
That's a solid sleep schedule right there. Obviously, we've seen Runes of Lordaeron. We know all about Runes of Lordaeron for the next map. We know it can be very, very, it can cause some potential problems. I don't think it's going to be a major problem for either of these teams, realistically. I think, we'll probably see the same sort of, setup. I mean, we can see, obviously, here, win on blue. They're very, very comfortable on this. We know just how, we know realistically just how good they are on this composition. What would you say that they would have to do, Gelu, on bad RNG side to realistically turn this game in their favor and potentially draw up the series?
Well, they seem to want to connect onto Orber quite a bit, which is why they picked this map, a nice small map, so they can get to him pretty easily and get back to the pillar out of danger. So if they can just connect a bit more on those goes, play a little bit more defensive in between so they don't run out of mana so quickly, maybe get a drink off, but seems a little bit hard to do. I mean, Dr. Doom is really carrying the series very hard. He had 14 interrupts last game, compared to the next guy having 2 or 3. Obviously, it's because his ranged interrupt, but his hexes were really on point as well. Full hexing over and over and over again, faking out those Shadow Word deaths from Thurlet. And just a really excellent job from Dr. Doom in the series so far.
And Lithi, win on blue. Obviously, we can see going up against the same sort of team from bad RNG, obviously composition that we kind of expected. What do they have to do to really cement this game? Because, anytime you have a game that starts going into dampening, starts going 8-9 minutes long, you're always struggling potentially to deal with that one-shot combo that can come out. What do they need to do to really close out this game early?
It's a good question. The thing is, can they really close it out super early? So you want to get a nice setup with some cross CC stuns on the important targets and then just one-shot someone. Apart from that, it's really dependent on do they get defensives early on? Do they get maybe Fellett's Trinket early on so they can kill them in the next setup? But outside of that, as you saw in the first game, maybe just got to drag it out to dampening and just win it through that. As Gallo mentioned already as well, Holy Priest not necessarily the greatest healer to just keep pumping against massive amounts of damage. So get more uptime, get absolute devastatingly constant damage on someone, which is what they tried on Finn in the first match. Just hammer that advantage home basically. And on the other side, use the priest, use those chastises into mind games, into fears to just completely knock him out and play around them.
Yeah, seems to be both of these teams have setups that can realistically end this game very, very quickly, or we can see another brawl as we did in game number 1. But we are heading into game number 2 of this best of 3 series in the lower bracket between Bad RNG and Win on Blue. Gelu, what's happening in the first 30 seconds?
It looks like the slime on this map is just black for some reason with some green little bubbles on it, and that is where the fight will be taking place. Fintuitus put into that instant stun, but peeled very, very swiftly by Tozhug with the double fear onto Dr. Doom and Dre. Dre leaping in now as he tries to defend his healer, but Aubra instantly put into that bubble. That was just so much damage coming out from the side of Bad RNG, forcing the bubble very, very fast, along with Dr. Doom's Astral Shift.
Yeah, kind of a repeat of the first game where Aubra also got nuked like crazy. Now the bubble is run out and Taz immediately swaps back over Finn. There is this Sanctuary on Ferlet, kind of anticipating the swap over on his priest, but they are fine for the moment. Freedom to catch back up to Aubra. There's the next full Hodge. He doesn't even have a trinket anymore, so this is pretty dangerous. But Dr. Doom is there with the offfields and stabilizing his paladin in the stun. They should be fine living through this one. And now we're kind of waiting for the next avatar from Zray, which is up in 20 seconds. Disarm just went out on Toz, so he will not have that one for Toz's next avatar. And Finn has the next set of wings, but takes a big chunk of damage because Dr. Doom just popped his Ascendance and is looking to completely pop off here with the big DPS.
Yeah, that was the Guardian Spirit coming out from Thurl. It did not proc though, so back into a second cooldown. But they're going on to Aubra here. Full Hammer of Justice. No cooldowns from Fintuitus, so they're not getting too much here. Hopefully trying to force out the Blessing of Protection. The triple fear onto Dr. Doom, Ray, and Aubra, allowing themselves to get a little bit more damage onto him without getting too peeled or damaged. Here comes the big heal from Aubra. The Aura Mastery coming in clutch. Hopefully he's able to stay alive as he doesn't have his wall anymore. Tozhug is just going to town on him. He's being left alone by the side of Bad RNG. They don't really seem to care that he's just tunneling Aubra down so hard, but he doesn't seem to be doing enough damage as Aubra does manage to escape and the pressure gets reversed onto Bad RNG.
Yeah, reversed is exactly what is happening here right now. Finn caught in another Stormbolt. This is fairly dangerous, but Fellet is there with some Serenity heals. Greater Fate invested there as well to stay in and just pump out as much healing as possible. Now Zray getting swapped to a little bit. So you mentioned it earlier, Orbit kind of being the main target for Bad RNG. They are doing a better job with the swaps this game because Orbit can't get away this much, but Fellet now actually getting swapped too. So Win on Blue kind of replicating that healer swap strategy a little bit and putting the priest under pressure, and maybe they can capitalize from that investment of the Guardian Spirit in turn killing Finn. Well, they didn't quite kill him, at least they got his bubble. And that's a big advantage for Win on Blue at the moment.
Yeah, they forced Finn's bubble, but at the same time, Aubra had to trinket and use one of his blessing protections. But here's the full hex onto Furlit. Dr. Doom again, coming in with these big CCs. Now into the double fear from Tuzhug, always having those fear for these crucial defensive moments. This is really neck and neck now. Nobody has bubble on either team, and either Paladin could go down as soon as any sort of pressure mounts. Dre into the disarm. They're a little bit on the back foot. They're trying to connect to Aubra, but the stun goes out onto the Furlit, but it gets Blessing of Sanctuary from Fintuitus as he does trinket out and get that off him. Then, here is the go onto Aubra now. The full hammer of justice. He trades out his wall. He gets bubble in 5 seconds. Can they kill him? It's a race against the clock. I don't think they're going to have enough damage to do it. There was no wings from Fintuitus, and the damage just doesn't quite connect. And now the read is really going towards win on blue once again. As the game gets longer and longer, bad RNG just fall behind.
Yeah, there was some massive off-fields coming in from Dr. Doom to stabilize Aubra in that stun. Otherwise, that would have been fatal for the Paladin. But now Ferlet is the target. Guardian Spirit with the big heals is going to save him for the moment. But Finn gets swapped to big damage coming in with the Ascendance. The Bob is there, gets purged immediately. Eye for an Eye is running, but it might not be enough for the Red Paladin to survive this. There is no bubble available. Maybe the Sanctuary can get Ferlet out of CC to get some heals in on Finn. But with that fear from Ferlet, they are gonna get away from the whole situation, kind of swap over on Aubra, put some pressure back on Win on Blue, but nonetheless, that was not a pretty situation to be in for bad RNG, and that Stormbolt might still end. Finn doesn't quite connect. Dr. Doom, big damage going out. Aubra needs to sack immediately. The Spirit, the Ancestral Shift is used as well. Big overlap there. They did not expect the crazy burst coming out from bad RNG there. Neither did I. Man, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was the wings from Finn, though, so that is majority of their pressure has been done now until it procs once again. So bad RNG are really on the back foot. Lack of mana, lack of defensives. They do have Guardian Spirit coming up soon, but I don't think it'll be enough to save Finn. He's going to have to use it right here. It actually procced. They almost killed him if it was not for that Guardian Spirit. And now Finn is going to be taking a lot of damage. Dr. Doom, if he can land one more of those hexes, if he can land one more of those shears, Finn will surely go down. That next, here comes the hex. It does get deathed out from Ferlet. No, not managing to fake that one. Dr. Doom trying to dodge a fear so badly, but they are just absolutely beating up on Aubra right now into the full stun. The chastise on Dr. Doom to prevent those heals. Aubra is sitting through the stun, though. Notices there is no wings from Fintuitus. There is no damage coming out from Tozhug, and he just sits the stun. He doesn't care, and that is a really, really smart play from Aubra here.
Yeah, Sanctuary was invested there as well from Finn, but Ferlet not really the target of CC. There does fade the Hex coming in from Dr. Doom. Aubra once again getting swapped to Divine Toll, coming out with the Seraphim damage and Wings proc, but it is not enough to kill off that Paladin on Win on Blue. Now Zray the target, he needs to parry. Dr. Doom has his shift as well, and Finn dropping down to 5%, gets another heal in. No more on Ferlet, he gets an inline, beautiful snipe from Dr. Doom, and that is gonna seal the deal for Win on Blue. They claim this first series of the day with a clean 2-0.
Yeah, that game once again just shows the power between these two teams, and I think again it could have gone either way. There was a lot of pressure coming through. I feel as though Ferlet probably did slightly better on those chastises, the stuns coming out. They controlled Dr. Doom slightly better, but in the end, Win on Blue taking the victory there. And I mean, realistically, I don't think there was anything majorly different between the two teams there in regards to, you know, the way that they played it. But you mentioned, Gelly, that there was a very, very specific moment where obviously the wings was used as a way to almost a defensive offensive cooldown, and then all of a sudden they were in a position where they couldn't realistically do anything to push forward and to gain a bit of an advantage in the match.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens in these matchups. If you start doing anything defensively, you just get absolutely rolled over. You have to stay full aggressive majority of the time. Dr. Doom, yeah, he played pretty well this game as well. He's always trying to avoid the crowd control on the goes on Aubra, so every time he gets stunned, the Ret Warrior trying to cross-control him with Chastise or Fear. However, he manages to dodge that a lot of the time, and he just gets these huge heals off, healing Aubra very well.
Yeah, and you know, once again, as we can see here, Fintusius obviously at the top of that damage meter there, but unfortunately just seemed to run out of defensive cooldowns towards the end there, which is one of the issues that I suppose that you have with the Ret Pallies, is the moment that you get them outside of those defensive cooldown windows, all of a sudden it becomes quite a juicy target for you because they don't really have any way to escape from you.
The biggest thing also was that Win on Blue managed to pop that Guardian Spirit. I think a minute and a half, 2 minutes before the game ended. Usually that one is up every minute and synergizes super well with the Red Paladin and the Word of Glory heals raining in. Wasn't available there anymore, and basically that's kind of the little bit extra you need to gap these to bridge these gaps in the defensive lineup of the Red Paladin, and ultimately, yeah, it's basically the constant pressure from Turbo that was enough to overwhelm bad RNG.
Yeah, it was very much, like as you mentioned, the amount of pressure they were able to put through was absolutely incredible. But let's take a look and see what it has done to the brackets for the Method Mayhem EU tournament, because we can see Win on Blue moving on in that losers bracket. They're going to be facing off against My Way or TY1, which will be coming up in the next game. But before that game does come up, I do want to talk a little bit about the merch that Method currently has available. ! Merch in the chat. We'll give you a link to the Method merch page. These fantastic designs that you have here, the hoodies, the t-shirts, all very, very comfortable. And you want people to know exactly that you are repping and you are part of the Method community when you are out and about. But for now, we're going to be taking a short break before the next game. And this one potentially could be just as exciting as the one we have seen. We'll see you folks in 5 minutes.
Ah, what a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Corlick, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is that?
What? He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Geller doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trigger.
Welcome back to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. It is day 2, so we are heading towards the grand final, and we are continuing our games in the lower brackets. We have TY1 versus My Way, and the first game was a melee mosh pit. It was definitely, two teams duking it out in the middle of the arena. This one, however, we could potentially be seeing some jungle from one of these teams. We don't know. Have we had confirmation, Gelly, that Kasu is awake? Do we know if he's returned back to his glass container?
Yeah. I think he is.
So
most likely seeing the jungle from My Way.
Yeah, obviously Kasu and Tony, that jungle cleave is incredibly dangerous, Lithy. We know just how potent it can be. Are we expecting probably to see that, maybe even a 2-0 because we just know how powerful it is, or do we feel as though TY1 could potentially pull out something, because we know just how good Swapsy can be. He seems to be some sort of, he's a machine. He can calculate things that other people can't see. Is that potentially a turning factor for TY1?
Well, on the one hand, you have the cat. On the other side, you have the calculator. I don't know how that one works out usually, but this is once again just like the other match we just saw between Bad RNG and Win on Blue. I think this is a match that can go either way. Of course, you have with My Way a team. Well, most of the team they've been a long-standing group of players that have a ton of tournament XP and playing together with this jungle comp, and on the other side you have Swapsy Absolute, a legend, and his team that are definitely able to pull off some absolutely impressive plays. So it's a tough call. I personally at the moment hand it My Way to My Way, because I just think it's jungle. You can never underestimate jungle because they'll just pull out the craziest moves you've ever seen anyway. Yeah, but I might be proven wrong.
It's definitely going to be interesting. Gello, you obviously know, you know the folks in My Way obviously very, very well, and I imagine you probably also know Swapsy a fair bit, obviously being around the circuit. Is the experience and the skill of Swapsy potentially going to outmaneuver, sort of like, is going to tactically outmaneuver My Way, or do you feel as though the power of that jungle cleave is just something that you can't overcome unless you kind of almost go head to head into it?
I would say comp by comp matchup, I think TY1 have the advantage. Turbo is historically very good into jungle cleave. You can kill that Disc Priest fairly easily. However, TY1 are lacking the experience together that My Way have, so I think My Way can probably pull out the bag. Although Turbo is seen as sort of like a soft counter, you do need to actually play it well to actually win the matchup. So I think My Way might win based on experience alone here.
Yeah, and I mean, we speak about the jungle cleave, obviously, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about, on the side of My Way, Tittery, who we know, we've seen him around in various different tournaments before as a fire mage. He's a very, very competent fire mage, Lithy, and potentially an ace up the sleeve of My Way. If they do need to bring out something slightly different, they have that fire mage available.
Yeah, we've seen some FMP coming out from My Way that has had some decent games. On the other hand, they've also had some devastating losses on that comp. So while it is an option, always remains to be seen if they actually want to go for it. I still think the jungle comp is by far the better option for them, which is why I'm fairly sure they will roll with that whole situation. But as Gallo said, Turbo theoretically a little bit better. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can't get anywhere with jungle after the first game. If they notice that it's just an insurmountable wall, they might swap. They might not.
Yeah, it is entirely possible that we could see, a couple of changes. Again, game one, blind pick. Both teams will probably want to bring out their strongest teams, obviously their strongest compositions, get a foothold in this series, which immediately makes game number two, effectively series point, because if they win that one, it's a 2-0, it's a 2-0 win. And you put the pressure on very, very early with something like that, and I feel as though that's exactly what we're going to see here, Gello, is both teams putting out their best comps, and I think the first 30 seconds of the match is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, both these comps are tempo comps. They're just going to run each other down as fast as possible. I don't think we'll be seeing the mage coming out, because you don't really want to be playing a non-Mortal Strike comp into the healing of an enhancement shaman, because he's just going to top his team unless you get perfect crowd control every single time and you have insane burst on those goes. Then the guy's just going to get out of the stun and get topped by either the enhance or the holy paladin. So I think it's literally just going to be jungle versus turbo the entire time. I don't know. I know that Crimsy, I'm very good friends with him, and as this being on live servers, he's a very lazy man. He's going to have green conduits. He's going to have no gems. So this might play a factor into this. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
What about enchants? Is he going to have enchants?
Oh, I hope he has enchants. He definitely has enchants. But the things that you can't see, he doesn't have.
Because you can't see them. He's like, people won't worry about that. It's
yeah,
fine.
exactly. He won't have the conduits. There's no way.
Let's be honest. Can we blame him for not camping the maw? I
also don't have
that is very. So on live servers, what you're saying is tournament realms PvP. It's basically like that meme. PvP is on tournament realms. They're like that really big angry werewolf looking dog, and then on live servers they're the small sort of like little harmless Labrador, because they don't have gems. Their conduits are green, everything like that. But is that going to play a big part here in game number one of this series, best of three between TY1 and MyWay in the lower brackets?
We shall.
Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, some thunder. And TY1 actually with the Resto Shaman as well.
Resto Shaman Thunder versus Beast Mastery Feral Disc Priest. I have not seen this matchup very often. I'm assuming that you just tunnel the Elemental Shaman to the floor, maybe swapping on Intervene, but yeah, this is not what I was expecting to see.
Yeah, I love the shaman, the Resto Shaman into the BM Hunter with Earthcrab totems. You can put some decent pressure, I'd say, on the pets, just to root them as much as possible, get as much damage away from your team members as you can. But here, Kasu going in first with the Door of Shadows, disorient into the full trap on Numdog, but they can't really connect too much damage. And Swapsy, while he is now starting to tick down, none of them really are dropping noticeably. Now Kasu is the one who takes some decent damage on MyWay, but for the moment, yeah, this opener is going to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, the pressure going on to Insanity Kill as they try and cleave him down, get him off of Kasu. But ideally, they want to be trying to hit Swapsy as much as possible. Here comes the full Intimidation into the full trap. Pressure rolling onto Swapsy. He tries to channel that lasso to protect himself by having to trade out the Astral Shift anyway. Full fear onto Numdog and onto Swapsy. Not able to tremor that out as they do get double fear, but they don't really force much else than this Astral Shift.
At least they got the Astro Shift. It would be worse if they hadn't gotten anything, but of course they would have loved to get a little bit more than that. So Kasu and Tony, especially with that Berserk from Tony running at the moment, they're looking for some more pressure here. Nice maim stun on Numdog. Swapsy and the Rake stun is dropping lower and lower, and full trap follow-up on the healer. This might spell danger for TY1, but they are recovering for the moment. Insanity with a nice intervene in there, blocking some of the damage, but Swapsy dropping lower and lower. Numdog has to invest the Ascendants to stabilize his team, and that is another big CD out of the Resto Shaman.
Yeah, no trinket on Numdog. That means he will not be able to trinket Spirit Link when the time comes. It's going to be Swapsy living on his own with the assistance of Insanity Kills, a trinket. Hopefully he can get a trinket Fear out or a trinket Intervene on this next go, or it will surely spell the end. Here's the stun onto Numdog, overlapped with the Fear. Are they able to get the trap? There is a beautiful Fear on to Kasu and Tony Cat, not even having to use the trinket from Insanity Kill. A really excellent peel there from the side of TY1, or that would surely have been the end. But here is the trap. Anyway, what can they get done? Swapsy seem to be sitting pretty at the moment, though. Tony Cat not able to go in, Kasu not able to connect, and that entire go got shut down beautifully by Insanity Kill's Fear.
Yeah, absolutely on point right there. Swapping over to Crims for the moment as well to put some pressure on the Priest. But Swapsy is the one under fire, dropping down to half before Numdog is able to pump some healing back into his Elemental Shaman and stabilize him. Kasu doing a great job so far, just kiting Insanity Kill, trying to get away from him. Crims getting clipped by and a Incap Totem. Full Hex on Crims. Kasu dropping low. Stormbolt, follow-up, Elemental Stun. He's dead! He is just dead! Big Condemns coming in there. Probably some Earth Shocks as well. And Kasu goes back to bed. Kind of a repeat of yesterday, and Tony needs to have a word with him, I think.
Yeah, Kasu is up and out of bed, but is he awake? He's definitely dead in this first game between TY1 and MyWay in this best of 3. And I suppose that was kind of one of the big dangers when you're running jungle is, yes, you are very, very powerful. You can do a lot of damage, but at the same time, if your hunter is caught and you are in some form of CC, Gelu, they're going to be in a lot of trouble because there are very, very few defensives on the end of the hunter.
Yeah, it was a really good setup from TY1 there. Everyone crowd controlled, especially getting the CC onto Tony Cat Meow. He did have Trinket though for that Stormbolt, but I assume he thought it was fine. Because if they could stop that Lightning Lasso, then that go would have been completely over, forcing the turtle from Kasu. But Tony not wanting to Trinket that Stormbolt just really spelled the end of the game for them.
Yeah, and there was a key point, I was just going to say, Lithy, there was a key point previously in that game as well, where there was an incredible setup from MyWay there. Kasu and Tony Cat were absolutely ready to tear Swapsy to shreds, and Insanity Kills comes in with that phenomenal fear that is able to save his team. And, you know, we obviously talk about the end of these matches and how important it is that these decisions are made, but it's the decisions that are made throughout these games that can realistically make or break them, and I think that was one of the big decisions during this match.
Yeah, that I gotta get back to that Tony trinket, because if memory serves right, yesterday there was a situation very, very similar where Tony didn't trinket and his teammate just got completely clobbered. Repeat? Maybe recognizing some kind of pattern here. Well,
It's
who knows?
possible.
Maybe he didn't have it keybound. Who knows?
It is possible. I mean, didn't have it keep it. So no enchants, no gems, keybinds not for trinkets. It does seem to be one of those obvious situations, and you did mention it there, Lithy, where obviously there was a similar situation yesterday, and that's one of those moments where it is human for you to kind of remember those sort of situations, and it not necessarily play on your mind, but potentially cause you to think, this happened yesterday, I need to do something different. But you almost have to, sort of set yourself up and say every game has to be different realistically. And, moments like that can potentially even, something that lost you the game, or won you the game the last time, you do the exact same thing, and this time you lose the game. That's how quickly things can change in these sort of matches in these tournaments.
Yeah, changes left and right and center, and it's kind of one of the main things, and for me personally, a little bit of the beauty of WoW Arena, that no match is the same, even if it's mirror. If you play mirror into mirror into mirror every single time, basically no matchup and no game played is going to be the same as the previous one, just because of map difference, because of gameplay difference. Sometimes you pop your CDs at a different time. The enemy reacts with a different defensive cooldown, offensive cooldowns, and all that stuff. It puts so many factors on the board that can actually dictate the flow of a game. It's just great. Never the same thing
Speaking
twice.
of dictating the flow, we are seeing our first Robodrome of the Method Mayhem tournament. Gelu, how do you feel about this map pick for both of these teams?
Does
This
it
is a
make you
weird
miss
map
BFA?
choice. Not really sure why they've gone to Robodome. I know they like to pick Robodome into melee cleaves as they can use the priest legendary to grip himself up and down. However, they're facing an elemental shaman who does have that knockback if he chooses to go up the ramp. He's going to be knocking Tony off, knocking the pets off. The pets aren't going to be connecting because it's a 2-point map. So, bit of a weird choice in my opinion. Not sure I wouldn't just go to a smaller map than this, but we'll see how it pays off.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. You mentioned that, Lithy. Do you think that they're missing BFA? I think you could probably count on one hand the amount of people that miss BFA at this point.
I like BFA.
Do you miss it though?
Yeah.
Quite honestly, the last season of BFA, once you got to that point where your character had full decked out corruption and everything, it was kind of funny.
I mean, yeah, it was, but it was more. I think that was more of a treat of being like, here, congratulations for sitting through BFA. You know, I'm quite happy that I'm now in a situation where I can log into Warcraft without being assaulted by wounds all the time. You know, I'm quite happy that doesn't happen every 20 seconds of being logged into WoW. So that is quite nice.
Yeah.
And you know, speaking of nice, we're seeing the exact same composition locked in by TY1. We saw how effective it was going to be, and we also see My Way locking in at the same composition here. Lithy, are we going to see a repeat, or do you think potentially, you know, the power of jungle cannot be denied if we get the correct setup? Are we going to see a draw here, a 1-1 going into a game 3?
Well, I certainly hope we see a game 3 here. Don't want to see my boy Tony and Casu drop out of the tournament here already. That would be quite the shame. But hey, you never know what's gonna happen, and TY1, they definitely put on a great performance in that first game. Beautiful setups there, especially on the kill on Casu. We'll just have to see. I'm really curious what the Robodrome means for TY1, what My Way has in store that they picked that arena, because as Gelu said, kind of a weird pick into that Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, it does seem very, very strange. Before we go into this game, obviously, just to remind you folks that any subscriptions during this tournament does add to the prize pool. So any subscription to the Method channel will add $2.50 to the prize pool, and that money will go directly to the players. So not only will you be supporting this fantastic tournament, you'll also have access to an ad-free viewing experience. You'll have your Method sub emotes, which are absolutely fantastic. Everyone loves a good cozy, and you will also earn your channel points at an advanced rate. Going into this one, on this map, Robodrome, Gelu, your predictions for who's going to come out on top here?
I think My Way will take this one. I think hopefully they'll learn from the first game. It wasn't looking too bad until those final fatal moments. So I'm going to give this one to My Way.
Giving this one to My Way. And Lithy, how do you feel about this one?
I gotta say, TY1 looked pretty good on the first map, so I'm just gonna say they will probably pull it out, but I'm totally fine with My Way taking it to game 3 or winning the whole series. So I'm really excited for whoever wins here.
It's definitely going to be very exciting as we go into game number 2 and potentially series point for TY1 on Robodrome in this best of 3 in the lower brackets. TY1 versus My Way. Well,
Cat is stalking its prey. Quite the usual concept here for the start of the match, and Casu sitting behind that in the camouflage, just getting some good looks at that fiery main there on the Cat model. I'm really happy, by the way, what Blizzard did with the Cat shapes or the Druid shapes in general for Shadowlands. It's just so much fun to have all those shapes available in all specs.
I don't even know it's on my Jira. I don't even have any of them. I think they are waiting here so they would run out of the Healing Rain. Not sure if he's playing with a Dispel or not. Is quite common to see though. And here is the Lightning Lasso onto Tony this time, not choosing to go onto Casu, changing their attention over to the Feral Druid as Insanity starts to truck onto Crimsy. Double Fear though onto Numdog and Insanity, forcing out the Tremor of Swapsy. Not too much happening in this opener, though. We've kind of getting away here. Crimsy playing the self-grip legendary, allowing him to get out of the fight and into the fight to get those crucial fears. So we'll see how that gets implemented later on into the game. But here is the full trap onto Numdog, the stun onto Insanity Kill as they turn the pressure onto the warrior, forcing his trinket and the parry.
Yeah, beautiful setup there with the trap. Just too much pressure on the warrior to not pop those defensives. And that is a decent gain here for MAYHEM. But now they need to stay alive. Kazu needs to kite away from Insanity Kills. Big damage. Avatar just ran out, but that one is coming up in another 45 seconds. So that's going to be dangerous. Nice cross CC with a Stormbolt, with a lasso, and Crims needs to pop the Rapture here to get those big shields out, keep his teammates alive through that CC chain. It's looking quite alright. But of course, we're talking about a Dispriest here. So 2 minutes into the game, it's not that much of an issue, but we'll go forward through the minutes and that mana bar rapidly diminishing. Crim's actually sneaking away, getting a massive drink while Insanity Kill is almost getting murdered by his team. This is looking good for MAYHEM so far.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Crims chose to drink there, as this was the berserk of Tony Cat Meow with a full trap onto Numdog. Potentially could have forced some more cooldowns. It looks like they may be going for the longer game this time, using this map to kite around in between trap goes rather than getting completely overran by the Elemental Shaman. The Elemental Shaman's not able to do too much damage because they're just getting kited so often. But here is the Lightning Lasso. Stormkeeper has been charged. Can Swapsy get anything done with it? He's looking for the damage onto Kasu, but nothing really happening with that big burst potential that Swapsy had there.
Yeah, kind of well played by MAYHEM to get around that huge damage spike, but another damage spike is coming in as Insanity Kill pops that Avatar, connects on Crims, but there it runs out. Tony's there with a MAYHEM stun to get that warrior off his healer, and for now, all is clear once more. Also, really nice use of the map itself here by MAYHEM throughout the whole fight so far. Just line of sighting Swapsy as much as possible. That lightning lasso, though, fairly dangerous for Kasu, just caught open field, but there is so much pressure on Insanity Kill at the moment. Swapsy doesn't really get to do anything in this game. He's just trying to keep up, trying to follow around the pillars, around the corners, and get some off-fields in on his warrior.
No, but there is one important thing that is happening in this game, and it is Crimsy's mana. If TY1 do not fall before 5 minutes, then he will be Here is a go right now. Full trap onto Numdog. Several stuns landing onto Insanity Kill. He's traded out the fear onto Tony Cat, really wanting to hold onto that parry, and he makes it out only using that fear. Crimsy put into the full Lightning Lasso. Mana around half, health around half as well, and he's forced to use the Rapture. And as I was saying earlier, the longer this game goes on, the more TY has chance to win because they're just going to run eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big struggle point of a Dispriest, which is another one of the reasons why you've seen so much Holy recently, because Holy is performing so much better in terms of mana. But of course, Dispriest having his own its own advantages with damage reductions and that Dark Arc damage buff if you're going for that one. Nonetheless, Crims trying to stay alive against Insanity Kills damage here with that Avatar rolling in on the Dispriest, and slowly but surely he is under more and more fire. Gets away though, that Leap Legendary doing work for him at the moment, and now Tony taking some hits as well, and across the board, TY1, they're slowly but surely starting to rot down MAYHEM, getting some damage out on Kasu and Tony and Crims at the same time. And slowly but surely, it's not looking pretty for MAYHEM, gotta be quite honest there.
Yeah, it is not looking great. They did a go here with the full fear onto Numdog into the trap, but Insanity Kill is just sitting pretty. He does not care. He just forces the barrier on the go of MAYHEM, and he just keeps on trucking. MAYHEM really need to find some sort of win conditions soon, because time is ticking down, and they're really getting nothing done. But here's a swap onto Numdog, into the full rake, the stun onto Insanity Kill, into the trap to prevent the intervene, and they manage to force Trinket Link, a potential opening for MAYHEM. Maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel.
I think that was even his 35% proc heal that got covered with the mind games that almost murdered him there, which is why he had to proc the link down and pop the ascendants afterward to stay alive. But now Kazu is the one getting trucked once again. We've seen this one in the last game already. Insanity Kill there just being there with the big condemns, with the big damages, completely executing this hunter. But for the moment, they seem to be fine. In line on Crim's Rapture running out. He was able to recover his team and especially Kazu's health, but for the moment. But that warrior, he is not looking too happy at the moment because the hunter is not looking too happy. Sorry, that warrior looks very, very happy, just cleaving down Kazu at the moment.
Yeah, since Crimsy is on very low mana, tries to escape behind a pillar to get a drink, but this Earth Elemental is just sitting on him relentlessly. No drinks for you, Crimsy. You're playing a human, and not the Night Elf with the Shadow Melt, unfortunately, so he will not be getting out of combat anytime soon. Here is another setup onto TY. The Intimidation stun onto Insanity Kill, and they're trying to turn some pressure onto Swapsy now. Seem a little bit lost on the side of My Way. They're not really sure what to do. Crimsy is just running out of mana, and they are running out of options, turning damage onto Swapsy. He's sitting about half health. Maybe they need to go back onto Numdog. That was the only opening they had this game. The first go they go on him, they get this Trinket and Link. Maybe want to go back onto that. Swapsy now with the Lightning Lasso onto Tony Cat, forcing out his Bark Skin only. And you know what? It's a pretty good trade for the side of TY1.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that trap on Insanity Kill up there, good situation for Caster to just get some space between himself and that nasty, nasty warrior. Swapsy once again stunned up. Bit of a spread damage here going on from My Way, but for the moment it is working out quite fine because Tony has to kite as much as Casu almost. And Crims, well, he's trying to look for an opportunity to drink, get that mana back up, and if his team is able to kite away from the enemy, that it definitely helps him to find these openings. But now Kazu is the one getting, Swapsy is the one getting swapped to. There's big damage coming in, even though the spiritual, I'm saying the ancestral shift is up and running, definitely in reducing the incoming damage by a lot. And with that, they'll just live through this without too many issues. But slowly but surely, I think Numdog is getting close to Crimson's mana. Swapsy is taking so much damage. He's taking more and more damage. There is no way they can heal that. Still, Numdog follow-up fear. After that trap, there is no trinket available. No opportunity for him to get out of that CC chain. And with a beautiful setup, just like that, My Way even out the series 1-1.
That was an absolutely beautiful setup there at the end. And we spoke about it, the danger of My Way potentially going into this late game. The mana difference between the two healers is absolutely huge, but it cannot be understated, Gelu, just how quickly this jungle cleave can tear through somebody.
Yeah, I mean, he calls Swapsy the human calculator, but actually, it reminds me that Tony, when he goes into a game, he gives you a certain amount of dampening that you're going to win at. Every time you go into a game and Tony says, okay, we start playing the game, 20% dampening. You could tell this game, they were doing nothing the entire game, and as soon as dampening hits, they start doing things. It's a completely different team. They're using this map so they could run away and then capitalize on the dampening and then just kill at the end. The last 2 minutes were a completely different team for the first 5.
Yeah, that was absolute, and I was going to say it's absolutely fascinating to watch, especially considering, just how different I feel those two games went because, and I think it was, Gelu mentioned it, but I kind of want to get your thoughts on this one, Lithy. The first game, obviously in the Grand Arena, you're never realistically going to have much opportunity to kind of run away. It's fairly open, it's not too big. Robodrone, definitely a bigger area and definitely, I feel, bigger line of sight opportunities there, and it did feel as though My Way were taking advantage of that and stepping away and saying, okay, we're just going to wait until our traps are available, we're going to wait until we're ready for our time, rather than constantly trying to respond and push compared to what TY1 was doing there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous game to play, especially if you're running with a Disc Priest to kind of push for dampening and try to wait out the game because they need to stay alive the whole time. They need to keep that mana stable enough so they can actually live through dampening. And then you're running into the risk if your enemy team kind of sees your game plan coming and is ready for whatever you have in store for them in that point in dampening. if they outplay you and survive your go, then you are in big trouble because your Disc Priest is going to be low on mana. You have to wait another 2-3 minutes until your cooldowns are back up and you can go for the next setup. And even then, even though your cooldowns are coming back, the enemy team is going to see that next go coming from a mile away. So it's a risky game to play, to say the least. But nonetheless, MAYHEM, excellent performance and, well, pulling a rabbit out of the hat there.
Yeah, definitely paid off for them. And, you know, I spoke then about the map sizes in the Grand Arena being mid-sized, Robodrome a fair bit bigger. We've now decided to shrink it down into Hook Point. And, Gelu, are we potentially going to see the tides changing with this next map between these two teams in a best of 3?
Yeah, maybe. Hook Point is the kryptonite of Disc Priests. They surely flop over on this map. However, it doesn't seem like Swapsy has the enhancement shaman available to him. Maybe lacking the Covenant or Horde or something, as he has not locked it in at all in this tournament yet. Otherwise, I would surely say this would be the map to play Turbo Cleave on. But, I mean, the small map did prove, well, it did have dividends on Nagram when they paid on that very small location last time. So, MAYHEM aren't going to be able to run away from this.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to potentially, you know, wait for their turn. They're almost going to have to duke it out, which, as we've seen, is very, very dangerous, especially if you are a hunter. If you get caught out there and you don't realistically have any support because there's been a good setup with the CC, Lithy, it's lights out very, very quickly. And as we see TY1, you know, both teams locking in the exact same composition. We know how good they are with these, and I have a feeling as though Hook Point is going to be slightly too close, too compact for MAYHEM's comfort, especially if we're going into the final game of this series.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The map is a bit too small for MAYHEM's comfort, especially going into the final game.
Yeah, probably. I mean, on the other hand, you have an elemental shaman and not enhancement, so it's not turbo running you down. You still have the opportunities to line of sight that damage, but on the other hand, of course, Swapsy, the good old lasso run around the corner trick definitely works quite well here as well. And in general, the game plan MAYHEM had on Robodrome not going to work as well, just because, as you said, small map. Not that much room, lots of more opportunity for Insanity Kill to just stick to his targets, get those big condemns in and just drive that advantage home. I'm really curious if MAYHEM can pull it off. I think they can, but it's not going to be easy.
That is very true. There's one thing that this map definitely, game number 3 in a best of 3, lower brackets, loser is dropping out. This is not going to be easy in any way, shape, or form. Gelu, if you're one of the viewers and you're watching this, what's the important point that both teams realistically need to achieve for them to succeed in this game?
MAYHEM needs to be able to get the fears off without getting them trembled. They have 2 tremors on the side of TY, and those fears are so incredibly useful for the kill condition. Need to be able to get those mind games off as well. And MAYHEM just need to not go before they lose, basically. It's a race against the clock. TY have to win on the blue bar. MAYHEM have to win on the green.
Very, very exciting times here as we move into this final game in this best of 3 series in the lower bracket between TY1 and MAYHEM. Loser drops out. Lithy, how do you feel?
I'm feeling excited. I can see a cute cat as well, so that also just makes me very happy, and we'll see if that cute cat can win another series. We'll just have to wait and see until they've dragged them out of their healing rain once again, just sitting in stealth for the first minute of the game. Classic MAYHEM.
As far as legendaries go, you can see Swapsy casting those chain heals. He is, in fact, playing that legendary that Zeepai played yesterday. Every time he chain heals, he gets an instant chain lining into an instant chain heal. So he's playing a very defensive build. He really wants to go for that mana win. Here's the opener now onto Swapsy. Not forcing too much. Using the Berserk from Tony as he really wants to try and get the pressure rolling as soon as possible. The full stun into the Raw. Not able to get the trap off there as they go for the Feral Roar instead, but the damage is instead going onto Crimsy. Desperate Prayer forced out, Barrier forced out as well, and with such big cooldowns such as Berserk being used, forcing this little is pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, Crims taking some massive damage. That is really nasty to deal with Insanity Kill with a Stormbolt. Lightning Lasso on Kazu. Good cross CC here on My Way. Ooh, Swapsy caught in a maim stun, getting some chunks taken out of him there, but for the moment seems to be fine. There we can see once again the chain heals and chain lightnings raining in that defensive advantage, trying to play that to the absolute maximum. And already you can start to see Crimson's mana bar lowering a little bit faster than Numdog's. So yeah, My Way, they kind of need to find their advantages. And with the damage on Swapsy forcing the Link here, that is one of those.
Trinket Link, there was no tremor for that fear. This is a really early Trinket Link that they have forced out of TY1. Also getting the Astral Shift from Swapsy, and it ends up, they have no defensive cooldowns for next go. They don't have Rallying Cry, they don't have Trinket Link from Numdog, and they don't have Astral Shift from Swapsy. Also using the Earthen Totem, this next go that they have is going to be huge for the side of My Way if they can negate Insanity Kill from getting that Intervene off. They look for the stun onto Swapsy, not able to land any crowd control onto Numdog yet, though. They're pushing in, they're trying to look for it, but you can't really thread the needle when they're all stacking so hard. But there it is, the trap lands. The Intervene coming into Insanity Kill, his health dropping now to that Intervene. Swapsy goes for the Fleshcraft, but it just gets interrupted. They're half raw onto Numdog, into the bash. Crimsy looking for a mind control, gets sheared on that, and he's not able to get the fear in, but he grips himself in with that legendary, gets the full swear. Swapsy coming in with the tremor now, and that was a really great push from My Way.
Yeah, the tremor was a little bit late, almost forcing Numdog to invest that Ascendance to try and top his Elemental Shaman after that big go, but Crims on point with the CC there. As you mentioned before the game, Gelu, just get those fears in there with the Disc Priest. That's gonna make and break the game. And Swapsy under pressure with the next maim stun. Nice knockback to get Tony out of there. Kazu now being swapped to big damage raining in on the Hunter. Turtle still at the ready, but he needs to be careful a little bit. And Crims, he bled like 50-60% mana in the last minute. Absolutely massive win here for TY1 on the mana game, and it is not looking good at the moment for My Way, especially with all that cleave going on. That Earthquake is sitting there beautifully, but another trap connecting on Numdog. Swapsy is in that Ancestral shell to kind of reduce the incoming damage. Tony caught in another Stormbolt, and that should be enough to defuse this situation for TY1. But Swapsy, he is not getting topped at the moment.
But at the same time, Crimsy has Door of Shadows, and he is going for a huge drink. Really good positioning from Crimsy here, but he does get stopped by the totems of Numdog and Swapsy. How are you going to avoid two totems when you're drinking, and especially when you're not on that Night Elf? Getting mana is so important, but so difficult as well. The full fear comes onto Numdog, gets tremored out by Swapsy, but Swapsy has no trinket for this next setup. A full maim goes onto Numdog. Doesn't seem like they're able to get the trap off. It looks like it may have been grounded by Swapsy. Excellent play from the side of TY1. Grounding that trap puts them so far behind on the side of My Way, and as the time goes on, their win condition is just faulting over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely massive to land those grounding totems. You can also see every now and then those earth grabs on Kazu's pets. But if I see that correctly, one pet dead on the floor, both pets dead on the floor? Kazu not being able to do any damage at the moment. He might just have to invest his turtle here to try and to get his pets back. Bubble invested from Crims to kind of stop the kill potential there on Kazu with Insanity Kills, big damage raining in. Swapsy now the target of the next maim stun from Tony. He has to shapeshift out of Cat to get away from the whole situation. And for the moment, they seem to be recovering. But Kazu, he needs his pets back. I'm really surprised that they're just leaving the arena.
I think what happened here is actually is the pet bug. It's the notorious pet bug. I've been told by Crimsy here.
I don't play Hunter. I've not heard of this pet bug.
Well,
actually,
the bug is if you feign death your pet, sometimes it just doesn't get back up again, and you can't really do anything about it.
Right. Okay. I was going to say that is
Isn't
that's
that one ages old?
Yeah,
as
I don't know.
as
It's
as a
very,
warrior
very
main.
unfortunate.
As a warrior main, I definitely I feel Kasu, because bugs like that have been in the game for ages. Oh, charge bug. You know, they really can ruin your day, especially when you're in game number 3 in a best of 3 series in the lower bracket. Someone saying in chat, Kasu's pets are still asleep from yesterday. Yeah, we woke Kasu up. Did we wake up his pets? That's the other side of things. No, I think at that point in time you were mentioning, Lithy, that you know it was interesting to see exactly what was happening. There was a lot. There was a lot of setups that My Way were going for that were getting shut down very, very quickly on the side of TY1 by Swapsy.
Yeah, those shutdowns with the lightning lasso definitely is super important. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the whole series will to what resolution will come here in a moment. But it is of course unfortunate that such a bug just kind of completely rains on your parade. That's not a nice way to end a game, especially because it's just completely out of your hands. Like literally, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
You're
and
Batman.
it's definitely not as well. I think it's one of those where, and you know, not to go too deep into it, because obviously bugs like this, you know, they always happen in games. It doesn't matter what game you are playing. There is no game realistically that is ever going to be bug free. But in a tournament, in a situation such as this, where again you're in the 3rd game in a best of 3 series in the lower bracket, Galu, and essentially the bug completely removes the damage component of your class. It's
Yeah, it's very
it can, you
unfortunate.
know, it can definitely be slightly annoying.
Yeah, this has happened to us several times, but usually there's nothing you can do about it. What's our stance on it? Are we going to the next series, or is it
Well,
replay? Or
we're currently finding out what the ruling is on that one. We're currently discussing the situation here. Obviously, it's one of those situations where there's no, you know, there's no immediate. It's not like, you know, someone disconnected or anything like that. It's obviously something that's technically out of the player's hands. So I'm sure we'll get a ruling on that very, very shortly. But I mean, you watching that game and sort of like watching how it was unfolding, it was so. I think one of the important points was obviously, and I think it was you that mentioned it, Gelu, watching Crimsy try and go for that drink and then being completely stopped by the totems coming in from TY1. Obviously, you know, you've got Swapsy, you know, you've got 2 shamans. It's going to be impossible for you to even get anywhere for a drink during that. And when you're facing up against this, your mana bar is going to be it's gold dust. And the fact you can't regenerate it has got to be a bit of a, you know, it's got to be frustrating on the side of My Way.
yeah, especially on this map, it's very difficult to get anything going. But that's when you have to. He drank at a really good time. He got a few sips off because you go to drink on your go, so they get the trap lands, the stun lands, and then you just get out of there instead of getting any pressure because you just know that you need that mana for dampening, and the cooldowns you're going to force on that go if you're in there with mind games are they're nothing compared to elongating the game with a bit more mana.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's that age old story. What's going to win, one drinky boy or one sticky boy? And it turns out the sticky boy wins every single time.
sometimes, yeah.
But yeah, we are finding out if we are going to be having a redo here, or if we are going to be moving on to the next series. As soon as we have the information, we will let everybody else know. Obviously, we just want to get confirmation on that. I don't think anybody expected for this to happen at this point. I think,
Yeah.
kind of going back to Hook Point and the map that we saw there, it definitely felt as though My Way probably had a little bit more control over kind of what they wanted to do than we expected them to, Lithia. I think a lot of us were kind of expecting something similar to happen that we saw in Nagrand Arena, but realistically that didn't actually seem to be the case on My Way. They seem to be putting a lot of pressure onto TY1 during a fair few points of that game.
Yeah, they got some really solid setup on Swapsy early on in the game, immediately forcing that trinket link, and from there on out, I think they were able to capitalize throughout the game, just ramping up that pressure on the elemental shaman and keeping TY1 on the back foot a little bit. But of course, on the other hand, you had some pretty decent swaps on Crimsy, on the priest. The mana was evaporating rapidly, so. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. A lot of pressure, yes, on TY1, but at the same time, My Way has a definite timer on their gameplay, and it can go either way. I mean, we've seen My Way pull out a beautiful setup in minute 8 and just completely murder someone in a trap fear chain. But you can also just pop Avatar, go off stance, swap the Disc Priest. If he doesn't have Paint Up or Dome, he's toast.
Yeah, exactly. It's always going to be a danger, especially in a map such as this. You know, you're not able to get as much distance as you might want. I suppose, you know, looking at both of these teams at this point, looking at what we've seen from, you know, game one and two, and you know the part of game 3 that we saw, I think this is probably, you know, safe to say at this point, Gelu, this is probably the closest two teams that we've seen so far in this tournament when it comes down to, you know, what they're actually doing and the way that the games are progressing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good series so far. Both teams are equally skilled, I think, and this matchup doesn't seem to be as one-sided as I thought. I think map is playing into it a lot. I don't think My Way should have lost on Nagrand, otherwise I think this series would be over by now. But I think the hook point is a really, really good map pick from TY1. I think My Way have to change their game plan completely to be a lot more aggressive than they were on the previous map, because you cannot just do that kiting indefinitely strat. You have to actually win before dampening, or your heal is going to be very, very
That's very true, and especially if you're facing off against Tony, who, as you mentioned, you know, he can kind of call, you know, it's okay, 30% dampening, we got this. It seems to be almost a complete, a complete sort of prediction-based system there from Tony Catmeow. Have you seen him go up to a higher dampening, or has he ever called it wrong, is what I want to know. Have you ever been there and he's gone 15% dampening and you're sat at 30% dampening going, really?
Sometimes. I think the latest one was into Shadow Priest, Mage, Druid, and he said 40% dampening would go in play, so they literally just sat behind a box for God knows how long that is, about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And they went out and won, so I mean, he was right, but that's the way it is.
So we do have a ruling here on what is happening. So obviously rules are always set before the tournament. My Way will be forfeiting this game after leaving the arena. Both teams were given the option to replay. TY1 declined the option to replay, so they will be moving forward in this series here. So TY1 are moving forward in this lower bracket. So let's take a quick look at the brackets and see exactly what that means moving forward in the tournament. So obviously, once again, this was the lower bracket. We are seeing TY1 move forward to face Win on Blue here. Obviously, the winner of that match will go on to face either Method EU or Reload Esports, and then obviously the loser of the match will go on to face either Method EU or Reload Esports as we head towards the finals. It's going to be very, very exciting to see exactly what happens here. And you know, TY will win on Blue. We spoke about the power of the jungle cleave on My Way. Obviously, for whatever reason, and for reasons that are completely out of their hands, this seems to be, this is the way it has gone at this point in time. But at the same time, very, very excited to see what's going to happen between Win on Blue and TY1, as both teams have actually been putting out some very, very good performances, Liffy.
Yeah, they also faced off against each other in their first series yesterday. So TY1 winning that one quite convincingly 2-0, but both maps were pretty close. So we might see a repeat here, because Thunder, as Gelu put it so beautifully yesterday, is a little bit of a soft counter compared to Turbo. So we'll have to see what magic swaps he can do. But of course, at this point, I also want to give big GGs and shoutouts to My Way and their play throughout the both tournament days. It's always fantastic to see the guys show up for a tournament, and they put out some absolutely impressive matches. Sad to see them go on such a frustrating game, but nonetheless, really happy that they showed up.
Yeah,
Hope to
and
see them in the
obviously,
next one as well.
Obviously, not to take away from TY1 as well, putting in some fantastic performances
Yeah,
in that series. Absolutely phenomenal. But we are getting closer and closer to this grand final, which means we're getting closer and closer to crowning a champion. And you have the opportunity to increase the prize pool that these folks are going to be earning. Using !crowdfund in the Twitch chat, you'll find out all of the information. There'll be a link to where you can donate. 100% of all donations will be going to the prize pool for the players. You can find breakdowns and such during inside that link as well. And not only that, all subscriptions made to the Method channel during this time will also add to the prize pool as well. $2.50 per subscription. So not only are you helping out this fantastic Method Mayhem tournament, but you're also giving yourself a ad-free viewing experience. You're unlocking those fantastic Method Twitch sub emotes, and you're also increasing your channel points at a higher rate than normal. But we will be taking a quick break now, and when we come back, we'll be joining some more games in the Method Mayhem EU tournament.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlik, he actually has no mana, literally zero. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, onto Paul. And this could easily be the what is that?
What? He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trigger.
Welcome back to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and it is now time for the upper brackets semi-final between Method EU and Reload Esports. This is going to be a best of 5. So we're not in the best of 3, we're best of 5 now at this point, but it is still a blind pick on Nagrand Arena. Gelu, this is the one that we've kind of been waiting for, obviously, in the matches that we know of. We know a little bit more about the brackets now at this point, but this is the one we've been looking forward to. What's your gut instinct here? Because both of these teams, very well experienced, very highly skilled. This isn't exactly a lock for who's going to win this one. What is your gut telling you?
I mean, Reload Esports, as I was saying, I think Zeepai is going to want to play. Typically, they would play the Warrior Shadow Priest of Merce and Valet with the Resto Shaman of Lontar, but I think they won't be playing Zeepai. So in that case, they might be playing some Turbo, they could be playing the Thundercleave, as we just saw from TY1, a very viable composition. On the side of Method EU, they're going to be the ones that are trying to counter this. I don't think they'll be playing the Rogue Mage. I've kind of lost interest on playing that. I think we might be seeing some Shadow Priest Mage coming out from Method EU. But, I mean, it could go either way, really. It just depends on this blind pick is quite important.
How high is the potential for Waz on the Boomkin?
Low. Very low.
Batman. Batman.
You ever just see someone's dreams torn apart on stream? This was exactly that moment. Just literally just like, oh, Waz on a Boomkin, yeah, let's go. Just immediately just thrown in the trash bin.
Watch, you can pinpoint the point, the exact moment when his heart breaks.
Yes, exactly. It's definitely interesting, to see the difference between this and a best of 3, because a blind pick in a best of 5. If you lose the blind pick, you still technically have a chance to kind of move, you still have a chance to bring it back. You don't immediately have that pressure on you. Whereas in a best of 3, the pressure is straight upon you, Lithi. Immediately you have effectively series point. Do you think that's going to play much of a part in the mind games of these two teams, or do you feel as though they are as professional as we believe them to be, and it's a case of every match is a W no matter what?
I mean, we've touched on the pressure yesterday already in these two teams. For them, it's basically just another arena match at this point, because they are year-long veterans basically. But I think the best of 5 does alleviate the pressure a little bit. You can go a little bit more for the strategic game plan. Go into the blind pick, see what's gonna happen. Just take it the way it goes, and work from there. Kind of go for counter picks once that one is through.
Yes, we're going to find out exactly what happens. We don't have the Boomkin, but we do have the Monk on Waz. It's Method EU versus Reload Esports in this upper brackets semi-final. First game of a best of 5. Let's see who takes it.
Yes, we've got the Thundercleave coming out from Reload Esports. Zeepai on the Elemental, Shaman, Merce on the Warrior, Lontar, of course, on the rest of the Shaman. And the Windwalker Mage from Method EU, no surprises here, not fielding that Rogue. We do have a go instantly on to, I don't even know who they're hitting right now. They're trying to connect onto Zeepai. They get that full sheep onto Lontar, but no one's health really drops. They stack up for the double leg sweep as they try and pile onto Merce. Doesn't drop too low in this, though. This was the combustion from Thesia, and realistically not getting too many cooldowns from that as they swap on to Zeepai now, even committing the blinding light, but they are using so many cooldowns and achieving so little so far.
Yeah, Reload Esports does have the problem, but for the moment it did look like Method EU had the problem there. Nonetheless, was staying in there with Zuen, with his images, trying to pump out as much damage as possible, and Mercy just presses parry and is completely fine. Chaz trying to go for some hodges and plays on Lontar, but doesn't really get much done. Mercy running over there, maybe for an intervene, but they are trying to retaliate the damage here. Waz is the targeted person right now with the big damage coming in from the Alley Shaman. This is looking quite rough. Needs to port out big heal though from Lontar coming from Chaz, coming in there, topping off his Monk without too many problems. And there is the big leg sweep. Maybe they can do something with this. Thesia has the combustion back ready.
Yeah, really good setup from Method EU here. The Lacy onto Merce, the Paralysis onto Ultra Problem, and the full Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Lontar, forcing out the Trinket Spirit Link and the commanding shout from the side of Reload Esports. And with no parry available, Merce could be in a lot of trouble very soon. This was the Earthen Totem as well from Reload Esports, and they're quite on the back foot here, actually. They're having to pile through all these cooldowns because this damage of the Windwalker Mage is just so absurdly high. However, Waz now, he is on the run. He's playing that Windwalker, which is still quite a squishy class when facing up against the brunt of Merce's warrior. He needs to be able to get away, or this warrior will just slap him down to size. Here is the Lightning Lasso onto Waz Walker. Merce connecting right at the end. Waz gets the teleport away, but Merce is straight on his tail. Therzia looking to try and get a setup here. Goes for the Dragon's Breath, gets Wind Sheared, goes for the Sheep. He can't quite land the Sheep. There's just too many groundlings, there's too many hexes, and Therzia managed to land that Sheep eventually, though, on Lontar. Really good blinks, and they force the parry from Merce with this, and now they're cleaving onto the Elemental Shaman.
And that parry is massive to have out of the way because Thesia's combustion is up in 10 seconds. And with that, they maybe can go for some solid damage on the warrior. But first, Waz needs to live through the Stormbolt and the follow-up damage. Gets a disarm on Mercy, though, so it should be fine for the moment. Follow-up with the Door of Shadows here from the warrior, reconnecting to the Monk. And Chaz is there as well. Gets an inline on the Holy Light. Thesia's combustion is there and popping off, but Ultra Problem doesn't seem to be all that impressed with the damage from the mage, and down goes the Monk. Mercy completely knocking him out with that avatar damage, going ham on Method EU. Reload Esports take game 1.
That was an incredible game to watch, because I don't know if Waz owes Merce some money, but Merce just would not leave him alone throughout the entirety of that match, and the pressure told towards the end there, because it was just non-stop on Waz on his Monk, and as we know, one of the weaknesses of Monks is they pump out that damage, but they're still pretty squishy, Gelu.
Yeah, I mean, he got sacked right at the end, but it seems like he maybe either not playing that 100% sack or just died on the same global that the ability was activated, because he just got chunked down instantly. Chaz thought he was fine, he hit the sack, he still had Blessing Protection left, he had wings, but Waz Walker is just on the floor, and that is the problem with Windwalker Monks. They are a very squishy class if you can manage to connect to them.
Yeah, it was always going to be a struggle, especially when you're facing up against a class like Merce on his warrior, where, you know, one of the best things about a Monk is that they can move around the arena fairly quickly. And the problem is, one of the classes that is quicker, maybe than any other class about moving around the arena, is the warrior, especially if they're playing Venthier with that Door of Shadows as well. And eventually it told by the end there, Liffy.
Yeah, the warrior just has a good chunk of mobility, and especially Mercy just catching up to Waz every time he poured it out. Super, super important to keep the pressure up, because that is the name of the game for the warrior, especially if you're playing Venthier. Uptime, 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 and then you put so much pressure, especially on a Windwalker, who is fairly squishy, and especially Waz in this case playing with the Dampen Magic. The diffuse magic talent, not really opting to go for the defensive against melee attacks, but more against the ghost from the Elemental Shaman. Maybe paid for that to not have Dampen Harm or the passive 10% damage reduction against Mercy, but nonetheless, yeah, the uptime is absolutely massive.
I want to point out it was and it's just disappeared then, but we had Zeepai and Thesu were almost on the exact same damage done during that match there. That was aesthetically pleasing to see both of those bars on details lined up pretty much perfectly. And Waz actually was doing the most amount of damage, and we've mentioned just how potent these monks can be. Unfortunately, they can end up being a little bit squishy. Do you think we'll see a change up here, Lithy, or do you feel as though Waz might stick on that monk potentially to see if he can get just that one moment where he can absolutely open up on somebody on Reload Esports? And we've seen what these monks can do, tearing players to shreds.
I think for now Method EU is going to stick to that monk mage, kind of try and see where they can go with this. It's not like this is the first time they're playing against Reload Esports. On the other hand, of course, Zeepai a little bit new to the team on this tournament, so a little bit of a unknown factor going into this matchup. But nonetheless, Method EU are really good on this Windwalker Fire Mage, and they definitely have pulled out some wins against Reload Esports with that comp. Just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, worst case, they can just fall back to RMP, right? And just completely ruffle stomp someone. But for now, I think they'll stick to the pump.
I mean, I think one of the dangers RMP can sometimes be a little bit sketchy when you're going, especially when you're going up against the composition that Reload Esports are putting out at this point in time. Gelu, do you think we'll see a change in match number 2 here between these two teams in a best of 5, or are we going to see?
I don't think there'll be any composition changes. I think Shatter is very poor into this. Thunder is very good into Shatter. You have a lot of interrupts to shut down the Mage, a lot of interrupts to shut down the Shatter Priest, and get a lot of damage rolling with that. Also, a Warrior into a Shatter Priest is not too great. Also, RMP is kind of hard to execute. There's two... You're facing an Orc team, so the stun locks aren't very long. You have a Warrior with Intervene. You have the Shamans that just have double grounding, double wind shear, and they're Orc, so you can't really get much going there. And also, this death from Waz was a little bit fluky. I mean, they're playing Thunder, so every death's a bit, oh, he's dead. I've pressed Earth Shock. You press Condemn. Like, cut clap. But, like, you know, every death is like that when you face Thunder, right? Like, it's all just a little bit random. It's a little bit coordinated, but it's kind of what you expect when you face this comp. So
as a warrior main,
good old Casino Shaman, right?
As a warrior main, I take that to heart. Pressing Condemn is very difficult. Okay, you've got to know just how hard to press it so that they die. That's the important thing.
Right. Are you telling me you have not bought a double base foot pedal to bind your Condemn to?
No, scroll wheel. Just scroll wheel all day for Condemn. That's all it is.
Okay.
No, it's.
Okay,
I mean,
fair enough.
You know, very, very good point in that anytime you're going up against this sort of Thunder, it's very much a case of, you know, it can come, a kill can come out of absolutely anywhere at any point. And, you know, do we feel as though Ashamane's fall is going to play a part in this, Lithy? Because it's a relatively small map. It's smaller than people give it credit for. Do we think this is going to potentially play a part in the tactics from the two teams?
I think it's definitely gonna help. It's a little bit bigger in the sense that you can pour it out and kite away on the monk a little bit more than on the Grant. Especially from one of the small pillars to the big cat statue, things like that. And you can't always catch up as the warrior, and even if you do, you can maneuver yourself in a really uncomfortable position sometimes, especially if Thesia is able to follow up on the Fire Mage, given they're going for the Fire Mage Windwalker again, of course. So I like this map pick. It's not an all-to-win map for Method EU, but I think it's definitely better.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams react to that game. Number one, obviously, we're seeing Reload Esports picking the exact same composition we expect. You know, we expect them to pick there. And I think Lontar, definitely, we're talking a lot about Zeepai, we're talking a lot about Merce on the Shaman and the Warrior, respectively. But, you know, you mentioned it yesterday, Lithy, just the skill and the level of, the level of talent that Lontar has on this healing role cannot be understated.
Yeah, absolutely. Lontar is a phenomenal healer and definitely one of the pillars of his team. But on the other hand, you can basically say the same about Chaz. Absolutely fantastic player, amazing healer, and just as important to Method EU's success as Lontar is to the success of Reload Esports. So, I don't know. I can't really decide which way the series is gonna go. I'm a bit surprised with the result of the first game already. So yeah,
It's gonna be interesting, and looking. You mentioned there, obviously, you can't sleep on Chaz on the side of Method EU. When you get to this sort of stage, Galu, this level of experience, this level of skill between these teams, would you say that realistically the healer is kind of the one that makes or breaks these teams, because they have to know exactly when, to use their cooldowns, they have to be able to respect, what the other team is doing. Would you say that is kind of the backbone of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, healing is very, very important. You're only as good as your healer usually because he's the person that's keeping you alive. I think there's a lot more good DPS players than there is good healers, and that's really showing the amount of competitive teams there are. There's always a starve for healers at the top ratings. Is why you always see the same healers, but you always see different DPS coming in on various different teams. But the healers are generally always keeping the same. Speaking of keeping the same, they're playing the same comp again. Windwalker, Fire Mage, Holy Paladin. Not surprised about this. Do think this is their best pick again, as long as they don't get that fluky death coming in, as they were forcing a lot of cooldowns last match. Even.
yeah. And kind of to come back to the healer point a little bit, we've seen that one extensively with the Blastwave Bros throughout the circuit. Because they sadly lost their healer kind of after the first weekend or two, and had to play the rest of the circuit rounds, just kind of alternating between every single one of the DPS players just going for that healer role every now and then, and you can really see what a experienced healer, or basically a healer main, does for an arena team and the general performance. So really impressive to see the difference there. But yeah, I'm with you on that prediction, Galu. Method U definitely with a solid comp and a solid game plan here. I'm curious to see if they can pull it off.
It's going to be interesting, especially going into game number 2 of this best of 5 in the upper bracket semi-finals between Method EU and Reload Esports. Reload Esports, of course, taking game number 1 with that kill on Waz. Are we potentially going to see are we going to see a different result here? There's only one way to find out, Lithy, and that's to have these two teams do battle in Ashamane's Fall.
Yep, one way it is. It is not my way, because those guys sadly left the tournament already, but it is probably the Method to the win here. And was already connecting on Ultra Problem. Let's see how long that Shaman can stay alive.
Yeah, I'm surprised to go for the Windwalker here rather than swapping on to the Warrior Mage Paladin. Being able to connect to that Shaman and having the uptime of Warrior would be very, very beneficial, along with the tankiness it has as well. But they're sticking with the Windwalker for this more setup-based composition. They go for the double leg sweep here, don't really force too much. Getting the crowd control from Thesia. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, looking for something off. Does it get Storm Bolt? It doesn't have Trinket yet either, using that Trinket very early on. And these Hexes are devastating to Thesia. 2 Shamans, 2 Hexes, and no Dispels to the side of Method EU. So Thesia's going to be crowd controlled quite a lot in this matchup. Turning the pressure over to Chaz now. The pet stun coming onto him as they turn the pressure onto Waz as well. Everyone is just getting completely dominated on the side of Method EU. Damage is flying left and right, but they seem to be holding on to their cooldowns so far.
Yeah, and Waz this time around actually going for the Dampen Harm talent instead of Diffuse Magic, respecting that Mercy damage, but he is still under fire with that Polymorph and Mercy. He has a little bit of a breather, but Chaz does have to invest the wings here. Sack already on cooldown. He has a bob if necessary, and Thesia is getting in there with the combustion, forcing out the Link and the Ascendants. But no problem, he's still dropping low. Waz has his cooldowns running. Sven and Images are just pumping damage into the Shaman here at the moment. And Mercy, he has the Avatar ready. Now he's looking to turn it around on Waz. The Windwalker is trying to get away, poured out. Mercy disarmed, not gonna look for the follow, gets a slow on Chaz, and is now slowly but surely reconnecting on Waz. But now he is around that corner, maybe an uncomfortable position to be in, but Thesia, lucky for him, does not have the combustion ready. So yeah, Mercy dipping out once again without too many issues, and Chaz mana, that is completely gone.
Yeah, Chaz, you okay there, buddy? It's been 2 minutes and you are completely tapped. He has less mana than Lontar is missing, which is just absolutely absurd. It's only been 2 minutes 30 into this game, and Chaz is almost completely tapped. He's going to be looking for a drink very, very soon. The damage coming in from Reload Esports, that cleave strategy, just seems to be completely unhealable for Chaz. He's going to try and sit down for a drink very soon, but there's 2 totems on the side of Reload Esports. He shouldn't be able to get too much. He's looking for it here. He's managing to sit down, instantly stopped by the Cap totem into the Earthbind, and that causes a little setup onto Waz as well. The Stormbolt connecting onto him does seem to be fine for now as he tries to duck out of line of sight, getting healed up by Chaz. But once again, Chaz just has no mana. They're not letting him drink at all. Maybe this go with the sheep onto Lontar will allow him to get it. Ultra Problem put into the in-cap, but once again stopped on the drink, but he's getting a little bit of mana back here. So Method EU are back in the game.
Yeah, taking some sips here while Mercy has that Avatar running. Double Fear on Thesia and Waz. Maybe some big damage on the Windwalker, but Waz is able to kite away, and Chaz got a pretty decent chunk of mana back there, about 50%. That is going to carry them a little bit further into the game, but of course, that mana bar is going to be depleting quite fast once again. Thesia caught up in a Stormbolt, the Hex follow-up, and Waz once again in the Lightning Lasso open field, caught and knocked down, but there's the Zuen, the Images, the counter pressure, Ultra Problem immediately popping that Astral to stay alive, and he kind of resist through the damage coming in. Lontar in another polymorph, really uncomfortable situation, grounding for the backup CC denial there on his Shaman, but Ultra Problem is dropping lower and lower. The combustion is coming in as well. This might just be the end for Reload Esports. Lontar gets a big inline with the counter spell from Thesia. He did not see that one coming, and Method EU just claim that victory without too many issues here. Well played by them.
They were able to force the victory there when it was looking so grim for them after 2 minutes, with Chaz being as low on his mana as he was. But Method do tie up the series 1-1 in the best of 5 upper bracket semi-final. Gelu, that was looking really, really bad for Method for a large portion of that match, and they were able to turn the pressure around, and we saw just how much damage Waz can do on that Monk when his cooldowns are running and he is able to unleash those fists upon the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, the damage of Zuen is absolutely insane. That's one of the benefits of this comp, is when you get those cooldowns, you are absolutely hammering through. They forced so much on that crowd control chain with the Zoo and with the Combust. But it's getting there multiple times is the problem. But they managed to squeeze out, allowing Chaz to get the drinks, the sheep onto Lontar, the Paralyze on to Ultra Problem there, allowing them to get the drinks off. Because without getting those drink setups, then this game would have ended about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, and, you know, it was mentioned there that the amount of mana that Chaz has left was less than the amount that was missing on the side of Lontar. But, you know, getting that drink, and, you know, you mentioned it, Elithy, it wasn't a full drink. It wasn't just, you know, back to 4 mana and I'm ready to go. But it was just enough to keep them in that game long enough for them to secure the victory. And I think, you know, it's very, very important to talk about just how, you know, how little drinks aren't necessarily going to, you know, they're not going to be massively game-changing, but they give you just enough to add that little bit of extra pressure that potentially tips the game in your favor.
Yeah, they definitely let you just prolong the game as much as possible, and let's be quite honest, 50% mana, almost 60% against double Shaman on Asher mains, that's pretty much a full drink in my book. So Chaz getting a bit lucky there, and of course his team doing a great job putting on the pressure. So yeah, Chaz can just sit there in the back, alleviating all that incoming damage as much as possible. And yeah, in the end, it paid off. And as you prophesied, Gallo basically was don't die to the random one shots. I think Dampenharm did a great job for Waz this time around to kind of negate that kill potential every now and then, and they just pulled out the win.
Yeah, I mean, moving on to Hook Point here as well, we know this is a very, very close, it's a very compact map. You said at the start of that previous match, the match number 2, Gallo, that you were surprised to see Waz still on that Monk. Do you feel as though we are going to see Waz on the Monk again, or is this the map that causes the change?
I mean, the thing with the Monk is it's so very squishy. That's one of the reasons that Chaz was going so fast, because he was just taking so much damage to the face. If you have a warrior there, it's a little bit more tanky, it's a bit more durable, and you still have a lot of damage. However, you don't have the insane burst that the monks have. On this map, they're going to have to play all in. You're not going to be able to get any drinks on Chaz. There's the double shaman totems are going to be preventing that, so they're going to pick the same composition. They're just going to have to go complete pedal to the metal. They're going to have to absolutely bang it out very fast, or Chaz is going to go and there'll be no recovery.
Yeah, and they've done exactly that. They've gone with a Windwalker Monk again on Waz. Obviously, this is a best of 5, so this isn't series point. Obviously, we will have at least 2 more games after this one, but this is potentially a big turning point, because if Reload Esports are able, obviously, to win this one, that then does put a lot of pressure on Method EU, Lithy, to potentially think, do we want to change this up because the Monk necessarily isn't working for us, or do they want to continue to roll the dice? And we've seen just how powerful the Monk can be, but it's a risky strategy.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a certain amount of risk involved in arena, whatever you play. So I'm with Gelu. I do like the warrior a little bit more, but I think Method EU definitely has the potential to just pull through with the Fire Mage Windwalker, because for me it's not really a comp difference that's making and breaking the game here, because if you play your cards right as Windwalker Fire Mage, you have massive damage. You have those setups with the CC chains from Thesia, who is doing an incredible job with those Dragon's Breath polymorphs. Even got that inline on Lontar that won them the game last time around. So there is just so much opportunity for Method EU to just outplay their enemy, and as long as that is a factor, that you can just play better than the enemy and just win, I think we won't see a comp swap anytime soon.
Yeah, and again, Reload Esports picking the exact same comp. We know just how powerful that can be. Gello, your predictions for this match, how do you feel it's going to go? You mentioned that, Method EU are kind of going to have to put pedal to the metal for this one. Do you feel as though it's going to work out for them on a small map like Hook Point, or do you feel as though it's going to cause more of a struggle?
I mean, if they can just completely Johnny Rambo in, I think the Method EU can take it. But they might have to make Reload and choke a little bit to get that victory before they go I'm going to give this one to Method EU, to be honest. I think they can bring out the tempo, and I think they can bring it home.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out on Hook Point in game number 3 of a best of 5 series in the upper bracket semi-finals. Method EU, Reload Esports tied at 1-1. Lithy, this one's going to go either way.
Yeah, we're getting hooked on this series by now. Latest point with this map, and immediately Earth Grab Totem coming in there on Waz and Chaz around the corner. Mercy able to connect before getting slowed, and they just completely leave him in the dust. Chaz gets a nice hodge on Lontar, followed up with the Ring of Frost, but a beautiful wall banner from Mercy is gonna cut that C chain short early on in the game, and that kind of opens up Reload Esports to not dip out of too many defensives here in the opener.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate with that war banner, meaning that they don't really force anything in the opener other than their own Paladin's Hand of Sacrifice. Method EU are on the defensive, and they really need to be the team that's initiating. They really need to be the team that is going, and here is the go. Double leg sweep onto the DPS, in cap onto Lontar. Thezia just bumping off with his combustion there. The full CS onto Lontar, but they're not really forcing too many cooldowns with that extended chain, getting the Trinket Astral Shift from Zeepai in the beginning of the CC chain, and that's pretty good. We still got Zuin on from Waz, and that next combustion that comes up from Thezia might be some trouble. Here is the CDs, though. Waz getting that counter pressure, the full Ring of Frost onto Lontar, the Zuin from Waz, also the Karma. He's trying to turn this defensive situation into an offensive one, and Ultra Problem is just dipping so low. There is his Ancestral Garden. Can they go through? They get the link off just in time. Trinket link from Lontar.
And the Ascendants again as well. Everything and the kitchen sink being thrown as his team at the moment from Lontar, and it seems to work out for the moment. Of course, Thezia had to shrink that Stormbolt in the very first opener, so that one not available. Maybe Reload can capitalize on that one, but for the moment, it is not looking likely. Nice Ring of Frost here that Waz completely abuses to just kite out Mercy here, also freezing up that Earth Elemental. With that one out of the way, they are going to be very happy. And now getting back in on on Zeepai here with the Windwalker, but Waz taking some big hits. That's the random Elemental Shaman damage flying in there. Really not something you want to deal with, but the leg sweep into the images. Waz is popping off, trying to get some big damage across, but Zeepai is not impressed at all. Tries to get that Hex through. Doesn't quite happen. There's the combustion from Thezia. Maybe they can get a kill off that one, but it does not look like it. Full Hex lands on the mage, and that completely shuts down that go. I think the combustion even got purged off there at the start as well, and Waz, he is getting cleaved like crazy because Mercy is having none of it.
This was a huge blunder from Method EU. This was their time to win with this combustion, but they pulled it too early. They had no crowd control on Lontar, and now Ultra Problem has his trinket back to negate the next go. If they just held onto it, made that go a little bit cleaner, that could have easily be the end of the game. But now Method EU are on the back foot. Chaz trying to get a drink now. He's getting a few sips. They can't seem to get the totems onto him just in time. He's got about half mana now. They're still in the game for that next Zuin, but once again, that Zuin is such a long cooldown that they get all their CDs back. They need to be able to force those trinkets with the Zuin, force those spirit links with the Zuin, and then finish off the combustion. But they kind of failed it on the last go, so they're going to have another go at it now. The Zuin will be coming up very soon. They need to be able to force Lontar's trinket, they need to be able to force Ultra Bob's trinket, and here they go. Trigger is being pulled. Full Hodge onto Lontar. Can they follow up with anything? No. Beautiful pills from Merce. The double fear and the pummel onto Thezia. The sheep lands now. Here comes the Zuin. They're trying to get some offensive pressure onto Ultra Problem. He kites into Lontar, trying to break that sheep with the Zuin, but he gets Ring of Peace away, forcing the trinket from Ultra Problem. Is this unhealable damage? It could potentially be. The Astral Shift comes in. The Combust is popped as well, but Lontar, he's sitting easy. He's just healing through it without even having to use his trinket.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Lontar and Reload Esports. They invested the wall there from Zeepai, and that was enough to completely shut out that go from Method EU. But Waz now is the one under fire. Lightning Lasso hit him there open field, and he got cleaved hard for that one. Big shields on Ultra Problem here for the moment, and Waz has to pull out for the moment. Thezia supporting with that Ring of Frost to kind of keep the enemy at bay. But for the moment, doesn't seem all that well rosy. Is that even a thing in English? It is in German. I don't even know at this point anymore. But they are forcing Chaz's bubble with that big Stormkeeper damage from Zeepai. Beautifully played and almost completely shutting out Chaz here. This is not looking good for Method EU at the moment, Galu. Not at all.
Nah, Method, you are definitely on the back foot. They have no cooldowns from Chaz. They have no Ice Block on Thezia, and it is Waz is taking a brunt of the damage. But here is the reverse pressure. The full sheep is on Lontar. Ultra Problem does seem to be sitting fine, though. They're forcing the Karma on from Waz Walker with the Hex onto Chaz. Here's the combustion, the double leg sweep onto Ultra Problem and Merce. Dragon's Breath onto Lontar. Astral Shift forced out from Ultra Problem. I don't think they can force any more here. There is no cooldowns up from Thezia, no cooldowns from Waz Walker, but he is getting that Zoon in 10 seconds. And without the Astral Shift to trade, can Ultra Problem live through it? They do have the Spirit Link available, but that is some huge cleave damage from the Zoon, and the Spirit Link might be a little bit detrimental. Chaz taking a lot of damage here, though, put into the Lightning Lasso. He is completely Method EU are running on fumes. Do they have what it takes to swing this back?
I mean, they do have Zuen, and they do have Thesia's Combustion coming up in about 40 seconds, so there is a definite timer on a Reload Esports. Esports is survival here for the moment, but first Method needs to stay in the game and just stay alive, because as you mentioned, Gelu, no mana on Shaz, no HP on Shaz, because Mercy is in there with the Condemns, and as well as Zepai with that Echoing Shock just completely taking him out. And with that, Reload Esports is most likely gonna move on here with 2 points advancing to match point. Yep, there it is. Game over. GG's.
That was an incredible game to watch, simply to see the mana bar difference between Chaz and Lontar during that entire game. Gelu, you mentioned that Method EU needed to come out all guns blazing. They did exactly that, but when it didn't work out, they were immediately on a timer, and that timer was the little blue bar just below Chaz's health bar.
Yeah, I mean, I could pinpoint the exact point where they had lost. They forced all the cooldowns with Zuin. They had Combust coming back up from that Kindling and Firestarter. And then they blow the Combust before the crowd control lands on Lontar. So the Combust ends up getting nothing. They get their trinkets back on Zepai, they get trinkets back on Lontar, and then after that you're just in a cat and mouse situation of force cooldowns of Zuin, try and finish with Combust. Force cooldowns of Zuin, try and finish with Combust. But they just went eventually, and they didn't have enough time to do it.
Yeah,
and also the double Shamans. The double Shamans being really effective there against Thesia, just purging that Combust every single time. I don't think he got more than 1 or 2 off in that whole game that really did some decent damage, because it always was almost instantly dispelled.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, does Lontar walk around these arenas with some sort of mana drip? Because where does his mana come from? Because obviously we know that, we always know that the Shaman is also going to be beat the mana race between the Paladin, but watching that there, it almost looked as if Lontar just had 100% mana the entire time. It was a bit ridiculous to see, Lithy, and again, I think that is, that's indicative of exactly some of the issues that are going to face Method EU on this composition late game.
I mean, it's a mix of composition and map choice here, because you have an Elemental Shaman that can just put out constant damage with massive spikes in between, and you have Mercy on the Warrior just sticking to the targets and just completely executing them in the most literal sense of the game. And with that, it's just so much healing, especially on a Windwalker and a Mage, that Chaz needs to put out to keep his team alive. Which is completely fine, because you have that massive burst with the Zuen, with the images, with the combustion. If you play those goals right, you don't really have to worry about the mana if you play it properly. But in this matchup, especially on the small map, there was just so much healing that Chaz needed to do, and they were not able to find those proper goals on Reload Esports. So yeah, that timer was ticking down pretty fast, and win conditions for Method EU not really kicking in.
Yeah, and as we wait for the map choice here, I just want to give a shout out to Sko in the channel, obviously subscribing to the Method channel. Not only does he now have an ad-free viewing experience and the Method Twitch sub emotes unlocked, but he's also added to the prize pool. So the prize pool is partially crowdfunded by you folks in the community. You can use !crowdfund to get a link to the site to donate, where you can increase the prize pool for these players here, but also any subscription to the Method channel during the tournament will add to that prize pool as well. So not only do you get all those benefits, but you're also helping support the tournament. So make sure you are checking that out there as we check out Tolvaron Arena. An interesting choice here. Obviously, we're looking at series point for Reload Esports. They are up 2-1 in this best of 5, Galu. What do you make of this choice?
I mean, it's a big map. It's going to allow Chaz to drink pretty consistently, which is very good. You can't really weave those totems behind the pillars too effectively as you can on hook point. It also allows the Windwalker to teleport to safe space, so he's going to be able to reset, get his Zuins back without taking too much damage. So I really like this map choice from Method EU. And to touch on the mana point, as some people in the chat were saying, is because Zeepai is also playing with this legendary, the Chain Heal legendary. So every time he Chain Lightnings, he gets a free Chain Heal, and he just keeps doing it over and over again. You Chain Lightning into Chain Heal, into Chain Lightning into Chain Heal, and he just doesn't have to, Lomda doesn't have to use any mana really. Also, the damage from Waz and Thesia is only burst damage. Outside of burst damage, the consistent damage is pretty horrendous because they're just running away, trying to peel, so Lonta's not having to heal anything. And Paladins got unbelievably giga nerfed. Their mana got completely flushed down the toilet last patch, so they just go oob very, very fast compared to any other healer at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, the difference is fairly obvious, but I do want to point out on hook point there, though, it definitely felt as though Chaz's mana was lasting longer than it did on the previous map. So whether or not they changed something up or they effective, they're a little bit more effective in, some of their tactics getting away from some of the damage sources. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see a slight change on Tolvaron because we do see Reload Esports locking in at that same comp there. Will we see the same comp from Method EU at this point, Lithy? Do you feel as though they're still feeling confident? And as I say,
yes.
Can you tell me? No, it looks as though they've done the exact same thing. Tolvaron Arena is a lot more open. Do you think that potentially is going to help someone like Waz, move about the map? We do know that Mercy is very, very solid at chasing him on that warrior, but on a map that's a little bit more open, does this give Waz more room to play with?
Oh, definitely. Waz can kite back a lot more. As Gelo mentioned, the teleports into safe space are a lot more effective because you can bridge a lot of distance in an instant. And also, Gelo touched on it already. Chaz going for more drinks, definitely possible. But the thing you have to watch out here for, as you mentioned, the mana for the Paladin getting completely evaporated early on. Yes, that happened in both Game 2 and Game 3, but I don't think that is going to be any different here on Tolvaron, but we might see some more opportunities for Chaz to just sit back, regenerate some mana. Thesia and Waz just kite even more to negate that damage coming in, so it might be a little bit more comfortable for Method EU playing on this map. At the same time, getting caught out open field against an Ellie Shaman, gotta be quite honest, it's never comfortable, especially because they've been sitting on Zeepai the whole time, the last 2 games already. If he can position himself properly out in open field, make it really miserable for Waz and Thesia to get away from the whole situation, maybe even draw Chaz out into the open to heal his team, might be really uncomfortable positions and spots that Method EU can find themselves in.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how risky it was with Kazu on his Hunter getting caught out. I definitely feel as though it's a scarier situation for Waz on his Monk, because we've spoken at length at just how powerful they are with their cooldowns. But outside of that, they then become target number 1 for the enemy team, Galu.
Yeah, I mean, Monks are very, very squishy, but hopefully on this map he'll be able to teleport some of those Storm Bolts as well. Teleport's going to be pretty close to where they're playing. I mean, I really, really like this map pick from Method EU. I think this is the perfect map for kiting as a Windwalker or a Mage. So I'm honestly expecting Method EU to win this one, unless they die too early while they still have cooldowns. But I think if it's an even head-to-head game, I think Method EU will take this one so far.
Yeah, it's definitely all to play for as we move into game number 4 of this best of 5 series in the upper bracket semi-final between Method EU and Reload Esports. Match and series point for Reload Esports if they are able to win it, and they will advance to the grand final. The loser, if it is Method EU at this point, will drop down to that lower bracket. Let's find out exactly what happens as we start the game on Tolvaron Arena.
Yeah, it is pressure time, at least on a Method EU here. And Waz trying to connect there immediately gets shot out there, and the Earth Elemental coming in as well. And you can see those lava bursts flying in from Zipai immediately. So, some solid damage to start off the game on Waz. Thesia gets hit by a lightning twice. That's an uncomfortable position to be in, but his Triumvirate Legendary does quite some work here for him throughout this early game. Ultra Problem now the target once again, and we'll see how well they can go for those CC chains on Lontar, who expertly crafts some flash to get around that mage CC there.
Yeah, really good plays here from Lontar and Thesia. Thesia melding the Hex, faking out the Flesh Craft, gets the Dragon's Breath, but gets stopped anyway. Hammer of Justice connecting from Chaz onto Lontar, and that will force out Ultra Problems, Astral Shift, and Trinket with the exchange of using Combustion and Zuan. And once again, we're going to have to try and farm this Combustion back before Ultra Problem gets his Trinket. Unfortunately, not getting Lontar's CDs here, so they're going to have to force those as well next go, but the pressure's on Thesia right now to try and get his Combustion back as soon as possible so they can keep forcing CDs before his teammate Waz is taken out. Waz in the lasso right there, Thesia into the Hex. They're just doing these rotational lasso Stormbolt goes, trying to wane Chaz's mana as hard as possible. And he is currently sitting at 60%, and it's only 2 minutes in once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, not a good time for Chaz, and the Paladin is bleeding blue quite literally. Thesia once again caught into a full Hex. Waz and the Lightning Lasso Stormbolt on Chaz. Big damage coming in on Method EU. Can they survive this one? It does look like they can pull out of that scary situation. Waz also has the Karma still at the ready if necessary, but Ultra Problem, he gets swapped to big damage on the Shaman. The Windwalker stepping up to the plate, but Lontar with the Earthen Wall Totem is gonna defuse the situation a little bit. And Chaz tried to go for a drink, but had to dip out once again to heal Waz back up. And now, sitting on 40%, almost 30% mana, this is not looking good for Method EU.
Yeah, Method EU not recognizing their win conditions in this game, it seems, as they did use their leg sweep there, quite a long cooldown, without you having the Combust ready. So now Ultra Problem, once again, he's going to be getting his Trinket back. He's got an Astral Shift back for the next go. And they really need to make use of these windows where he doesn't have that. They need to split up their cooldowns, force it with the Zuin, finish with the Combust, but they just pulled to the trigger a little bit too early, so the game's basically reset for them on an offensive front, although now they have no mana. So here is the leg sweep go, expertly war-mannered by Merce, and that is another huge detriment to Method EU, as this is the Zuan, and they don't really seem to be getting too much pressure with it. Lontar just healing through with that Earthen Totem, and this is not what you want to be seeing when you pop the Zuan, forcing only a 1-minute cooldown of Earthen Totem. That is really, really painful to see for Method EU, as they are now on the run once again. Waz without that Karma, Chaz without that mana, and it's not looking great for Method EU so far.
Absolutely not. Mercy's war banners are just devastating. It's really cool to see that warrior step up massively in this matchup. And with them on match point, you definitely want those big plays in your game, on your team especially. But for now, it is definitely the Zipai, the one that is taking some big hits. Was getting swapped to, though, has to port out because Chaz is sitting in the back of the arena, going for that big sip, getting back to full mana. But Thesia, he has to bleed some HP for that one, but that's completely fine. They don't care. They got their mana back. They completely reset the match at 4.5 minutes just before heading into dampening, and that is super important because now they can actually play the mana game versus Lontar.
Yeah, they traded Thesia's Ice Block for that huge drink. I just hope that doesn't come back to bite them later on. as Thesia may be... Well, he's not really the main target in this matchup, so it's not too bad. But it's Ultra Problem taking the brunt of the damage so far. No combustion from Thesia yet, though. And no CDs from Waz either, so this shouldn't really force too much. A Dragon's Breath onto Lontar. Thesia going for those sheeps, gets Windshield, put into another Hex. These Hexes are so painful for Thesia. He cannot get out of them, and there is two. Lontar now into the full sheep, but Ultra Problem there is... Well, he's just escaping, really. He doesn't get put into the leg sweep just yet, and there it is. There's a leg sweep. The combust from Thesia. This is a really great go. Combust from Thesia, forcing the Astral Shift and the Trigger from Ultra Problem. And that means that next go, they have the Zuan.
Yeah, that was a massive setup. Chaz riding in on his steed to bring the hammer down on Lontar. Beautifully played, so no purges available for that combustion. And they did net themselves the Astral Shift from Zipai and a good chunk of his health bar, and they are bringing him down even further now, even getting the Spirit Link from Lontar. Hodge follow-up on the healer. Maybe they can still capitalize on that one with some big damage, but you can see Zuen standing at the side there in that Earthgrab Totem, beautifully succeeded by the Shaman as well. That is taking a good chunk of damage away from the Windwalker, but at the moment it is Mercy, the one getting targeted. Ultra Problem also getting cleaved down. Was dropping himself, though Saved by the Light is proccing. Chaz will have an opportunity to top his Monk off while Waz kites away, but Mercy reconnecting, Death charging him behind him. That's not looking good for the Windwalker. Mercy going hard on that Door of Shadows, just getting in there, trying to put on as much pressure as possible, but that is an uncomfortable situation, and he trades his die by the sword for that one. Beautiful ring, Soch behind the line of sight, but Lontar is there to dispel it. Lucky for him.
Method EU eagerly looking at this Battle Master dropping from Merce. They have an excellent kill condition right now. They have Combust. There is no trinkets from the side of Reload Esports. As long as they can keep the Waz alive, they are in an excellent place to take this game. The Incap onto Ultra Problem, the Dragon's Breath ring onto Lontar. Can they connect to Ultra Problem with this combustion? Thesia, he pops the combustion. He can't get the resheep though. Gets interrupted by Ultra Problem. The Ultra Time comes out from Thesia trying to prevent that purge on his combust, but it doesn't look like it's doing enough damage. There comes the Earthen Totem and the Hex onto Thesia. Oh no, this had to be it. That had to be the win for the side of Method EU, and now the cooldowns are coming back up for Reload Esports. More like Rotate Esports, because they just always have something for every single go. The full sheep onto Lontar now. Can they make anything happen? Zooing coming up in 10 seconds. It's 20% dampening. It might get to the point where it's a little bit out-healable for Lontar. We just have to see when Waz wants to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Chaz once again fairly low on mana, so that definitely can become a problem for Method EU quite soon. Of course, we are in dampening by now, 20% on the board, almost at 8 minutes. So we'll just keep an eye on that while Chaz gets absolutely hammered by Mercy. He got disarmed though, so a little bit more comfortable space for Chaz for a few seconds there. But once again, reconnecting on Waz. Mercy gets in there, nice intervene on his Shaman to get some damage away from that whole situation. Nice flashcraft from Lontar there against the Ring of Frost, and you can see the lava bursts flying all across the platform there. Chaz also using that Divine Toll to get some heals in. Actually mounting up to get away from Mercy there, but already off that Tiger once again. Thesia with the combustion, maybe they can get something here. Big leg sweep here on Ultra Problem. The Astral Shift is in there. Nice Ring of Peace to interrupt the cast there. Thesia looking for that next polymorph, but is forced into the ice block with that Stormbolt from Mercy. So it did not bite them earlier using that ice block for the big drink, but now it is gone once again, and I'm gonna be quite honest with you, Galu, here. That one is not coming back off cooldown because Chaz is getting hammered right now.
Yeah, it looks like Method EU are going to start crumbling now unless they can finish off Ultra Problem in this CC chain. Lontar being very greedy still, not trading out his Trinket Link for this, only using Ultra Problem's Battle Master as they try to reverse the pressure onto Waz, who still has Karma defensively. However, he's really low on offensive cooldowns. They need to try and drag this game out a little bit longer. Chaz lacking mana and 30% into dampening. It's going to be pretty hard to heal with this warrior just sitting hot on his heels. They don't want to sheep him yet. They want to sheep him for the ghost, prevent that intervene. They can't really afford to peel Chaz, and here is that go I was talking about. The full stun into Ring on Lontar, the full sheep onto Mercedes that gets trinketed out so he can actually intervene his teammate Ultra Problem. The counterspell onto Ultra Problem. There's no trinket on Merce now, so he cannot peel the next go. And if Chaz, this drink is so huge for Method EU, they're actually going to be back into the game as long as Waz does not drop down here through his karma. Next go could be actually really, really big for Method EU.
Yeah, massive drink, and once again, trading out those defensives for that mana bar might be paying off for Method, but of course they maneuver themselves into a little bit of a risky situation. We'll see in a little bit if that trade pays off. Whereas dropping low now, though, with a push on Zuen, and they completely take out Zipai on the Shaman, no mercy whatsoever. Ultra Problem is definitely what Reload Esports had there right now. Method EU pull the series back 2-2.
Yes, we are taking this to a game 5 in the upper bracket semi-finals between Method EU and Reload Esports. Once again, another different game for us. We were kind of seeing Method EU a little bit on the back foot for a long period of that match there, but in the end, they were able to line up their cooldowns in a very, very, in a very nice way to take out Zipai on his Shaman there. You can see Waz Walker on the damage meters there, just absolutely dominating over everybody else, and also taking the most amount of damage from Method EU in that sort of time period as well. Lithy, a game like that, we were expecting realistically to see Method EU sort of run out of steam a little bit earlier than we expected, but they kept on going, and I think that one moment we saw Chaz get off an almost 100% drink from 0 to full was a massive turning point for them.
I think almost that. Oh god, I've dropped the team name. I'm so lost right now. Reload Esports got a little bit baited in there by Method EU. So Chaz is going for that massive drink. Waz and Thesia are trading their defensives out for that prolonged window for the healer to drink. So Reload Esports, they feel they have a kill opportunity. They get those big defensives. Suddenly they notice, oh, they're just trading for healer mana, trying to capitalize on that one. And suddenly they find themselves too far pushed in. Method EU, their healer comes back. Chaz is back in there, full mana, gets those defensives out, gets those heals out, and Waz and Thesia just turn the car around and run them over with all their CDs. And I kind of have the feeling that's what just happened. That's what happened on Ashermain, and Method EU their game plan just completely paying off there.
During that game, you mentioned a couple of times, Galu, that there were occasions where Method almost sort of like missed their win conditions. There was a couple of times when they were popping cooldowns, you were having to combust up, and then all of a sudden, you're seeing hexes being put out left, right, and center. And yet, in the end, they were able to take the victory over Reload Esports. Is it fair to say that potentially Reload Esports were missing a couple of these mistakes, not capitalizing on them fully enough? Or would you say it was more a case of just Method were, taking their time and doing what was needed in the end to eventually pull that victory out?
I think ultimately Reload Esports played this game really, really well until the end, where Lontar he gets interrupted. This is why they died. He gets counterspelled. He still has Spirit Link available, and this is on the Zoo and this is on the Combust. So if they actually didn't get kicked here, got the Spirit Link down, I think this game would have actually gone in Reload Esports' favor, but he was a little bit too greedy at the end. But, this greed paid off for him majority of the series, because, it's a lot of these situations he could have linked earlier, but he didn't. It pays off. But eventually, you hold your cards too hard and they fall out your hands.
Yeah, it happens in these sort of games, especially when you're kind of on series point as well. There's a lot of pressure going on there, and all it does take, as you mentioned, is that one thing, is that one counter spell, that one interrupt, that one CC, and all of a sudden, instead of going on, to the grand final in the winners bracket, you're suddenly looking at a game 5, which we are now looking at, and there is there's a prediction available in chat as well, so you can put your channel points where your mouth is. You can say exactly who you believe is going to win this game 5 here. Obviously, the winners will be going on to the grand final on the winners bracket. The losers will be dropping down to that losers bracket semi-final, that losers bracket final as well. So obviously, there's a lot to play for, and we're moving to Dalaran Sewers, which is the first time we've seen this map during the Method Mayhem EU tournament. It's an interesting pick, Lithy. It's one that I think I think it's on point, obviously, with it being Burning Crusade pre-patch at this point. So, potentially heading towards that Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Fingers crossed. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Dalaran Sewers, an interesting pick. A lot of places to hide. Potentially a lot of places for Chaz to get a drink off if he's lucky.
Yeah, the Z-axis is definitely a factor here on this map. You have a lot of opportunities to dip in and out of line of sight. Also for Z-Pi on that Elemental Shaman, some good opportunities to get some knockbacks in and just completely deny Waz, for example, or get Chaz into an uncomfortable position because he has to dip out of his safe space and get some heals in on his team. So I'm curious how this one is going to go. I definitely like the pick for Reload Esports because that Elemental Shaman is going to be very, very happy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good place for them. Waz, obviously, they're on the Monk. Method EU sticking with what they know. It has won them 2 games. It has brought them to, this game 5 in a best of 5 series. So definitely interesting to see if we see the same from Reload, which we do. And Gelio, I think this is a map where Waz could potentially start to get a little bit more distance from Merce if he's able to knock him off the main platform in the middle, and he can potentially get to the other side fairly quickly.
I don't think Merce will have too much problems connecting here. I think this map has mainly been picked so they can stop the drinks. Chaz is going to be stopped by those totems no matter if he goes behind the boxes, no matter if he goes down on the stairs. These totems will be stopping his drinks, and that is really the name of the game. If they had stopped those drinks on Tolvir, which they couldn't really because the map is so big, that game would have ended so much earlier. And that's all Reload Esports are really playing for. They're playing for do damage, don't die, stop drinks, and they can do all 3 on this map.
Those are the 3 rules that Reload Esports are going for into this match.
Oh, of course.
Do damage, don't die, stop drinks. That's the Bible.
That is their main ones, yes.
That's the Bible.
Can we all agree on just win is the best strat anyway? So,
honestly, the best strat is kill the enemy team before they kill you. I think we can all agree on that one. That definitely seems to, and I don't want to say it's a high IQ play, but it definitely is a high IQ play.
It's the highest IQ play. Trust me on that one. I know what I'm talking about.
Very true. Very, very true. And there is a lot to play for, as we mentioned. This game number 5, sort of upper brackets semi-finals. Gelly, how much pressure are these teams realistically under? Are they feeling it at this stage, or are they kind of have they been here enough? Are they experienced enough to just say, okay, let's just take a step back, take a deep breath. It's just another arena.
They're experienced enough that they're not choking too hard. There still is the losers bracket, so they're not too scared right now because all these people are very, very experienced in tournaments. But, I think they may be trying out some different compositions or such if they were a little bit more nervous.
It's possible. It is true. But we will see exactly what happens. We are heading into the final game of this series, best of 5 series in the upper brackets. It's the semi-final between Method EU and Reload Esports. The winner of this goes through to the grand final. This game, they're playing for everything here.
Yeah, everything is on the line. Match point in the most literal sense of the word, and Mercy is getting in there. Avatar, Blade Storm off stance, just get that damage in on the Windwalker, but he needs to peel away, get some damage in on Thesia, and especially important, those kicks and the Spell Reflect hits that one nicely on the Polymorph, while Waz is putting Zeepai under pressure. Stormkeeper is cast, so they're looking for some damage here. Thesia is the one that takes some lightning bolts here, but overall, it seems to be kind of balanced out between both teams for the moment. That opener damage and the first goals on the CDs, apart from Thesia's combustion, of course, they are gone with the Windwalker, quite literally.
Yeah, they managed to force the Earthen Totem without committing combustion or Zuan. So this next set of cooldowns from Method EU should be able to force the trinkets out of Reload Esports if they play their cards right. Waz now engaging onto Ultra Problem. Thesia stuck in that Hex. He's going to be looking for that sheep as soon as he can. The Wind Shear comes onto him. There's the full blinding light from Chaz, though, getting the really good ring off this onto Lontar. Merce hits Thesia with the Storm Bolt, not allowing him to do any damage on this go. Counterspell connecting to Ultra Problem. They don't seem to force anything here. Not even committing the Zuin or Combust yet. They're really being very patient with their cooldowns this game. As in the previous games, Method EU were just throwing out that Zuin and Combustion as soon as they could.
Yeah, they're definitely a little bit more hesitant with their setups here at the moment, but their time will come, I'm sure of that. And with the next in-cap, not a problem. They're looking for a setup. Nice hodge on Lontar, double leg sweep here on Mercy and the Shaman. Big damage coming in. There's the combustion, there's the Zuen and the images. Ultra Problem immediately trades that Astral to kind of at least somewhat reduce the incoming damage. Mercy in there with the intervene as well, now taking big chunks of damage. Doesn't pop the parry quite, but Ultra Problem still under fire. There is the Ascendance from Lontar. He got in there as well to pop the link if necessary, but decides against it since he can stabilize his team just like that. And Mercy with that Avatar, he is sitting in a Hex or a Polymorph for the moment. I'm kind of getting my animals confused here right now. Sorry, guys, but Waz is the one that takes some big damage here in that Stormbolt. Parts out, though. He is fine. And Chaz looking good on mana, actually. I'm really impressed with that one for the moment, but Waz, he is the target at the moment and has to trade that dampen harm.
I'm not quite sure that Hex is an animal, but I digress. Waz now taking a lot of the damage. He's holding onto his Karma. As I say that, he just chucks it out there as he gets knocked away, rolls back into the fight. The double blinding light onto Lontar and Merce. It is diminishing returns, though. Oh, actually, it was the War Banner. Excellent pre-War Banner from Merce there, getting the War Banner on the blinding light and the sheep. However, he did have to trade a Trinket out to do that, which means he does not have Trinket intervene for the next setup onto Ultra Problem. That means that it should be Lontar's Trinket on the next go when Thesia is able to deliver this combustion when he finally exits this Hex.
Yeah, but for that, Lontar needs to be in position because the only thing he has ready really is Trinket Link, and if he's not in range for that, that is gonna be really nasty to deal with. So, we'll see how they can deal with the whole situation. At the moment, they seem to be fine. Zuen up in 10 seconds, and that's kind of the timer for Reload Esports right now, because once that Tiger is up and running, that's not going to be a comfortable position to be in. Mercy gets in there with the charge Avatar, big condemns on the Lightning Lasso. Yeehaw, it is for Waz at the moment, but I don't think that's his first rodeo. He is looking pretty solid there on the horse, getting out of that sticky situation quite nicely. Back on the Shaman, Mercy's Avatar running out. He's caught in a Frost Nova as well. Feels bad. I mean, every warrior that's played a little bit of TBC in Classic is gonna know how annoying those Frost Novas are. And with the combustion, Mercy now under fire. Big leg sweep getting in there as well. Lontar trying to look for the heals, and he is not CC'd at the moment. Is looking okay, and with that, the combustion will be running out shortly. The wall from Zeepai invested as well, so Method EU at least got that one out, but the parry and the rally still ready for Mercy, and that is it from Method's go. Zuen still on the board, though.
Yeah, a bit of a preemptive wall from Ultra Problem there, as he didn't really take any damage while using that excellent swap onto Merce, as he had no Trinket, but they didn't really get parry from him. They didn't really get anything on that go. They go on the Warrior, ending up getting the Shaman's cooldowns, which is really what they want anyway, as Zeepai is their main target of choice. Waz does have that Zuin up, you are correct, and here it is. They are all stacking, they are all getting cleaved down by Tony the Tiger. Dragon's Breath coming on to Merce and Zeepai, just trying to not allow them to cast anything. The triple leg sweep, the Ring of Frost is placed down, just trying to dismantle the entire team with AoE, CC, and damage, but they don't really seem to be forcing very much. It was the Ascendants used on the Zuin, but they really were looking to try and get Spirit Link there, but oh, the full sheet now lands onto Lontar, the counterspell onto Ultra Problem. Can they force anything else with this? There is the combustion pulled from Thesia, but Ultra Problem seems to be fine as Waz has to run away from Merce.
Yeah, the polymorph beautifully reflected from Mercy there as well. Really, really well played by Reload Esports, sitting tight through that storm from a Method EU. And with that whole situation calming down a little bit, we can take a look at the mana bars on both healers. Chaz obviously not looking as good as Lontar at the moment, but a lot better than he did the previous games. And now Thesia and Was are getting chunked by Mercy. That was the last few seconds of the Avatar running out. Nice triple CC here of crossover on everyone. Line of sight on Ultra Problem. He is across the map downstairs. Really not a comfortable situation to be in, but Lontar and Mercy are able to reconnect to their Elemental Shaman and stabilize the whole situation. Spirit Link Trinket still ready, Trinket Wall for Zeepai as well, and Waz, he is sitting in a lasso. That is not comfortable, but gets away with a roll, saved by the like proc though. Mercy trying to keep up with the lightning fast Windwalker. Chaz gets an inline, bleeds some more mana, but gets his Monk back up to full, and we are back to the usual stalemate with Waz having the karma as at the ready and Zuen up in a few seconds. Method EU looking at their next go in a few moments.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy that was Method EU right now. We're entering dampening, heavy dampening, and Chaz still has mana for once. Every kill they have landed so far has been in dampening, and Chaz is getting even more sips. Waz might possibly have to trade out the karma for this. Not even. Chaz has got full mana on the board, 7.5 minutes in, and they should be able to get the Zuin go, and this damage is just unhealable when you get to this point in dampening from the Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, especially as a Resto Shaman, because you are just so reliant on flat healing. You have the Spirit Link for some damage reduction and rebalancing of HP, but it's not going to do too much for you once that dampening ramps up to critical proportions. But now Mercy, Parry is traded out. Big go from Method EU. Everything on the board. Broter Robin dropping low. This might just be the game for Method EU. They're trying to close it out, but their CDs are running low. Waz is dropping low as well. The Monk on Death's Door, 20%. Mercy is in there with the condemns, with the executes. Can he finish him off? No. He gets frost novaed up, and Dragon's Breath on the side that he can't reconnect on that green health bar and completely empty it. With the Door of Shadows now, he's looking to get back on it, but for now, their kill potential has left the arena, and Method EU are looking to stabilize once again. 30 seconds and less on Thesia's combustion as he's ramping up those fireballs, and maybe with that next go, Method EU can close it out, but Reload Esports, they have CDs up in a little bit as well.
Yeah, if I was Method EU, I'd be a little bit worried now. Not forcing as many cooldowns as they would want to with that Zuin, and now they're going to have to be on the run once again. Fortunately, Waz is so good at kiting, not even trading out his karma here, using the Ring of Peace instead onto Merce. Now Merce into the disarm. He really wants to trinket this, but he just cannot afford to, or he will surely be the victim of a target swap. The Dragon's Breath onto Lontar. Thesia looks for a sheep, does get put into the wind shear though. Thesia now storm bolted. He really wants to try and get crowd control. He wants to enable his team to win, but he just cannot get there. The leg sweep though onto Lontar, followed up by the sheep. The beautiful fear from Merce denies their entire setup. These fears from the Warriors today have been absolutely on point, always denying the go whenever they are used. However, Astral Shift has been forced out from Ultra Problem, and there was no CDs used.
Yeah, once again, that preemptive wall basically by Zeepai that didn't really get followed up by any big CDs from a Method. I'm pretty sure they were just happy to see that wall pressed. And now he is a little bit open to some advances. There's the combustion, there's the Zoo, and there's the damage from Method EU. Can they get Ultra Problem here? He's open field, helpless, without a wall. He has the Trinket. Lontar needs to to link that one. Ascendance flies out as well. Can they stabilize the Elemental Shaman? It does look like it for the moment, but the damage from the Monk is still there. There it is. Touch of death, touch of victory it is for Method EU, because they close out this series 3-2. Massive win, advancing to the grand finals.
What a game between Method EU and Reload Esports. That was game number 5. That was a best of 5, which means that Method EU advance on to the grand final. Absolutely phenomenal ending there, Gelu, and it felt like as the game went on, we sort of, slightly different to what we've seen previously, where Method EU have been on the back foot. That time, it definitely felt as though they were on the front foot during that game.
Yeah, Waz was kiting really, really well this game. He wasn't taking too much damage. I don't think he really ever used Touch of Karma this game either. The map kind of backfiring on the side of Reload Esports as Waz was able to control the entire map as he wished, rolling back and forth, using the ZY axis to just get away from Zepai as well as Merce. So really an unfortunate map kit from Reload Esports. Also, Chaz gave a huge drink off as well. Actually, bigger drinks than he did get on Tolveron.
Yeah, Chaz sneaking off and just kind of hiding down below next to the wall of the platform and just being able to get a full drink off was absolutely, it kind of turned the game on its head, because as you mentioned, Gelu, that whole idea of the map pick, stopping Chaz from drinking, and it was the exact opposite. And I don't know, Lithy, whether you would agree with me on this one, but I think that was probably the reason that Method looked as stable as they did throughout that entire game, because for some reason Chaz was just able to get more drinks and more uptime on his mana than he did in any of the games previously.
Yeah, I think I actually need to look at the replay, because it didn't feel like he was so far out of the whole action there with that drink. He was just sitting there, basically next to the whole action, and no one bothered to stop his drink there. But yeah, you're completely right. That mana refill set him up beautifully for the dampening phase. He slowly worked through his mana pool during that time frame. And basically, they got to the point where even with all the CDs in there, they had Ascendance, they had Link, they had Rally. They threw everything in the kitchen sink in there, and they still died through it just because Method EU had so much damage and the dampening preventing the healing from really kicking in. Yeah, basically a drink to win.
Yeah, drink to win. It was
victory, basically.
massive victory for Method EU there. Let's take a look and see what that has done to the bracket. So we can see Method EU have moved on to the grand final. Reload Esports dropping down to that losers bracket. We will be having TY1 versus Win on Blue, with the winner of that advancing on to face off against Reload Esports, and then the winner of that match heads on to the grand final. But Method EU going through in style, but you can also have that Method style as well. If you use !merch in the Twitch chat, you'll be able to take a look at what is available currently. There is a very, very comfortable hoodie. There is a very, very nice t-shirt. Let everybody know that you are a part of the Method community by grabbing one of those today. But we're going to be taking a quick break, but when we come back, we will be dropping down into that losers bracket, and we'll find out who will be joining Reload Esports in the losers bracket final.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players, and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
I just don't know if Bert has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Corlick, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Welcome back to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we are moving down to the lower brackets now, where we do have TY1 versus Win on Blue, with the winner advancing on to face Reload Esports in the losers bracket final. But this game is a little bit interesting because these two teams have faced each other before in this tournament. We actually saw TY1 take a 2-0 victory against Win on Blue in the first round of matches. So we're going into this blind pick, and Lithi, you've obviously, you've said you're a fan of Win on Blue here. How much do you think that 2-0 loss will potentially, cause them to think slightly differently about this game? Obviously with so much on the line for both teams.
Well, you definitely approach it a little bit different because you already played them. You know what you're up against. You definitely know what went wrong the last time by now. So, with a winning attitude, you figured out what went wrong, what you can do better, and what your winning conditions are against the team, and you can just go in and try to just play better than the last time. Maybe you can even see a little bit of an adaptation in terms of comp, but Win on Blue, I think they'll stick to Turbo, and TY1, well, probably more Thunder, so not much variance there in the comps.
Not much variance. Obviously, we haven't seen much variance in most of these teams. They know exactly what they want to play. And Gelu, kind of going to you in regards to this, having this, this game that you've already seen this matchup and you've already lost it is what took you down to the losers bracket in the first place. As a competitor, does that change your mindset at all? Do you look back and watch those games and go, potentially we'll do something slightly different here? Do you look at what games they've played, or do you just kind of stick to what you know best in this sort of situation?
I mean, usually you have a fourth player, right? However, Win on Blue seem to be playing a 3-man roster, so there's not many changes they can realistically do. The games they played weren't horrible in the first time. It was a pretty close game, despite what the score says, so I think just need to play fairly similar. The repentances from Orbro would seem to be good from my memory. I think he played particularly well in this matchup, and if they just keep on doing what they were doing, then perhaps they can bring out a win.
Well, we will see exactly what happens. It appears we have a mirror matchup in Nagrand Arena. This is a blind pick, of course, and we are in a game number 1 of a best-of-3 series with the winner facing Reload Esports in that loser bracket final.
Yeah, first comes Thunder, other way around. First comes Turbo, then the Thunder. We'll see how this one goes. Ray already blade storming like crazy there. Nice disarm on Insanity on that Avatar to prevent some damage going in on Dr. Doom. Full Stormbolt though on Ray. Dr. Doom, the focus target here. Swapsy trying to go for some damage, but gets Stormbolted up himself. And is Insanity also popping that Avatar. Big damage going in on TY1 though. Win on Blue putting on the pressure here early on, and I'm not sure where this one is going to go because Dr. Doom also almost dying here, Gelu.
Yeah, everyone's playing in that huge cluster. Main points to take away. Insanity Kills uses parry. Dr. Doom still holding onto his wall, and Dre has used his trinket, opening him up to potential swaps, or this. The Stormbolt Dre, Lasso Dr. Doom. The go they'll be focusing on the majority of the time from TY1 as the Hammer of Justice connects onto Orbra, choosing to play Blinding Light from PvP, not having the repentance that Orbra may be partial to in the previous series. So that was their main big go, and they ended up forcing every cooldown. In 1 minute and a half, they will have that blind back, and could potentially score the end of the game if they keep up doing these storm bolts onto Dre with the lightning lasso onto Dr. Doom.
Yeah, but the quick stormbolt from Zray on Swapsy kind of shuts that one down pretty quickly. There's the Ascendance, Dr. Doom popping off, but the Lightning Lasso gets in there as well to kind of stop the advances. And another fear from Insanity to follow that one up. They want to lock down that Ascendance, want to prevent as much damage as possible, and the big pressure on Zray definitely does help because that forces Dr. Doom to go for some off-fields to protect his warrior. But Zray, with the Avatar, he gets in there. Big damage is what he's looking for. Insanity, though, he blade storming their Avatar at the ready. They're just looking to turn it around. Zray's Avatar running out now. They didn't quite get anything out of that one, but now Dr. Doom dropping fairly low. Big heals coming in though. Aubrey with some pump, and the off-fields, of course, helping as well.
Swapsy once again playing with the chain lightning chain heal legendary. Seems like every elemental shaman is playing that in the tournament today, as he is forced to use his astral shift, but just keeps on healing himself, being like a little bit of a enhanced shaman himself with these instant healings, mirroring Dr. Doom's off healing as he is doing that with his legendary. Dr. Doom looking for some damage onto whoever he can connect to. The main target is Swapsy as he Door of Shadows on top of him using that Venthyr Covenant ability. But he's then put into a lightning lasso. Really good positioning from Swapsy there, not allowing himself to be interrupted as the Hammer of Justice connects onto Aubra. No follow-up blind yet from PvP as he is getting kited around that pillar with the beautiful Earth Grab from Swapsy.
Yeah, and Zray, there's the Avatar, there's the off-stance. He's looking for some big damage here. Sharpened Blade on to with a big Cleave Wallbreaker in there as well. He's going ham. Swapsy only trying to get away with the Ghost Wolf form, but gets caught up too. There's the Lightning Lasso. Zray stuck in his Stormbolt. Nice cross you see there from Insanity and Swapsy. And that is more or less diffusing the whole situation. Zray's Avatar running out without them having to invest too much on the defensive side of things. But once again, the Stormbolt connecting. Aubrey looking for some follow-up on that Hodge. Swapsy dropping fairly low. Full fear from Zray. Really well played that setup here, and that does, well, not really net them any defensives, but they do get some decent pressure on, and there's the wall from Swapsy. That's the one they were looking for.
Yeah, you might want to turn your attention to Zray, because this man is just sitting in Zray stance, beating everyone up in that battle stance. He doesn't seem to care. He just keeps on plowing into Swapsy. He's finally got into defensive stance as his healer is put into that Hammer of Justice blind combination. He doesn't seem to want the trinket, forcing out the parry instead. Both healers opting into playing that Blinding Light in this series rather than Repentance from Aubra this time. Let's see if that will be the main difference here as Swapsy is put into another Stormbolt. The cleave damage from this turbo is just relentless. He keeps on happening, but the mana is pretty even on both sides.
Yeah, mana is looking pretty solid. Well, actually, Aubrey looking absolutely fantastic compared to PvP at the moment. So they are looking to carry on a little bit longer, but we are heading into dampening, so mana might not be a thing much longer for both these paladins. And Aubrey also having to invest that sack on Dr. Doom to keep his enhancer alive here. Another lightning lasso. Swapsy kiting back around the pillar there. The good old lightning lasso line of sight trick. Aubrey following that blinding light on PvP while TY1 is putting on some big pressure on Win on Blue here at the moment. Dr. Doom gets topped off though with Aubrey's wings. Looking okay for the moment, but that Avatar is hitting hard, man.
That Avatar is absolutely hitting hard. Zray is taking the brunt of the damage, but I mean, Zray just doing so much damage without having Avatar up as well. Insanity kill dropping very low. Swapsy into the Astral Shift as he is now the main target of the Turbo Cleave. Dr. Doom Ancestral Shift as well. It looks like PvP was able to get a drink in that onslaught, so both healers are looking pretty fine right now. And this game could really go either way. Both Shamans have out their main defensive. Both warriors kind of having their peels not available yet. So, I mean, I really can't tell which ways it's going to swing.
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't tell either because both teams, the health bars are spiking up and down. Both Shamans are getting cleaved quite heavily. If you take a look at the meters, both warriors are looking pretty solid there. Insanity obviously having a little bit of an advantage, just cleaving away on that double melee cleave from a win on blue. Nonetheless, he has to pop the parry right now to stay alive throughout this whole situation.
cozy.
Full Hodge on PvP as well. No follow-up CC. Orbit not opting for that blinding light follow-up. So, Sharpened Blade it is from Insanity, trying to put the pressure around and kill Dr. Doom. Get the Human Torch in here because the Fantastic Four might be on to something here. Nonetheless, Swapsy is taking big hits at the moment. And mana-wise, PvP actually now, even with Aubrey once again, Swapsy needs to put the wall on the line here, as well as Insanity's Avatar.
Man, this hybrid healing is just ridiculous. If you cast your mind back to the previous game, these Paladins were very, very fast when Chaz was playing with Waz. Both of Paladins would be completely tapped by now, but these Enhance and Elemental Shamans really keeping their Paladins very topped on the mana. Kind of disgusting to see how much healing they can really put out as the damage goes on to Swapsy now. He wants to get offensive with this Stormkeeper, but instead, the Hand of Sacrifice is forced from PvP as he tries to kite away, using the Stormkeeper actually to heal with the Chain Lightning Chain Heal combo, and he does allow his team to stabilize a little bit with that Legendary.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully played there. And also interesting to see PvP not playing with Big Sack. So it's not a lifesaver, it's just a damage reduction when he pops that one. And Swapsy has to invest his Trinket here to get out of that CC chain and potentially a kill there because Dre is hammering away at him, and that is without an Avatar. Dr. Doom, 3 seconds on the Ascendance while Swapsy is under pressure like crazy. No wings, no sack for PvP, only the bubble to get out of any CC thrown his way. So Orber probably looking for a Hodge in about 5 seconds once that comes up. There he is waddling with that Paladin in target. Swapsy already pulling back towards his healer. Dr. Doom connects. There's the Ascendance. There's the goal. And Swapsy wall popped immediately by the Elemental Shaman. He's trying to kite away, but they are on his heels, and it is not looking good for the alley. Swapsy dropping lower and lower. PvP finally gets out of that CC chain, but Zray swaps over with the Avatar. Big damage going in, and it is not enough. PvP has the wings running, finally is able to somewhat stabilize his team, and they are turning the pressure around on Dr. Doom with the Astral running as well. He looks to survive this one.
These Maelstrom heals are absolutely crazy. Dr. Doom pretty much keeping himself alive there, but he is pummeled now. He's ran out of Maelstrom, trying to land a Hex, but he is taking a lot of damage at the same time. He really wants to get a setup with a Hex onto the Paladin and try and get a stun onto Swapsy to try and finish him off. They used the Blinding Light in the previous go. They don't have that right now for a setup. But Dr. Doom now caught into the Lightning Lasso. Ray unable to stop that. But Dr. Doom, he doesn't care. He just gets topped up by Aubrey with those wings as Aubrey's put into the Blinding Light. Is there any follow-up? It doesn't seem to be, as a team of Win on Blue kind of top themselves up once again with these Maelstrom heals while his healer is in crowd control. Sandy Kill instead forced to use his parry, and it seems like Win on Blue are kind of finding themselves a little bit of trouble here again. I was going to say finding their footing, but just as I say that, they drop down to the Lightning Lasso. This game is so back and forth, you can't count either team out so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Caster curses are a thing, and with all those Keck W's going on, we'll see which team has the last laugh in this first map of the series. And Insanity is looking to pop off with that Avatar, but that one's run out. Swapsy now the target. Dre's in there with the Avatar himself and trying to get big condemns, big cleave, and big Zray damage. Swapsy caught in a fissure, full fear as well. PvP is hard casting Holy Light, but he is trying to fake that cast. Swapsy dropping lower and lower. The Bob is going out of Dr. Doom because Aubrey wants to keep him in the game, and that is Swapsy out with that execute, gone with the wind, win on blue, claiming number 1.
What a back and forth game that was between TY1 and Win on Blue. Win on Blue taking the victory there, Swapsy eventually dropping down. But Gelu, you mentioned it before the end happened there, just how back and forth that game truly was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hybrid healing keeping themselves in the game. Swapsy dying there to his Battle Master falling off, unfortunately. But, I mean, if we were able to see the healing, you'd probably see both Shamans doing about 70% of their Paladins. You can tell how high the hybrid healing is just by the amount of mana the Paladins are holding onto the entire game. It looks like a completely different class from when Chaz was playing it without a hybrid.
Yeah, it was... You know, going into like 10 minutes in, you're looking at the Paladins mana, you're going, well, they're sat at about 45-50% mana. This is definitely a completely different setup than what we saw in the previous series, Liffy.
Yeah, absolutely, and that just pays homage to the Shaman off-healing. As Gelu said, it's absolutely insane how much these DPS players are putting out and how much pressure that alleviates from the healers. They can go for more drinks, they can go for more offensive plays, even go for some more damage if needed, and still be completely fine on mana, going even into a little bit deeper dampening here. And in the meantime, I mean, Warriors just having a field day left and right, and execute and on them and Mortal Strike, Sharpened Blade with Cleave on 2 targets. Who cares? Gonna get topped anyway, just do some damn.
Exactly. We've seen what Zray can do. I genuinely believe that Zray is a Terminator because nothing stops him from getting to his target. It's very, very impressive. But what is also very, very impressive is, Liffy, you now have a subscription to the Method channel. And the beauty of that is not only do you have an ad-free viewing experience on the Method Twitch channel, not only do you now have access to all of the Method sub emotes, and you can also accrue your channel points quicker, which means you can use KEKW in the chat a lot more often as well, which is very, very important. On top of all of that, you have also now added to the prize pool for the Method Mayhem tournament. So the Method Mayhem tournament is all it's not all crowdfunded, but it's partly crowdfunded. I do apologize. Partly crowdfunded by you folks in the community. You can use !crowdfund in the Twitch chat. Find all the information from a link there. And any subscription that you give during, or any subscription that you take during this tournament, you also add to that prize pool as well. Yesterday we had 9 subscriptions. We're heading into the grand final. Can we beat 9 subscriptions from yesterday? So during the entire day yesterday we had 9 subscriptions. We've got 3 currently. By the grand final, I want us to beat that subscription number. I want us to beat 9. That's the goal I've set out to the community. We have to beat 9 subscriptions. So that's what we need to do. That is, you know, that's what needs to happen. But moving back to the game now, this is obviously a best of 3, so this is technically series point for Win on Blue. They could potentially move on to that losers final against Reload Esports. Currently waiting to see which map is picked. That game was so close, Galu. Do you imagine the map pick is going to affect either of these teams, or do you think we're pretty much going to see the same thing from both of them, where they are just going to brawl and see who comes out on top when it comes to popping cooldowns?
Well, from the side of TY1, you're playing with a caster, so you're going to want to have a larger map to either kite out the melees, or maybe go to a ZY axis map. I don't know why, I feel like that's incorrect calling it that, but you know what I mean. So you can knock them off and get some distance away from them. Because right here, you couldn't really tell that Swapsy was on a caster, because this man was just in the fray the entire time, getting no distance away from Win on Blue at all. So either a bigger map or a map where you can just knock people off or get some easier line of sights off. They're going for Asher mains, it seems, which is kind of a mirror of Nagaran. It's the general thinking with Asher mains for people always call it second best to Nagaran. I feel like Elysium is also kind of second best to Nagaran, but no one can see anything on that map because it's way too bright. So Asher mains 4 is the second best thing.
I mean, looking at Asher mains 4,
you always have your shades ready.
That's why Liffy, yeah, there we go. It's why Liffy always has his shades, because you never know when you're going to end up on that map. Oh, have you got your shades ready as well?
Real gamers always have shades.
Oh, do they? Oh no.
I mean, Kexman plays warrior. That's excusable.
You got glasses on anyway. It doesn't count.
Yes, I can't see regardless. No, looking at Ashmane's fall, looking at what we've seen, both teams happen, I imagine how back and forth that previous game was. Either team could have technically won that one. TY1 could potentially even be rolling the dice here, Lithy, and kind of almost saying, we know how close we were in that previous match. At any point, they won in the end, but at any point we could have taken that victory. Let's roll the dice. We know we're good on this composition. We know what we can do. Let's see if rolling this dice works for us this time, because realistically, you've got nothing to lose, apart from the series.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the series, there is really nothing to lose. I mean, no, there is a lot to lose. We are in the lower bracket semifinals at the moment, and any lost map here is absolutely devastating, and even more so for TY1, because if they lose this one, they are out of the tournament straight up, and Win on Blue advance. That is not something you want to have in this situation. You want to get into that top 3, top 2. You want to advance to the grand final. That's why TY1 is going with that Thunder, keeping at it, because those games are incredibly close. It's basically a coin flip. You don't really need a dice. You just need the 50-50. So we'll go with a flip there and see who pulls this one out. I think Swapsy, Insanity, and PvP have some good chances here, but nonetheless, Win on Blue looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I just want to apologize for my Elysium Empyrean Domain thing. Elysium is in fact an action film starring Matt Damon, and the map is Empyrean Domain. So just want to clear that up. Good film though. Good film.
I haven't actually seen that one.
I want to know the repeat. Like you said, you can't read in Twitch chat, so I'll help out for you. I'll tell you what they want you to put the glasses on. I'll help you out here. They want you to put the glasses on. And I think if here we go, I'll tell you what, if we can get over this next series, what?
And someone please get a kick W in chat ready. Are you saying chat is throwing some shade?
Anyway, Ashamane's fall, Win on Blue versus TY1 here. Looking like a very, very important matchup between these two teams. Obviously, the loser drops out. The winner, if it is Win on Blue here, if they win, they do move on to that lower bracket final against Reload Esports. However, TY1, they do have a potential to take it to a game 3. We will have to wait and see what happens. Gelu, what should the viewers look out for in these first 30 seconds between these two teams?
I mean, you just want to see the target choice from either team. Maybe they swap something up. It seems like they're both just stalling until dampening, where eventually they can take someone out with very minimal crowd control. I really want to see if Aubra or PvP are playing Blinding Light again, or are they going to swap back to the Repentance. Not really sure why Aubra swapped back to the Blinding Light, as the Repentance seemed to be doing so good for them in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, you have some more defensive options with a Blinding Light, just getting in there and completely shutting down a go from Insanity and Swapsy if the need arises ever. But of course, you are very much correct with the single target CC. I'm completely lost on spell names right now. I should play Paladin more. But nonetheless, Dr. Doom taking some big hits here. Swapsy getting in line there as well. Repentance, that's the word I was looking for. So yeah, that definitely offers some more pressure on the single target. But of course, leaves you somewhat open to inlines with that range kick from Swapsy, which could be a little bit dangerous as a Holy Paladin.
Yeah, it can for sure, since they are casting quite a bit, but those interrupts are only very, very short. It seems like maybe he just doesn't want to move into position for Repentance so they don't get swapped on, lose too much of that mana. Seems like the main target for Win on Blue is once again trying to hit Swapsy and then just cleaving onto Insanity Kill when they can. Here is the go from TY1, the Hammer of Justice onto Aubrey. Not choosing to commit Blinding Light onto this, though, as PvP just gets out of dodge instead of extending the CC chain. And Dr. Doom is feeling the pressure right now as he dips a little bit low here, not trading out his wall just yet, as the pressure is being turned back around onto Insanity Kill. No Ascendance has been pressed yet by Dr. Doom, though, trying to bait out those cooldowns before he really commits.
Yeah, if you bait those CDs out, those goals afterwards are definitely a lot more devastating, but Dr. Doom needs to be careful here. He still has that Ascendance and the wall, but is getting chunked nonetheless. Aubrey caught in a full heart immediately needs to trinket that to keep his Shaman alive. This is not looking good for win on blue at the moment, but they are stabilizing. Swapsy getting chunked equally. Wings are running for Aubrey. PvP looking for another set of CC on the enemy healer. And we'll see where we go from here. Swapsy had to invest his trinket there just to stay on the case. Dr. Doom trying to catch up is caught in a full lightning lasso while Insanity is just wailing away on him.
Yeah, as you see, when you target Dr. Doom, he is constantly sitting on 10 stacks of Maelstrom. He's never really in any danger, as every time someone gets low, he just instantly tops them back up again. He's ready with those heals. But speaking about being ready with those heals, the Balamass has been forced from PvP and using his Kyrian Vials. He's not going to have that for the rest of the game. So that is a minor victory for the side of Win on Blue, as they are now forced back onto Swapsy, defending their healer PvP as they deal out some damage onto Dr. Doom, making him back off and use that trinket defensively.
Yeah, his Race Stance is online, some big damage, and that was a great swap on PvP. At least some defensive force there. That's a huge win in my book, and they'll be at least a little bit happy about that one as well. Swapsy once again getting cleaved, but also Dr. Doom and Zray falling slowly but surely under the blade of Insanity, who is looking to get some healing reduction in with that sharpened blade. Big chain harvest, almost taking out Swapsy. He flash crafts to victory though, and Insanity getting swapped too. Full Lightning Lasso, Stormbolt, Cross CC, beautifully set up. Aubrey has the wings at the ready though and keeps his team stable. Once again, Dr. Doom not committing that wall. They are looking solid, but the Stormkeeper is ready for Swapsy. Big damage on Dr. Doom. Maybe they can get to something with this, but no, just too much off-healing, quite honestly.
Yeah, here's the Doom wins from Win on Blue, forcing Insanity kill pretty low. He's been disarmed, but boom, here come the wings from PvP. Great heal catching onto Insanity, making him not have to trade out that die by the sword. Hammer of Justice onto Aubrey now. Trinkets out to heal Dr. Doom, who is in retaliation pressing that Battle Master trinket as well. Swapsy into the Stormbolt, forcing Ancestral Shift without having to use any cooldowns here as well. Insanity going very low as well. Seems like they are actually kiting their healer PvP. He cannot actually connect to them. The Blinding Light onto PvP, into the Wind Shear. I think Swapsy should be able to get out of this situation, but his BM is dropping once again. I think he should be okay for now, though.
Yeah, wings are online for PvP. That was a little bit scary there. Zray just getting in there with those big condemns with the Avatar. Looked very, very good for Win on Blue, and they are still pushing their advantage. Nice knockback, but immediately charged back in by Zray on that Stormbolt. Now Swapsy finally gets away a little bit, can get some lava bursts out to counteract damage on Dr. Doom, who is disarmed at the moment. Insanity putting down the hammer. Big heal coming in, though, on the Enhancer, topping himself off while Aubrey sits comfortably behind the pillar. I think was going for a little bit of mana here because he needs that one. He's falling behind on that mana game compared to PvP, who's almost full. On the other side of the map, though, Zray just hammering away on Swapsy, caught in a full Lightning Lasso, though. This might be dangerous if Insanity finds the opportunity to swap over and get some big damage in on the other warrior. There's the Avatar. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Dr. Doom taking quite a bit of damage from the Avatar of Insanity kill. Swapsy not taking too much damage from the Avatar of Zray, as he is able to be kited on that, trading out the Fleshcraft here, as he just wants a little bit of CC immunity, he wants a little bit of healing. Dr. Doom feeling the full force of Insanity kill, though. He's pretty at the moment, so he's not able to heal currently. If there's any time to push the pressure, it is now, while Dr. Doom cannot use that Maelstrom to heal, as he is pretty tapped, but that won't last too long. This window is very small. Here is the Lightning Lasso onto Dr. Doom. Zray leaping to disable that. The Hammer of Justice connects onto Aubrey from PvP. Doesn't have blind just yet, though, so they can't really force the problem. I think Dr. Doom should be able to escape this one.
Yeah, Aura Mastery committed from Aubrey as well to reduce some incoming damage with that Devotion Aura. Swapsy kiting away slowly but surely. Next swap on PvP. Full Hodge, maybe the Trinket. Yes, that one is gone. Maybe they can get the bubble as well. Dr. Doom getting in there with the Chain Harvest. Big damage going on. Avatar in 10 seconds, so they can follow up this damage spike once that is coming up. But Dr. Doom is the target right now. He has no wall for another 5. Aubrey has the sack ready if he goes for it, but he's greeting it hard, goes for a drink, and it pays off. They don't have to sacrifice the wall, they don't have to sacrifice a trinket, except the one from Zray for that intervene, and PvP actually has to pop that sack to keep his team in the game, because Zray on that avatar with the Zray stance is just condemning away like crazy.
Swapsy doing a really good job kiting right here. No one can connect to him. He is a free man. He has been given the sock from Harry Potter. He gets the full lightning lasso onto Dre with the Stormbolt onto Dr. Doom, and it just keeps happening over and over and over again. They need to make these win conditions. Insanity kill dropping really low here. The parry is forced. The rallying cry drops. They're not that deep into dampening, though. They should be able to heal through this if they don't choke their cooldowns. PvP, he just delivering some little heals. Now he's running after Aubrey, potentially for a Hammer of Justice, as it does come off cooldown very soon. He actually War Stomps his big heal, looking for the Windshear interrupt, but they can't quite get it. The War Stomp being used there instead of the Hammer of Justice because it was slightly on cooldown. He really wanted to force some cooldowns from Dr. Doom there, but wasn't quite enough to get anything, as it seems like TY1 are still on the back foot.
Yeah, Dr. Doom going a bit deep there, forcing Aubrey to catch up to him to heal his shaman. But I'm also happy to report that the free elf indeed is far away from the wizards. I much prefer the melee cleave we're seeing here at the moment. And Insanity, he's looking for some big damage with that avatar, with that death stance actually active, still cleaving through Dr. Doom's health bar. Swapsy caught in the Stormbolt though. Insanity dropping low. Wings from PvP. Is that enough to keep the warrior alive? It does not seem like it. He's dropping low. He's dropping on 1%. That is the kill. Dr. Doom getting in there with the Chain Harvest, and Zray nailing it home. 2-1. Win on blue indeed. Win on green. And it is done. They advance to the lower bracket final.
What a phenomenal game again between these two. Win on blue versus TO1 taking, well, Win on blue taking it, 2-0. This was a best of 3 series. And once again, Gallo, a very close game with a lot of opportunities for both teams, but it just seemed as though in the end, Win on blue were able to pull out that very, very key moment and gain the victory there.
Yeah, I mean, it was just late reactions from PvP. GCD here, the bot comes in. You see it's his last global that he uses, but it's just too little too late. He's already died to the spell damage of the Chain Harvest there. So, you know, we've got to be using these things a little bit more preemptively than a last resort. Oh, I'll give you bot. You've died to magic damage. It's not really the right answer there.
And this, especially with Condemn being shadow damage, that Bob doesn't help you against execute phase warriors either. It's a pickle. Quite honestly.
Yeah, it's interesting to note as well. We can see the damage done there fairly. You know, you're seeing fairly even. There's not really that much separating a couple of the players. Dr. Doom obviously quite low. What is interesting is on the enemy damage taken, you can see 9 times out of 10, most teams you will see a singular player is kind of their focus, whereas here you can actually see a lot of the damage is spread out between both of the players there. Is that an indication, Gally, that they didn't necessarily have a target, or is that just more the playstyle they were going for in putting pressure on both players at the same time to pick out that perfect moment?
This comes from 2 things. It's a good playstyle from the Turbo, and it's a good kiting from Swapsy. Swapsy is kiting the Turbo Cleave as much as he possibly can, and instead of Dre and Dr. Doom having empty globals, doing nothing except pressing W, they tab over to the warrior. They want to force something, at least, instead of just literally walking at him like some lemmings.
Yeah, that's very true.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead, Liffy.
It's Turbo. You're pretty fast with swaps, so why not?
Yeah, that is true. That's true. Gallo, have you been watching Harry Potter recently? Because that Dobby reference came out of nowhere.
It's always on the mind. Also, I just want to... Right, so the ability that the elemental shamans have, they're channeled stun, lightning... What's it called?
Lightning
X-Men, can
lasso?
you say it? Lightning.
Lasso.
Yeah, Lithy.
Lasso.
Lasso. Yeah. Okay. So someone in the chat said lasso, as if I'm saying it wrong. But us UK boys, we say lasso. I don't know about the
Yes.
Americans. They say lasso. But
I don't-
I'm speaking real Queen's English here.
Queen's English, the real English.
Yeah.
But no, obviously a very,
Proper
very,
way to pronounce it.
a very, very exciting game between both of those teams there. We are saying goodbye to TY1, which actually is a turnaround from the round one game between the two teams. TY1 took that 2-0 win on blue, taking this one 2-0. That does mean that we say goodbye to TY1. Absolutely fantastic performance by them throughout this tournament. But we do see in the loser bracket final, Reload Esports versus Win on Blue. That's going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, the winner of that match moving on to the grand final. The next series that we do have is a best of 5 between Reload Esports and Win on Blue. So very, very excited for that. But for now, we're going to take a short break as the players get ready, and we will see you for that losers bracket final.
Ah, what a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
just don't know if Bert has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Corlick, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Welcome back to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we are in the losers bracket final. It is Reload Esports versus Win on Blue. The winner of this does go on to the grand final, and they will be sitting comfortably ready to potentially take the prize pool. But you too can also sit comfortably by using !merch in the Twitch chat. It will give you a link to the Method merch site. You can be comfortable in one of the hoodies or the fantastic t-shirts there. Let the community around you know that you are part of the Method community. Absolutely fantastic set of apparel there. That's a good word to use, apparel. But we are moving obviously on to the final in the lower bracket. Reload Esports versus Win on Blue. Blind picks on Nagrand. Very, very exciting to see these two teams go against each other. We were talking a little bit before, obviously, while we were during the break there. Gelu, did you want to? You gave us a percentage of a potential Win on Blue upset. How do you feel that? How do you feel the upset is going to go? What percentage? What chance do you think Win on Blue have here?
0. I think they have 0% chance. I'm putting every single point I have into Reload Esports.
Okay,
no
every single point.
Mercy. No mercy at all.
Well, yeah, that's true. No mercy for that one. But you know, we talk about sort of like, you know, the skill gap that we've seen potentially in some of these teams here. And Reload Esports are an incredible team. As we mentioned, they faced off against Method EU in the upper bracket semi-finals. They did lose that series in a best of 5 to drop down to here. This is also a best of 5. So obviously we will be seeing at least 3 matches out of these teams. And I'm interested to see how this does go because, you know, Win on Blue, they do have some skilled players on there, and Reload Esports, again, it's, you know, we know exactly what they can do, but this is the sort of time when you could potentially see upsets happening. You know, there may be a very, very small chance, but you know, it's always available, Lithi, and you have been repping Win on Blue throughout this tournament. How do you feel their chances are going into this one?
So realistically speaking, they are up against a basically TY1 again, just better. So it's gonna be rough times for them for sure. Mercy has had a pair of absolutely staggering performance so far, especially with those early war banners against Method EU, just completely seeing the game unfold in front of him and making the right plays at the right times. On the other hand, you have Lontar, you have Zipa, you have Vilai even on the bench. That is still there. They can bring in if it actually gets to the point where they think it's necessary. Having that Warrior Shadow Blue Priest gameplay on might not be the best pick into Turbo, obviously. Never mind. Oh my god! We're getting some shadow play with Lontar on the Druid against Turbo. What is happening?
I changed my prediction.
Change the prediction, potentially. We're going to see what happens. This is game number 1 of the best of 5 series, the lower bracket final between Reload Esports and Win on Blue. Let's get some hype in chat. Gelu, what is happening at the start here?
I don't know. I think Dre is hungry and Reload Esports have decided that it's feeding time because they have forced... this is a horrible comp, to be honest. They are going to get absolutely butchered by the Turbo Cleave. The Shadow Priest is going to be taking so much damage. The Warlock could potentially be taking so much damage. And I really do not like this pick into Turbo, but we'll see how it goes. Villet instantaneously almost having to disperse in the opener. This is the Dark Soul from Mercer. They should be doing quite a lot of damage here. They're getting such a bit of rot off, but good positioning from Win on Blue, falling back on that. They don't want to be using every single cooldown under the sun for that Dark Soul. Hopefully Orbra will be able to heal them off. Unfortunately, you can't really dispel those UAs, those unstable agonies, or he would get silenced and potentially die. Now he is safe enough to dispel that, and that is one of the key components of this Shadow Priest Warlock comp. You put the mind games on someone, you put the Unstable Affliction, you can't dispel it, and that man is just going to be on his own for about 4 seconds, getting completely butchered, and it's very good to do on the Holy Paladin. So let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. I mean, laughing at exploding paladins has been a thing since vanilla, as far as I'm aware, so that definitely is a good thing. But of course, you can theoretically run a Holy Priest into Shadowplay, just Greater Fate Master Spell all the dots off of people. That's a good feeling whenever you get to do that, but Orbra definitely not on the Priest at the moment. And once again, Dr. Doom dropping low with a double drain here. Mercy from across the map, putting on the herd. Vilai gets kicked on the Mind Games, tries to get those out, but Zray is there for the damage, and once again, Avatar Zray stands. Let's go, let's pump, let's get some damage. Vilai, Stormbolt, Greater Fate on 20%, barely gets out of there, but that one is a short duration. Maybe they can force the dispersion afterwards as well. Doesn't quite look like it, and Mercy is just standing in the back there and pumping. He will be doubling everyone else's damage for the rest of the game. That's just what Affleylocks do, and with the Mind Games, they're looking for a kill. Doesn't quite look like they will get it. Lontar Hodge into Blinding Light, CC Chain on the healer, Reload Esports in a little bit of trouble, and there is the dispersion forced.
That's a dispersion in trade for the Ascendants. That is not a bad trade for Reload Esports at all, and this game is going a lot better for them than I expected. They are dealing out an incredible amount of damage onto Win on Blue. Orbra into the Silence, Dr. Doom into the Horrify. Can they force anything here? Merce is pushing in, looking for that fear, goes for the Unstable Affliction instead, as they can't seem to catch anything onto Orbra. Lontar trying to sit down in the back here. He wants to try and get a drink off, potentially. They're playing Horde, though, so he doesn't have that Night Elf Shadow Meld to try and get out of fight easily. So I think this game could potentially come down to mana on either side. If I was Reload Esports, I would really be trying to maybe hit this Warlock a little bit, because he is popping the Dark Soul now, and you want to be getting that off as soon as possible, or you want to be line of sighting it, because it's going to take a huge amount of damage onto Win on Blue if you stand there and tank it. And they have managed to get behind the pillar for now.
Yeah, they did get to a line of sight that one quite beautifully, but Vilai from pushing in from the side. Mercy didn't quite want to commit to getting back into line of sight. Of course, you can just surround them from both sides on the pillar and just force them in one way or another to kind of decide between the plague and cholera, whatever you prefer. Your pick, your choice. You're gonna get hurt either way. And for now, Orbis seems to be struggling fairly low. Mercy just pummeling him with that Dark Glare, but that one has run out. Full inline though on the Paladin. Not good. Double fear on Dr. Doom and Zray. Big pressure point here from Reload Esports, but with that Chain Harvest, Dr. Doom putting some big heals on his team, and Zray stands is online. Avatar, let's go on. Vilai swapping over to Mercy because the Priest pops the Greater Fate. Dispersion is ready though, and they're swapping back. Here is the damage, here is the pain, and Vilai is trying to get away as fast as possible. Looking okay for the moment, but gets Stormbolted up and knocked down, and okay, I mean, Lontar just has the hots there and just completely pumps him full, and for now, Vilai, especially with that Warlock Gate, gets to safety quite nicely.
Yeah, I think Lontar sat down for a little drink there in the back. That is Mana is the name of the game so far. Orbra rotting down very, very hard. I quite like this split they did onto Merce there. They forced his trinket. He could die in a stun if they even try it once. If you remember the game against Swapsy, when the turbo faced Swapsy, he just exploded in a single Stormbolt. So I'd really like to see some sort of adaptation from Win on Blue, because they are surely not winning on Blue this time.
No, absolutely not. But then again, Nagrand isn't really blue in that case. I mean, you can argue about that one, but I agree with you there. The swaps definitely might be something that could pay off. Stormbolt on Mercy. Zray does not have Avatar though. Full Fear coming in to kind of prolong the CC chain on the Warlock during his Dark Soul. Of course, a little bit unfortunate that they can't just go and purge it. There's a little bit RNG involved, and Dr. Doom needs to be close to the Warlock as well. But they do get through that next Dark Soul window quite nicely, but Orber now completely tapped on mana. He needs to go for a drink. Gets a Dispel, has to bubble that one afterwards because that Shadow Crash was flying in from Velai. But with the wings, maybe they can stabilize you for the moment and force some cooldowns out of Velai. But then again, quite honestly, Gillo, CDs are looking fine for Reload Esports at the moment.
Yeah, Reload Esports are sitting pretty right now. He's got the Spurs, he's got Fade, that Lontar is, he's okay-ish on mana. If this game goes any longer, they could be in trouble, but Zray is taking a lot of damage right now. The silence onto Orbra has to trinket, sack Zray there as he's put into the Horrify. And Zray could honestly just die out of this. He is cloned low. The sack is going to end. Can they just finish him off out of it? He goes for the mind games from Villet, gets interrupted. Villet trying to get some distance now so he can finally cast. Grips Lontar away to the gate. Lontar gating away from this Turbo Cleave now as they try and race the healers. Orbra is so very low, put into an interrupt. Lontar also low, but he manages to escape from the Turbo Cleave's onslaught. Dre now connecting back onto Lontar, but not quite. He's been baited into the middle of the map. Win on Blue are getting desperate now. They can't find a target to kill before they are dead. Dre so low, Orbra so low. It's a race to the finish. Who will win, Merce or Villet? Merce on Orbra. Orbra manages to heal himself up. Now Dr. Doom is solo. His Battle Master is up. That will surely fall in the next 5 seconds. Surely Dr. Doom will go down here. He has some Maelstrom stacks. He's getting them back, but his Battle Master drops. Now they're onto Orbra.
Oh.
This is so ridiculous.
Chain Harvest.
I don't know
How are
who's
they
gonna die
alive?
first.
Yeah, how are they even alive? Orbra with the Divine Toll and some Word of Glory's heals getting in there. The Shadow Crash from downtown. Vilai sealing the deal on that one. Yeah, that was not a pretty game to watch if you're a Win on Blue fan, so I'm not having a good time right now because Shadowplay into Turbo on Nagrant. Man, that was painful to watch.
That was very painful. And Vilai with that last little Shadow Crash there, that was hitting nothing but net. That was absolutely beautiful. And you were worried at the start there, Gelu, but it's safe to say that Reload Esports, they played that perfectly. And the amount of rock damage that was coming out from them was unhealable on the side of Win on Blue.
I mean, they didn't really shut down anything, and look how much damage Merce is doing. The weakness of Athlete Lock is that it's so squishy, but if you let them play, this man's doing 4k DPS the entire game. He's done more than double, well, I can't do maths, but he's almost done double Villet's damage, so you kind of have to change your targets here. You're going to have to go to a smaller map and connect onto the Warlock a little bit more, because realistically, you force maybe 1 or 2 disperses in, what, an 8-minute game?
Yeah, and you point out there the amount of damage, if you let a Warlock just do what they want to, the damage taken there, not even 100k. Didn't even take 100k during that match, which is, absolutely mind-boggling because, as you mentioned, you let them run free and they will just tear your team to shreds.
Additionally, the thing is... Wait, I lost what I wanted to say. God damn it.
That's fine. It happens. It happens to all of us.
The Dark Soul, because Mercy, he got, I think every Dark Soul went to almost full duration of pump, and he was just standing there and just casting away. No purges flying in, and maybe if, or at least if the purges flew in, they didn't get the Dark Soul. Of course, a little bit rough to purge Dark Soul against the Druid because all those HOTS are lowering your chances of getting that big CD, but still. That's kind of it's a bit critical to just sit out every single Dark Soul almost.
Yeah, it seems very, very strange, and we were surprised by that pick, but it's shown to be pretty effective, and I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar here. There's obviously always a chance that, you know, they're gonna catch potentially, you know, I think Gallo alluded to it, you know, Mercy gets caught out with the Stormbolt and swapped to, and all of a sudden they just kind of explode into a fine mist. It generally does tend to happen, but at the same sort of time, I think it was solid play from both of them, and Lontar, I think, played a very, very good game on his Druid there, kind of switching between the forms. We're seeing Hook Point here. Reload Esports have shown that they can play different compositions. They do have that fourth player. Will we see a switch here, Gelu, or do you think they'll stick on that one as effective as it was in the previous game?
I wouldn't want to play that comp on Hook Point. The map is so small that if they choose to go on the Warlock, he will just be made into mincemeat. But they might just stick to it just for just to see if they can win. You know, they can try things out in this tournament. If they lose, you know, it's not too bad. It's the best of 5. They can just come back with a different composition. This is a composition they've been trying out. I don't think they're too experienced on it. So, you know, this is the perfect time to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is a best of 5, so we aren't going to be, obviously, you know, this isn't a series point here. And we do see the same composition come out from Reload Esports on Hook Point. So again, as you mentioned, it's possible that they could just be saying, let's see if we can do it. And it's also possible that, you know, this could be them almost, you know, I don't want to say obviously this late game they're going, oh, let's train ourselves on this specific composition. They'll have done that already, but this could potentially be something that they are having, you know, they're kind of keeping one eye on the final coming up against Method. If they're able to get past Win on Blue, this could be potentially a comp that they may use in that sort of situation, Lithy.
Yeah, maybe. Might be prep for the final, might be them just testing something. Then again, Velai, Shadow Priest main, one of the best Shadow Priests around, more or less, as far as I'm aware, and Mercy, of course, one of the best Warlocks as well. So not really surprising to see them pull out. I kind of want to say their mains, more or less. And Lontar, even though I think he's mainly known for the Shaman, plays a really solid Druid as well. So yeah, I'm loving the Shadow play. It's very, very bold to go for that on Hook Point. Oh,
I was going to say, Gelu, what do you make of that Mistweaver?
I mean, it's decent into Shadow Priests because you can dispel their VTs with orbs if they still have that. I honestly haven't seen Mistweaver this expansion, so I'm not entirely sure that's still a mechanic, but they used to be able to dispel all dots with orb.
You can, yeah.
So that's a pretty nice thing to have. Their weakness of dying, I mean, they're facing a caster comp, so, you know, not too troubling. There's no melee there's no Mortal Strike effect. And also, maybe the crowd control could be effective in capping the Druid into leg sweeps or whatnot that will allow them to score kills, so I think this is a smart iteration of their composition.
Yeah, definitely exciting. And on Hook Point as well, as you mentioned, having that monk be able to, you know, quickly nip in cap, leg sweep, there's not really going to be anywhere for, you know, these casters to go. They can't exactly, you know, get distance between, because on Hook Point, trying to get distance between is effectively putting you back in your spawn room. So very, very excited to see how this one plays out. Reload Esports obviously 1-0 up in this best of 5 series. Let's get some predictions. Lithy, how do you feel this match is going to go?
That's a tough one. Dominant performance from Reload Esports in game 1, but Hook Point for Shadowplay that's a proper monk ass right there. Gotta be honest there. So I think Win on Blue is gonna take it, but Reload Esports is not gonna make it easy for them.
It's definitely going to be exciting. Going to you, Gelu. How do you feel this one will go? Who's coming out on top here?
I want the same Win on Blue if they change their tactics a little bit more, so maybe focus down the Warlock, or if they go for more crowd control from Orbra. So I would say Win on Blue. I think this is their map to win on.
Definitely very, very excited to see, you know, how this is going to play out. And we spoke about, you know, the Warlock that needs to be their focus target coming in here. You know, we know how squishy they can be, but the amount of damage that they can do also, you know, nothing to really understate. And Hook Point on this sort of scenario is definitely, I think it shows the confidence of Reload Esports here, Lithy. I think it shows that they're saying, we're happy with where we are, and we feel confident that this is going to win anything that Win on Blue can throw at us. And confidence at this stage in a tournament is absolutely key.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I already mentioned, that's a bold pick, especially on hook point into turbo, and that's just big balls right there. So I love it. I love to see it. I hate to see it from a Win on Blue fan's point of view, but hey, exciting matches. That's what we're here for, right?
That's definitely what we want to see. And we do move into hook point now. So this is game number 2 in a best of 5 series, the lower brackets final between Reload Esports and Win on Blue. Whoever wins this series does go on to face Method EU in the grand finals. Reload Esports up 1-0 as Hook Point gets ready to host another fantastic game between these two teams.
All right. Countdown is up 10 seconds. Let's see who becomes shark bait on this one. I'm really curious if Win on Blue really is going to go for that swap on Mercy, kind of trying to lock down that Warlock, but it seems like Valai is the first target here with the race stance, with the avatar, and everything and the kitchen sink thrown at him. No fate, no dispersion yet. That might be coming in a second here.
Yeah, I don't really like this. I thought what they would do was leap in the start, interrupt that gateway from Merce, and then just pile on top of them. But it seems like they're going for the same strat as last time, relentlessly tunnel the priest, and doesn't seem to be working out too well for them right now. The cocoons come out, the parry trinkets come out from Dre, the defensive fear, the clone landed onto Aubrey, and the wall from Dr. Doom. They're just crumbling instantly. It looks like 100% dampening, and only 40 seconds into the game.
And a full inline on Aubrey as well. Ruff gets kicked a second time. That's unfortunate, if to say the least. I'm pretty sure that was the Flashcraft, though, so he will be okay for the moment. And Zray and Dr. Doom, they seem to be recovering. There's a Wind Fury Totem as well, trying to get some more damage in on Velai. And Mercy, he's just hunting Aubrey at this point, trying to get those dots in on the Dispels. There's a nice silence from Velai on the healer. Void Form getting in there with some big damage. Ray dropping low. No Cocoon for another 30 seconds. Revival needs to be invested there for Aubrey to top his team off. That's going to get rid of some of those dots. And Velai, trouble with the Stormbolt here. Maybe they can get something here. Aubrey going for an in-cap, maybe a leg sweep here. And Zray is looking for some big damage. Or Lontar gating out. And now Mercy being swapped to finally they target the Warlock.
Dr. Doom needs to start dispelling some of these curses, because he's just sitting here. He's got agony and weakness on him the entire game. He's doing so little damage because of those curses, and they're doing so much more damage because of that. And that's one of the strengths of having the enhancement shaman in this matchup. You can completely negate the entire class of Warlock, but he's got 10 stack agonies on pretty much the entire side of Win on Blue. However, there is something good going on here. Lontar's mana isn't looking too great compared to Aubrey's, so if they can keep holding on strong and they can prevent these drinks, then they do have a win condition somewhere.
Yeah, that mana is probably going to become a problem sooner or later, but for now, Mercy is the one taking quite some damage because Dr. Doom has swapped targets. Ray still sitting on the Shadow Priest. Maybe the split target, the split pressure is going to help them out a little bit here. Dr. Doom dropping fairly low, though, gets some big heals in there with the wall committed as well. Aubrey eats a full fear, trying to cross there between the two pillars, looking for some CC on Lontar, who quickly dips out of that one. Zray, once again on Velai, they put some pressure on the Shadow Priest, trying to force some defensives. There's the Avatar, there's the buff stance, and he is trying to wail in there, but gets shut down quite fast. The Cocoon forced as well, and he needs to pour it out while Dr. Doom is caught in a full Cyclone, so no off heals for Zray for the moment.
I mean, this does not look good for the side of Win on Blue. They are all half health. The mana lead has been lost, and it doesn't seem like they're able to do anything that they want to. This game, in fact, looks almost the same or worse, and when they had the Paladin, they are not making use of this monk at all. Dre now trying to connect onto Merce, who just teleports away. Dre stuck in no man's land, finally connects the charge to him, but his teammate, Dr. Doom, is just dropping so low as Orber is into that clone from Lontar. Lontar able to do what he wants if Orber is. His team is just not even close to him to do anything, and the pressure onto Reload is not that high. Merce going for a few drain lives, kiting the melees of Win on Blue very well. You want to see a Warlock taking more damage than this from a melee cleave. They are notoriously squishy. There is the Curse of Tongues onto Aubrey, and I really hope Dr. Doom gets his spelling on those, because that can be a huge detriment to a healer if he doesn't get dispelled.
Yeah, it is nothing fun to be dealing with as a healer if you have no cast speed. But Mercy, he has no fun with Zray just completely annihilating him. And slowly but surely, the damage from Win on Blue is picking up. Mercy dropping to 20%, has to get a way out, gets leg sweeped up on that one. So the Zray trying to keep up with the Door of Shadows gets kicked though from the Warlock pet, and with that, the follow-up on Mercy is denied for the moment, but Vilai is the one taking the big damage now. Maybe they can force the dispersion. Nope. Big heals coming in from Lontar. Nature's Swiftness doing a lot of work here. Nonetheless, slowly but surely, Win on Blue starting to turn it around, and Aubrey has the mana lead back. This is looking solid for Win on Blue suddenly.
We've got quite a big problem here, though. Merce has Dark Soul. He's trinketed offensively, and he is not getting purged on that. So he is doing quite a bit of damage with these dots. Dr. Doom dropping low as they try to connect to Merce. But Merce trinketing offensively, that does mean that he could go down in any sort of crowd control if they choose to do it. I really want to see the Turbo Cleave of Win on Blue swap targets, not to chase Vilay here and force Disperse, but instead force something more from Merce when he's got no trinket. But they get the Disperse anyway. They leap on top of him. That Disperse is gone, and I just can't help but feel like tunneling Vilay is not the right strat.
Yeah, they did get some solid pressure on him, though, with that Ring of Peace from Orber across the map, basically forcing him back into the arms of his warrior, just waiting there to get his head, and now they are back on with the pressure. But I do agree, I'd love to see more swaps on Mercy, maybe even a swap on Lontar if they go for something. Orber actually getting swapped to here, dropping low there in the back with some extra pressure from Lontar. It is not a fun situation to be in as a healer, with the Cocoon committed now. That's a big defensive out from Aubrey, and we'll see where that takes him. Is Vilai dropping low though? No Greater Fate anymore. This is really dangerous. Ironbark is ready. Big heal coming out. There was Nature's Swiftness, so that one isn't available for the next like 35 seconds. And once again, Shadow Priest under pressure. Where is the swap on Lontar? Maybe the swap on Mercy, or can they just straight up kill Vilai here? It is really dangerous. Nice Phoenix coming out. Dr. Doom getting rooted up there as well, and Zray just blade storming on the priest here. 10 seconds on Greater Fate.
There's the Vampiric Embrace from Vilay, giving himself whatever healing he can. He tries to go offensive now, silencing Dr. Doom. The Horrify onto Aubrey, trying to get what he can done on his own. They force the Astral Shift. They have the Dark Soul from Merce coming up very soon. Here we go. PI on him, gets instantly purged. He goes to outrange Dr. Doom, trying to keep this Dark Soul up as long as possible as he watches the entire team of Win on Blue rot down. The full counterspell onto Aubrey. Can they take him out in this CS? It doesn't seem like they quite can. Lontar comes in for another stun, but he gets CS again by the Fell Domination. Can he die on this lockout? And he does. A beautiful resummon CS from Merce secures the game.
That was beautifully played by Mercy, on point with the Warlock mechanics. Aubrey almost surviving that one here, but yeah, tough call for Win on Blue. This shadow play looks a little bit too rough to deal with for Win on Blue, at least with the current strategy.
Watching these games is horrific, because all I do is I watch the health bars of Win on Blue, and there's never a moment where they're not dropping down. They might get, you might see a heal that jumps them up, but they are constantly ticking down, and it's so nerve-wracking watching them, because even though they do manage to get some plays over Reload Esports, it just seems, it obviously just seems that it's far too much for them to handle, Lithy.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what Win on Blue can do from here on out. I mean, the swaps on Mercy actually worked pretty well. They got some really good pressure on him. Almost got him with that Ring of Peace at some point from Orbe, getting with best in there as well. But I don't know. It's rough times. They are definitely struggling hard against the Shadow play. As long as they don't swap strategy and get off the lie and tunnel Mercy for a game, I don't think they're gonna see any improvements. Also, the other question for me is that Mistweaver the right call? I think it's a bit better than the Paladin, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that one.
It definitely feel as though it felt as though they had better goes during that match than they did previously. And, you know, obviously this is a best of 5. They are 2-0 up currently. And, you know, we saw just how effective those swaps were over to Mercy on his Warlock there, Gelu. Do you feel as though we could have seen a couple more swaps from Win on Blue? Do you think they missed a few opportunities to take those?
Yeah, for sure. I think they went in with the same game plans they had for the first game. They just wanted to kill the priest. I would like it if they just... This was the map they could have had a really, really good strat on. I thought they were going to do it. Zray leaped in, but then he went priest into the lock. They could just leap in, stop the gateway, and then just pile drive the Warlock instantly, and they would have had so much pressure doing that. Stopping the gateway is so huge, and it's kind of easy to do on that map. They don't have a lot of stops. They can horrify Zray off his mount, but, you know, you can just trinket that, go offensive, and if you stop that gateway, that lock is just dead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we do move on to game 3 in this best of 5 series. If Reload Esports win it, they do move on to the grand final against Method. Obviously, this grand final, there is a prize pool attached to it, but not only is the prize pool attached to it, it also is partially funded by you folks in the chat as part of the Method community. ! Crowdfund will give you all of the information that you need to know, give you a link where you can donate. 100% of those donations go to the prize pool for these teams. And not only that, any subscriptions during this time frame will also add to that prize pool. So subscriptions to the Method channel, ! Subscribe will give you that information as well. Not only do you get an ad-free viewing experience and all of your fantastic Method sub emotes unlocked, you also add to this fantastic prize pool for the community. So, you know, I do obviously want to shout out Method for putting on this tournament. It is absolutely fantastic, and I'm really, really excited to see how far we go. Yesterday, we did get 9 subscriptions. I want to see more. I want to see more subscriptions leading into the grand final. We had 9 yesterday. I'd like to get 10 today. So between now and the end of the grand final, can we see 7 more subscriptions? I have faith. I'm very, very excited to see where we go for this next map, because we've seen just how effective, this composition is from Reload Esports. We've already seen Hook Point. Is there a map that can counteract this, Gelu?
I think that was the map to win it on. Other than that, I would say go to Dalaran's fairly small. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if they don't win on this map, then they're out anyway. Yeah. I'd say if they win on this map, they're gonna have a tough time because they're just gonna go straight to Tolvaron, and no Turbocles wants to face the caster comp on Tolvaron.
Yeah, you're just going to watch Win on Blue melt into the sand on Tolvaron Arena. This one does give Win on Blue a chance, Lithy. Dalaran Sewers, there's a lot of opportunities to potentially break line of sight. You know, if they manage to catch Reload Esports in the wrong position when that water falls into the center of the room, blocking line of sight, and they're able to jump onto Mercy on that Warlock, that could spell disaster for Reload. And, you know, that is, at this point, watching the previous 2 games, to me, that feels like the only moment where Win on Blue could potentially take this.
That kind of depends. I mean, you have some opportunities to go for hexes on the healer if you're lucky. Get some crosses here with a cap totem, with a storm bolt there on some of the DPS. Depends on which healer we see. We might see Aubrey again on the Mistweaver. Get some incaps and leg sweeps in there. If he goes on the Druid, we could see some lockdown with a Vortex, maybe on Mercy to kind of prevent the ports out of the go from Win on Blue. So there's definitely some options that Winner Blue can fall back to still, but in general,
We're not going to be seeing any ports from Mercy. I have that feeling because Reload
Right,
Esports have they've locked in the
realized,
Arms
yeah.
Warrior. I mean, we
That's
could
not
see
shadow play.
that's definitely not a shadow play. This potentially changes things. Obviously, Dolorances, we've seen how effective this can be from Reload Esports. We're obviously getting some chicken pasta because Zepai is coming back in here. Gelu, does this change things? Are we seeing just a rollover for Reload at this point?
I think so. I mean, Win on Blue only have that turbo available to them, and Reload obviously know that, so they've just picked a comp that they think just completely counters them, I believe. The rest of Druid coming in from Lontar, it's a class he's been practicing. I guess he just wants to get some more tournament practice on it, because, I mean, the rest of Shaman Thunder seemed pretty good from last time, but I guess the rest of Druid will suffice enough. And even if they do lose this, go to Tolveron with the shadow play, and it's over.
Very, very true. It's one of those situations where, again, there's realistically nothing for Win on Blue to lose, so they can just absolutely cut loose here. They can turn around and say, we just need to. This is the one game where we need to put absolutely everything into it, because if we win, fantastic, we get another chance. If we lose, that is it. It is over. So I'm really excited to see what they could potentially do on this. We know just how effective these players can be, but at the same time, the composition that we're seeing from Reload Esports and the players on Reload Esports, it's going to make it very, very difficult for them, Liffy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's basically what I touched on before the series. This is basically TY1, just a little bit better. Mercy is a fantastic warrior. Zepai is a fantastic elemental shaman. I think it's safe to say that Zepai is actually one of the best elemental shamans in the world. So tough to deal with, and Gelu, I'm always defaulting back to that. That basically Thunder is a little bit of a soft counter against Turbo, and that is not a good situation to be in for a Win on Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very rough for them going into this one. But at the same time, not to take away anything from Win on Blue, not to understate the skill, they have made it this far in the tournament. They have done a phenomenal, phenomenal job. And realistically, if there was a team that you were going to lose to, Reload Esports, there's absolutely no shame to going out against them. However, at the same time, there's potentially, if they can take a game against Reload Esports here, it shows to everybody else, gods can bleed.
I mean, it's pretty bold to call these teams gods, right? But
I mean, in the world that we have seen, these teams are they are at the top, obviously of this environment. But we are moving to Dalaran Sewers. This is game number 3 in a best of 5 series. It is series point for Reload Esports. They win this, they are on their way to the grand final. Win on Blue, they have to win this, otherwise they drop out of the tournament. This is the lower bracket final. Let's get some hypes in chat, because this potentially could be the last game before our grand final. Liffy, what's happening in the first 30 seconds of this game?
Someone might die. That's what's gonna happen. I mean, usual Zray charging in, death stance pop there immediately. Actually, Mercy the first one to get some damage, and it's Zray. Oh, he's jumping down there, gets storm bolted up on his avatar, and Vortex as well on the Blade Storm. He is so sad right now that he lost that much uptime, but they are in again on Ultra Problem, and big damage on Mercy as well. The full Hodge on Lontar, Ironbark committed beforehand, as well as the Innovate. They seem to be getting through this quite fine without too much invested. Really well played there by Lonta with the pre-hots and, of course, the efflorescence on the floor right there. And now Reload Esports are turning this one around.
Yeah, picking the rest of Druid into the turbo is kind of a ballsy move, since a lot of these hots can get purged. But I'll see how it plays out. The full clone goes onto Orbra, into the Raw, maybe into another clone. He pulls away, doesn't go for it. Instead, choosing to keep his hots rolling on his team. Dr. Doom, no trinket or wall right now. Zray also no trinket, so he will not be able to peel for his man, Dr. Doom, as he enters Ascendance, looking to get some damage off onto Merce. But Dr. Doom feared up on that, into the stun. The pressure's getting reversed back onto him. There is the half lasso, and Aubrey is forced a trinket. No trinkets on the side of Win on Blue, and this is just looking disastrous.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Double knockback, and they both jump back up immediately. But Dr. Doom getting absolutely pummeled right now. Aubrey needed to bubble that one because his trinket is already on cooldown. And now Ray, he's trying to counter pressure with the Avatar, and the offstands going in there. Sharpened Blade, get some damage on the Shaman there. Ultra Problem dropping to half. Mercy getting cleaved at the same time, but they are not getting anything here. No wall, no bark. Now maybe with a full Hodge on Lontar, they can get something, but no, it's just Mercy's Avatar counter pressure until death, and with that, Reload Esports are just completely fine. This is absolutely massive from them.
Yeah, Dr. Doom really trying to connect on to Zeepire, but he just can't get there. He's just getting kited so very, very hard. Dr. Doom just taking so much damage as well. It looks completely different from the last time we saw Thunder into Turbo. Last time TY won, it seemed a little bit more of an even game, but this time, Win on Blue are just getting completely decimated. They're trying to get a little bit of pressure onto Merce. A good knock by Zeepire, though, will prevent that from happening as they reconnect back onto Dr. Doom. The clone onto Aubra. Ancestral Shift being forced out from Dr. Doom as they turn onto Zray. The parry being forced out as well, and it's just cooled down city for Win on Blue.
Yeah, that was beautifully forced by Reload Esports. Full Hodge on Lontar. I don't think they can capitalize on that one because Mercy has the parry up. And I mean, let's be honest, when's the last time Zeepire used this wall? That's like 100 years ago. So they're not getting anything here. Nice disarm on Mercy's Avatar though. Dr. Doom will be fine throughout that one, at least for a few more seconds. But now Mercy is back in there. Get some big condemns in, and Dr. Doom dropping down to half orbit, trying to avoid Lontar as much as possible, and Thorns definitely not doing any favors to Win on Blue at the moment. Mercy dropping low though. No parry is available. Rallying Cry, and the Iron Bark is invested, so they can save the shout there. Mercy looking for some damage now though with the offstands. They barely scrape by on that one.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sketchy situation. Lontar getting wind sheared there as well. Could have been the end for Merce on another interrupt onto Lontar. Don't want to see that happening 2 series in a row, but it looks like it's the ascendance from Dr. Doom now. Who will be his primary tie? Looks like Merce is going down. Oh my goodness. The Hodge lands onto Lontar. Trinket just a little bit too late, and that ascendance clipping onto Merce will sport the end of the game. They're going to another map.
Going into game number 4, as we see Win on Blue taking this one 2-1 to Reload Esports, but is potentially the comeback here? Can we see a reverse sweep? Probably going to Tolveron Arena in the next match, I would imagine, which means we may potentially see the return of the Shadow Priest Warlock, which is very, very dangerous. But, you know, a phenomenal game there from both teams, and, you know, gotta give credit to Win on Blue, because that was a fantastic performance, Galu.
Yeah, I mean, that's another reason why the blinding light is so strong there. You're thinking, oh, why didn't Lontar trinket? Well, Aubrey is sitting on top of him with a blind as well. As soon as he trinkets that stun, it's going to get put into the full blind, and it's really a catch-22 situation. There's nothing you can really do there.
Yeah, it was always gonna end that way, especially if you're sort of sat there and you've effectively got someone going, "Go on, do it. I know you want to. Go on." And I think realistically, that was always kind of going to be, you know, a really, really close game. Both of these teams well known for those compositions. The danger now, Lithy, moving into game number 4 of this best of 5, is unfortunately Reload Esports do have other comps they can play, and that is what we may see here, because the first 2 games they were so effective on that Shadow Priest and that Warlock that realistically, if they go back to it with the bigger maps now available, it's gonna be a real struggle for Win on Blue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's either win for Reload Esports and then the series is done, or it is another win for Win on Blue, and then we can still go to Tolveron Arena, pull out the Shadow Play, and just completely dumpster them. But, well, we might see another Thunder game from Reload Esports, get some more practice in on that comp. I'm pretty sure they can beat Win on Blue with it, but at the same time, of course, Thunder looked a lot less strong, aka weaker. English is a hard language, by the way. So I'm really curious. I mean, personally, I'd love to see more Thunder, because that means Win on Blue has an easier time.
I mean, it did feel there as though that the fact that there wasn't as much rot damage coming out there, it definitely... Win on Blue looked a lot more comfortable, Gelu, during that. They didn't have to necessarily worry about their health bars constantly ticking down. It felt much more up their street. Is that going to affect Reload Esports' decision here? Are they going to turn around and say, we saw exactly what happened in the first two games, let's just get this over with now and do something that we know works no matter which map we're on?
I think so. I mean, Win on Blue should be comfortable in this matchup. They've played Turbo into Thunder about 8 times in the past 2 days, whereas they haven't really been facing the Athlete SP, which is another valuable point to playing the composition. They don't know what they're doing into the comp, it seems. They're changing strategy mid-game, they're changing strategy mid-tournament, and nothing seems to be working. So, I mean, if from Reload Esports side, if they actually want to just take it this game, then the safe option is to go for the Athlete SP. But if they kind of want to be like, okay, we can actually win as Thunder or just lock it in again, then, you know, that's the more ego side as well, I guess.
Well, they're locking an Imperium domain. Yeah, get your shades. This is where you can put your shades on, Gally. This is where you can, because you're going to need them. You know, we've mentioned them going back to the Shadow Priest of, you know, this Warlock. The danger there is it's very, very... You know, it's very dangerous if you're a Warlock if you get caught out against Zray and Dr. Doom on these 2 classes. So, you know, the previous 2 games, they basically spent most of their time channeling into the Shadow Priest. If they suddenly switch and they catch Mercy off guard on that Warlock, we could potentially be going to a Game 5, Lithy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is room to completely beat out Reload Esports Shadow Play. I mean, Turbo is very high damage melee comp that can just run down a caster, especially a Warlock who, outside of the wall, does really not have too many defensive options apart from just porting away, and even that is negated by the Shaman's Ghost Wolf and the Warrior mobility. So really, really curious how this one is gonna play out. Win on Blue Turbo with the Resto Druid this time around, so they are ready for that Warlock pick to get Orbis Vortexes in there if he wants to gate away to keep him in on the cleave, and I'd love it. I'd love to see it.
This is I really like this Druid pick here, because I feel as though one of the problems that they've had with quite a few of these games is constantly keeping up with that, you know, with that ticking damage. And I feel the Druid may help with that, but at the same time, if we do see the Shadow Priest Warlock come out of Reload Esports, I feel as though, you know, they potentially, with the Druid, they have a couple more chances of closing down some of these players here, Gallo, and that is going to be key for victory in closing down, and as you mentioned, making sure that the Warlock isn't able to use those portals as much as they want to.
I mean, enjoy playing Resto Druid into a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is going to press Purge every single globe of the game. It's like Orbra just has a dartboard and he just throws at it to decide what healer he plays. It doesn't. He's been a monk, he's been a paladin, now he's a druid for some reason. I'm not really sure why. I don't really think this is a tremendously good pick into the shadow play. I think Reload Esports, I think Valet is just going to have about 100 plus purges this game, and they're going to go fairly fast.
I mean, it could be a 500 IQ play, because if Villay's pressing purge, he's not pressing damage buttons.
You don't need to press damage.
So possible. I mean, we'll see what happens. Again, you know, we've seen how effective Reload Esports is on this composition. We know just how dangerous they can be, but every single game they've played this, we've always had that little sort of like caveat of, yes, they're very good, but if the Warlock gets caught out of position, you know, a single Stormbolt, as we've seen in previous tournaments, they get turned into a fine paste. So that is something that Win on Blue will have to be looking at. We haven't seen them switching as much as we wanted, Lithy. Game 4 in a best of 5 series, this is the time when stuff like that can suddenly happen for you and work out for you, and it could potentially change the course of this series.
I mean, you don't talk about reverse sweeps for no reason, right? So you never know what's gonna happen. I definitely still see the potential for win on blue. I'll be cheering hard for them, even though you're supposed to be neutral as a commentator. But hey, who cares about that one anyway? So we're getting in this one. Aubrey on the Resto Druid, Lontar on the Resto Druid, and I'm really curious if Mercy is gonna die here again or not.
It's definitely all to play for once again. Reload Esports 2-1 up in this best of 5 series in the lower brackets. The winner of this, if Reload Esports wins, they move on to the grand final. If Win on Blue win, we go to a game 5.
All right, Lontar is the first one to connect. The charge on Zray roots him up. But Zray also finding Vilai there. Off stance Avatar in their big condemn crit. Immediately knocks him down to half and forces the dispersion. That's what you want to see from the warrior early on. But Aubrey also under fire here, dropping down to half already, investing that bark skin. But Vilai, he's not getting away. Half HP, only the Greater Fate left. This is what Turbo is actually supposed to do, and suddenly it's going well. But Dr. Doom catching that big mind games, dropping down to half. Aubrey needs to dispel. Big poke there from the unstable affliction. Dispel damage.
Yeah, it looks like Win on Blue, they're doing a little bit more damage this game. They're sending out the same strategy as they did the first 2 losses, though. Tunnel the Priest relentlessly. But as I say that, they're connecting onto Merce now. I quite like this. He tries to Soul Shape away. Can he escape the onslaught of the 2 melees? It seems like they have lost aggro and have gone back onto the Shadow Priest, into the double fear onto Dr. Doom and Dre and Aubra. 50% mana already, 1 minute 20 in. This is the quickest he's gone on any of his healers so far.
Oh no. Oh no, Mind Games connecting on Aubrey, he's on 20%, full silence, Barkskin is running, no trinket, no nothing. Flashcraft finally comes out while Mercy's getting pummeled. He is porting out Drain Life to victory, or at least back to full health, while Lontar is trying to heal his team. Dr. Doom is there with his own offfields to keep himself alive, and it is stabilizing once again, but almost that kill on Aubrey. That was beautifully played by Reload Esports, putting immense pressure on the healer on Win on Blue. But for now, as said, everything's stabilizing. Zere has the Avatar going, gets in there, and halfway across the map after losing 90% of his HP, he decides that Death Stance probably is the right play and swaps back to that one. But for now, Reload Esports putting on the pressure.
Yeah, he's charged towards Merce, who has just teleported away. He doesn't really seem to care that the melees want to connect to him. He just gets out of there instantly. And he's put into the Stormbolt. They're finally connecting. He's almost died. The first stun of the game. He's gating out of there. Oh, he's such a squishy target, they've realized. It's only taken 20 minutes of gameplay. They're finally connecting onto the Warlock, and he's just getting pummeled over and over and over again. Here comes another teleport from Merce, finally escaping from the melee's clutches. But if they get one more of those, I think that could surely be the end of the game.
Yeah, beautiful vortex from Orber earlier there, but Lontar also there on the reconnect of Zray, getting him away from the lie. He had to peel for Aubrey to get that Shadow Priest off of him. But yeah, as you said, they realized that the Warlock actually is a good target. But now with the Dark Soul, open fields, Ray on low HP, Aubrey is struggling to keep them alive, get some heals out, and they seem to be surviving. But sitting on the Shadow Priest, not looking to purge that Dark Soul off, and they are paying for that with a lot of HP, even though Dr. Doom is putting on some good offfields to keep them alive. Zray is dropping immensely low.
Yeah, I don't think they've got the correct build for this. If I was Ray, I would just play full uptime, just keep connecting and trading onto the Warlock, because they keep doing the same thing this game. They go on the lock, they force teleport, and then they lose interest, and he gets teleport back again. If they want to do this, they have to keep going on him like they are doing right now. Merce has no trinket, he has no wall. Next Sharpened Blade is in 10 seconds, and if they connect that with a Stormbolt, he could surely go down without any crowd control onto Lontar. Dre and Dr. Doom put into the Earth Grab right now. The charge coming in onto Merce. Looks like they're using the Freedom Shroom from Lontar, allowing Merce to kite a little bit easier. He gets the teleport out. Here comes the Stormbolt. Here comes the Sharpen. Can they force anything with this? It doesn't seem to really do too much, and that was the go they were looking for.
Yeah, Ascendance isn't popped though, so they're just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to use that one. And Mercy is in struggle right now, but the Dark Lair, that's gonna put out some dangerous damage while they are trying to stick to him and bring home the pain. But there is the Ascendance. Now it's go time for win on blue, because it is the blue map. That's where they want to put their name to the test, and they are looking to close this one out, tunneling the Warlock. Dark Soul, the wall is invested from Mercy. Dark Soul up in 5 seconds. Dr. Doom dropping low. Aubra only on 20% mana, dropping down to half health. There is the Astral invested as well from the Enhancer to stay alive here, because Mercy is just pumping, as well as Vilai with the Void Form. Everyone on Win on Blue is just rotting away, and they are not able to connect to Mercy anymore. There's the Fissure for Dr. Doom to reconnect. Dre jumps in with the heroic leap. Stormbolt on Mercy. Sharpened Blade up in 1 second. Can they connect here? I don't think they have enough damage, and the Soul Shape is gonna get Mercy out of that one. This is not looking good for Win on Blue. Dre off stands on 20% HP. Oh no, you hate to see it. There's the Drain life. He gets punished.
That is the Dre we all know.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Reload Esports taking it 3-1.
Reload Esports moving on to the grand final against Method EU, a rematch of that upper bracket semi-final, but commiserations to Win on Blue. They put on some fantastic matches, and there were a couple of moments during that game, Lithy, where Mercy potentially could have dropped as they realized, oh, the Warlock is actually made of Play-Doh. Let's just demolish him.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you have to build your characters a little bit more around if you want to go Warlock. You need to change some things in the gameplay. You need to try and stop Gateway. You can even, we've seen Warriors playing Bounding Strikes and the Leap Legendary into Warlocks, where you forgo playing defensive stance and you just trade it for pure uptime, which I think could have been really good if they did this onto the Warlock, because as soon as you connect to the Warlock, he is dead, but he has a lot of tools to get away. But I think if you sacrificed defensive stance and just went for more uptime, you could maybe have taken him out in this game. But you see, even going on him this game, he did a lot less damage, and they did live quite a long time.
Yeah, you can see enemy damage taken there. We can see just how much damage Mercy took, which is, you know, a complete 180 from, you know, it's a complete flip from what we saw in the previous games where we saw the Shadow Priest Warlock, where, you know, Vilay was taking the majority of the damage and they were hardly touching Mercy at that point. So, you know, they did change their tactics, but unfortunately it seems as though it was a little bit too late there, Gallo, for them.
Yeah, a little bit too late indeed. It's that the map wasn't in favor of them, really. His map's quite big, it's quite nice to kite on as a Warlock, and I mean, arguably, I guess it's better than Tolvir since they didn't pick it. I guess it's just nicer to kite on as a Warlock. You have the pillars all close together. The gateway, you can gate from pillar to pillar, and there was just no chance of the melees really getting too much uptime. Also, the Freedom Shroom from Lontar really helping out with that as well.
Yeah, very, very true. Well, let's take a quick look at the brackets and see how the final is shaping up. So we are seeing Method EU against Reload Esports. Obviously, Reload Esports just taking that 3-1 against Win on Blue. And Method EU have had a fairly easy ride up until the semi-finals, where they did go 5 games against Reload Esports 3-2. The finals is a best of 7, so this one is going to be very, very exciting. I'd also like to give a shout out to Uber Blinken. 5 gifted subscriptions, that takes us up to 9. We are now level with the amount of subscriptions that we had yesterday. Obviously, any subscription that is given during this tournament will add to the prize pool. Part of the prize pool is increased by you folks, so make sure if you aren't currently subscribed to the Method channel, consider it, because not only will you have a ad-free viewing experience and the sub emotes unlocked, you will also be helping the prize pool for these contestants, which, you know, so far this tournament has been phenomenal, and we are now going to be heading into the grand final. But just before that, we will be taking a short break, and as I say, we're taking a short break. Beer Hog with 3 subscriptions, gifted subscriptions there, so we are now at 12 subscriptions. Thank you very much. We'll be taking a short break, but when we come back, it is time for the grand finals of the Method Mayhem EU tournament.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat, any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
I just don't know if Bert has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Corlick, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, on to Paul, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trigger.
Welcome back, folks, to the Method Mayhem EU tournament, and it is no ordinary welcome back because we are now in the grand finals. Every single game that we have seen over the last 48 hours has led up to this point, which is very, very exciting. We are seeing Method EU against Reload Esports. Once again, it is a best of 7. So we're going to see a fair few games today, or right now, and we're also still doing blind picks in the Grand Arena for game number 1. This is as big as it gets, and I'm very, very excited to see how this goes. We can see that there is a prediction in chat for who's going to take game number 1, but I want predictions from you two. Who you think is going to take this grand final? We'll go to you first, Lithy. Taking into account what we've seen previously, obviously we saw a fantastic 3-2 series between these two teams in the upper bracket semi-final, and then we saw a series in the lower brackets that showed Reload Esports have a little bit more to them. Who do you think is actually going to take the grand final here?
I think I'm still gonna go with Method EU. It was a close series in the upper bracket semifinals, but even with that shadow play, I don't think Method EU has nothing that beats a shadow play. I think Windwalker Fire Mage is pretty decent into that, especially with the Bonk's burst damage. You just melt a Warlock in like half a second without the Warlock even able to port away. And other than that, Method EU has a bunch of comps up their sleeves. RMP, you name it, they have it basically. And I think in general, just Method EU has the upper hand here.
And Gelu, you've mentioned these two teams, very, very highly skilled, both in the AWC. Is this as close a grand final as we could expect? And who do you think is going to come out on top?
I would say Method EU can come out on top, mainly because they play proactive comps. They have a mage, whereas Reload Esports are more reliant on reactive and like goalkeeping and winning in the later game with mana and stuff. But if you're a good mage team into that sort of composition, if you play your cards right, you should be able to come out on top the majority of the time. So I'm going to give this one to Method EU if they play really, really well. But if Method EU start playing sloppy, then Reload Esports will be able to take it. So my money's on Method EU for now.
Yeah, and speaking of money, the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned it very, very briefly beforehand. But again, going into the grand final, one last reminder. Part of this prize pool is crowdfunded by you folks. Exclamation point crowdfund in the chat gives you a link where you can donate. It gives you all the information of the breakdown, and any subscription to the Method channel will also add to that prize pool. Now is the time to get your donations in. Now is the time to add your subscriptions. We actually passed yesterday's total of 9 subscriptions. We're on 12 subscriptions now. So that is absolutely fantastic work. Again, constantly adding to these prize pools. It helps out with these sort of tournaments. The community is helping, fund these tournaments for World of Warcraft, and realistically, for any future tournaments that will happen as well, which is very, very exciting. I'm really, really excited for this grand final. I think that no matter what happens, we're going to get a great series out of both of these teams. We know just how good both of them can be. I want to know in chat. I want you to type, everybody that's in chat right now, I want you to type just one word: Reload or Method. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this grand final? Every single person in chat now, either Reload or Method. I want to see who comes out on top, which is, it's going to be exciting. And there's some fantastic players here. Lithy, out of these players, we see 4 players here. Who's the single player that you think we should keep our eye on for this grand final?
So for Method EU, I think it's definitely Thesia, because his setups with the mage, with the polymorphs, with the dragon's breath, his counter spells in general, just the control factor he brings into the game for Method EU is absolutely immense. Of course, Waz is kind of the big star, making the big plays, doing the crazy kiting on the Windwalker, the crazy setups and goes on the Rogue. But I think Thesia is just so important to the whole setup and the flow of the game and the stability of the team that I'm definitely keeping an eye on the mage. And on the side of Reload Esports, I think I'm a bit torn between Mercy and Lontar. Of course, Lontar bringing the massive heals and the coordination into the team, but Mercy also a fantastic player, really good eye for the game as a whole on this warrior with the war banners, just some massive plays all around. So yeah, those are the two, and maybe two more players that really caught my eye here. I mean, that's half the teams,
yeah, that's half of the teams.
Game at the moment, but
Gelu, how about yourself? Who should the viewers keep their eye out for? Who's going to be the MVP for either team?
I mean, it's the same. It's the entire game is going to be based around whether, you know, Thesia is going to be the one engaging with the crowd controls, and it depends on if Merce can shut those setups down well enough. If Thesia can, you know, work around Merce. I mean, it's also down to Zeepai and Lontar as well, and those shamans, because, you know, you have to fight through those wind shears and groundings as well. But the majority of the time is going to come down to, like, Merce the Thesia, who's going to be able to get the better of that. I mean, Chaz, he's going to have to try and get some drink. That's more on his team, like, setting up for him with the drinks. And, yeah, I don't really think we'll see Zuniaki coming out too much. I don't think there'll be a lot of Shatter being played in this series. I think he's going to be on the back burner for now.
I mean, we didn't think the Shatter was coming out in the previous series, and look at the surprise. Look at the surprise for us. You know, you saw that come up very, very, very early, and it was very, very effective for Reload. And Method will have definitely taken note of that Lithium. I think they may potentially expect it, but we'll see exactly what happens as we move into game number 1 of the Grand Finals. This is a best of 7. This is everything to play for. This is what all the teams have been working towards. It is Method EU versus Reload Esports. Let's get some hype in the chat as these two teams go head to head, not even neck and neck. They go head to head and see who is going to be crowned champion of the Method Mayhem tournament.
Yeah, get your smokes ready in the chat, boys, because Turbo is on the table next to Chicken Basta, of course, and they are facing up against Method EU's Windwalker Fire Mage. So Waz is going to be the target here with Mercy's Avatar and the Stormbolt. Big damage going in. Lontar sitting in a full polymorph immediately. And Waz just taking some good chunks of damage, but they seem to be able to heal through that one for the moment. Chaz doing a really good job. The combustion coming in from Thesia. Oh, Shaman taking some big hits, but in general, I don't think they're going to get anywhere here early on in this matchup.
I mean, this is an interesting pick from Reload Esports because it was fairly obvious Method EU would pick this comp, right? I don't think Windwalker Mage is horrible into Turbo. You get the double stun onto both the Shaman and the Warrior. You can get crowd control fairly easily as the Mage. It just comes down to whether Waz can live on that Windwalker. But I mean, there's definitely worse matchups in the world, and I don't really know who got the upper hand on this blind pick. It seems fairly even on either side. Although saying that, we've used the combustion from Thesia. We haven't really forced anything. We've still got Zuin from Waz, and Waz is just running away right now. Not really forcing too much at all this game with his leg sweeps. The touch of Karma coming out from Waz already. There's a double Dragon's Breath, the full sheep onto Lontar. Hammer of Justice onto Zeepai, forcing out Lontar's Trinket and Sack. And as long as Waz can keep playing in and dipping out before he takes any real damage, I think Method EU are onto a winner here as they pop the Zuin, trying to force Lontar's bubble with it, but they can't quite seem to clinch it out.
Yeah, Triple Dragon's Breath from Thesia is definitely disrupting some stuff there, but of course, was in there cleaving on 3 people. Monk loves to do that. Big damage going out on Chicken Buster. He is taking so much damage, even through that Astral Shift. This is not looking good. Full Hex doesn't connect Thesia. Line of sights it beautifully, and Was is out there as well. Chaz in a full Hodge has the wall running though, so he's fine for the moment. Dipping down to half, and the CC runs out. He can get away on this horse. Gets a full Hodge on Lonta though. Maybe they can capitalize on this one. Chicken Bastard dropping low to half, even more lower with a Fist of Fury hammering away on him. There's the Ring of Peace to knock him out, to prevent any cast for the moment. But Thesia does not have the combustion, does not have the follow-up damage, so they can't burn through that last bit of remaining HP, and Lonta with the wings is able to top him off.
Yeah, Waz trying to kite away once again. He does have his leg sweep available. So the next time that the melees of Merce and Shigenbasta stack up, that we'll be getting a nice big go going. Here's the sheep onto Lontar. I think it may be a little bit preemptive though. They can't seem to get the stuns on to Zeepai. A little bit of a wasted DR for Method EU, as they're going to be on the back foot now, as they have no real means of getting offensive pressure without having that polymorph DR for the Holy Paladin. Waz put into the Stormbolt, having to force out his diffuse here. Full stun onto Chaz. Combustions popped from Thesia as they get the Hammer of Justice onto Lontar, forcing out the Ancestral Shift from Shigen Pasta with that combust. And that's really nice. They have the Zuin now, and they don't really have anything to counter it other than the sack from Lontar. And they might be able to even force Lontar's bubble with that Zuin if they can play the cards right.
Yeah, that Zuin is a big CD they can invest, but once again, probably not going to get paired with that combustion, because that is a minute, probably a bit less out. With a beautiful Dragon's Breath, though, they land a polymorph on Lonta, but a beautiful War Banner from Mercy completely stops that go in its tracks, and Chaz is getting swapped to Was dropping to 20%. There's the giant, his Chain Harvest going in, big damage on Method EU all around. Everyone is dropping low, Karma invested, Iceblock is still ready for Thesia, but Was is trying to get away and should be fine. Chaz getting in some big heals, and Thesia slowly but surely getting topped off as well. That was a massive go from Reload Esports. They completely nailed Method EU there around the corner, but they are able to recover. Zuen is up, Images are up, combustion in 2 seconds, 1 second going in, Chicken Buster dropping down to half, gets him off, heals in, Mercy with the intervene, takes some big damage himself. Lontar got the sack out, but that ran out, and the CDs are still running. Thesia didn't even pop his combustion. This might just be it. Method EU looking to close it out, swapping over on Lontar. He has nothing left, but Waz needs to pull out because Mercy is looking to finish him off, and he does not look healthy at the moment.
Yeah, Chaz needs to get off Classic because he is so right now compared to Lontar. Mana is just the name of the game currently. Waz under so much pressure because Chaz just cannot heal him. Chaz trying to dip down for a little drink here. Waz into the Stormbolt. Can he afford to get these sips? He gets a few off Lontar on his little Kodo, stopping him just in the nick of time before he gets too much of that blue bar. But Method EU in a pretty decent spot now as they pull the Combust trigger onto Lontar in the full Hammer of Justice. Grounding from Shigen Pasta, though, will deny the majority of that combustion damage, and they swap it over. They get the full sheep onto Lontar. They're turning the damage onto Shigen Pasta. He Ancestral Shifts. They're looking for the resheep. They go for the Ring of Frost onto Merce. They get the resheep onto Lontar, but it seems like the Ring of Frost is broken, and Shigen Pasta should be able to recover here.
Yeah, looking good there. That grounding totem on the combustion earlier was absolutely massive. Now Thesia just farming some fireballs to get that one back. Let's see how long it takes him to get there. Mercy trying to reconnect. Avatar just ran out, so not much damage coming in from the warrior. I mean, as far as you can say, basic warrior damage isn't much. It's still a massive taunt, and still Shigen Basta is the one getting targeted. Whereas, of course, taking some big hits as well. Thesia with another beautiful double Dragon's Breath into the Ring of Frost on both the DPS and the Earth Alley. Maybe they can swap on Lontar here to deal some nasty damage, but Chaz is the one that is in trouble right now. He has Mercy on his heels. Only a bubble and basically no mana. This is not looking good for Method EU's healer right now.
Yeah, Chaz is running on fumes currently, but it seems like Reload are the ones going to take the brunt of the damage. Really good pre-sack from Lontar before he enters that Hammer of Justice, but they just turn the pressure onto Lontar. The Combustion, the Zuan, can they force the win from this? The Divine Favor is up for Lontar, but it does get purged. Not able to connect the counterspell though on that, as he does get intervened and cross the map, but Chaz at the same time so very, very low, put into the bubble. Merce goes for the shattering throw. He leaps on the top of him. Ring of Peace defensively to try and stop Merce connecting to Chaz behind the wall. Word of Glory, Divine Toll, Word of Glory, but he just doesn't have any mana to work with. He just cannot get any healing. He runs into Lontar. Lontar gives him a little whack with his sword, trying to do as much as he can, but the pressure's being turned on the Thesia now. He's used his Battlemaster Trinket to try and stay alive. The full sheep onto Merce. The Hammer of Justice onto Lontar. Can they connect anything else? The full Polymorph lands onto Lontar. They really need to win here with the Ancestral Shift through onto Shigan Pasta, but they just can't seem to get enough damage off. But meanwhile, Chaz, where is he? He's looking for the drink in the back. He's getting ticks, he's getting ticks, he's getting ticks. He has more mana than Lontar now, and suddenly Method EU are in a really great spot.
Yeah, that was a massive 40% chug he got in there. Shigan Bastard dropping low, 20%. Lontar needs to bubble and chases DPS around the pillar, gets the big heal in to top him off, but that was the bubble out for the healer on Reload Esports. So not a good spot to be in. We have some defensives on the side of Method U as well. Cauterize still ready for Thesia, Karma for Waz, and the sack is ready for Chaz. Mana looking good as well. Shigan Bastard full Hodge gets swapped to Lontar sitting in the Polymorph completely helpless, but the Shaman off-heals are enough to top him off for the moment, and Mercy with the Avatar is looking to turn it around. Chaz immediately pops the sack to counteract that one, but it is not gonna help him far. Chicken Bastard once again, the target was trying to get out. He has the Zuan ready, but he can't use it right now because there is just not enough damage to follow up. No combustion, no images. 9 seconds on the leg sweep to maybe get some room here defensively using that to get out, but I don't think it is necessary because Chaz is there to back him up, top him off. There's the leg sweep, big stun on 2 people, getting in there. Immediate bob from Lontar on the Shaman to secure the offense. And Lontar, he was absolutely demolished with some big executes. Mercy just turns around and takes the Windwalker out. Massive damage.
What just happened in that game? I don't even know if we're going to have the energy to go to a game 7 because the amount of action that was on display there was absolutely incredible. And this is exactly what we wanted to see in the grand final of the Method Mayhem tournament. Gelu, what a game there. And I think, you know, we've got to talk about that ability for Chaz to go and just get some gulps, because he went from running on fumes to 50% mana, which in the story of that game was massive.
I was wondering where the karma went from Waz there. I thought, did it get pre-bopped? But it seems that if you look at the details, he actually karma'd the war banner, which is why he died so very quickly.
Oh, no.
That seems like a little bit of a mistake there, which is, yeah, that's probably why he's ended up dying, because they were in a pretty good spot otherwise. They had the Zuan riding, they had the double leg sweep on them, and that looked to be their time to go, but little mishaps like that could really score the end of the game for Method EU here.
I gotta be quite honest, I didn't even catch that karma on the war banner, but even if I did that, I think that would have been literally the first time I've ever seen that. I didn't even know you could karma a war banner.
Neither did I until I saw it in the details down the bottom left. I have to check that again.
Very, very strange. F's in chat for the war banner, ladies and gentlemen. F's in chat for that war banner. And, you know, you mentioned war banner as well. You know, I kind of want to point out there was a couple of moments, as, you know, again, during the match where we saw some very, very effective war banner play from Mercy. There was really, really solid, sort of almost preempting what Method we're going to do there. So, you know, props to Mercy for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Mercy put out some insane war banners already in the previous series against Method, just completely shutting down some of those goes and just it just pays homage to how good of a player Mercy is. He knows exactly what's going on. He can smell those goals coming a mile away, and acts accordingly. Just huge props to him. Nothing else you can say there. It's just beautiful.
I've got to point out. I've got to give some. Moonbeam Rose dropped 150,000 channel points on Method taking that first game, and they are now all gone. That is, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. That was phenomenal. But it was a brilliant game.
That's why I have 24k points now. Hell yeah.
You voted on Reload Esports?
Of course I did.
There we go. Well, this sets us up for an absolutely fantastic series, because we've seen just how effective both of these teams are. There was a couple of moments where, again, Method EU could have taken that game. There was some moments where, we saw in Z-Pie, Chicken Bastard falling very, very low. Mercy potentially dropping very low there. Big shout out also, Moonbeam Rose lost 150k channel points, drops 5 subs in the channel. We're now up to 17 subscriptions. We are beating, we are soundly beating our previous total from yesterday.
Much love, guys. Much love.
Yes, exactly. Going into this next map, obviously, we've seen a slightly different story than we kind of almost expected. We were kind of thinking Method EU we're gonna take the first game there. Obviously, it could still go either way. Gelu, are they going to stick at the same comp? Do you think this early in the finals, kind of saying to each other, "We know what we can do. Let's keep going until we have to change something"?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna swap out to anything else. I mean, I think they want to play the turbo. And I think Method EU knew they were going to play this, so the Windwalker Mage is the best option. I don't think Windwalker Mage is particularly bad in this matchup either. Just a little bit, a few mishaps happened here and there, but I think we're going to see another Windwalker Mage into Turbo Cleave, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Tolveron Arena, so this is obviously, it's much more open. You do have to be careful. We've spoken about how squishy these monks can be in a map this open. If you get caught out in the open with a stun or something like that, it can be very, very dangerous, especially when you're going up against, if we do see Mercy and Z-Pie on, that cleave again, it's so dangerous. But this also potentially gives Thesu a little bit more of a little bit more distance, potentially able to kind of control it with these polymorphs better, Lithy. And I feel as though something like that could potentially help out Method EU here.
Yeah, absolutely. The map size definitely is going to play to Method EU's favor here. It seems to be it remains to be seen if Mercy goes for a little bit of the higher mobility build to get more uptime, especially when Thesia and Waz start to kite away pretty heavily. Yellow touched a bit on it with Win on Blue facing that shadow play. Maybe the Warriors going for Leap Legendary or something similar, and that was not Pop-Tart's level taste of whatever Gallo had just there.
That was not good.
No,
that was not good. That was the bottom of the drink.
Oh, the bottom of the drink is always the worst as well, because you genuinely.
I don't know what that was. That was horrible.
That was.
Just get a Pepsi.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we are seeing again the same comp from Method EU. Obviously, we are seeing Waz on that monk again, and don't want to understate how much damage these monks can do. We do have another prediction in chat again. Obviously, who's going to win game number 2 of this best of 7 grand final between Method EU and Reload Esports? We saw both teams go in, basically pedal to the metal against each other there. Mercy on that Armor's Warrior definitely seemed to make a fair bit of a difference, especially with those war banners there, Gelu. And looking at the way it's kind of set up at this point, do you think we could potentially see more of a, not necessarily targeting him, but definitely sort of spending a lot more time keeping Mercy under control?
I mean, yeah, I guess. If they get some more cross CC with the blinding lights, then they can do really, really big goes. And it comes down to having a really good game plan again as well. I don't think Mercer's leaving himself very open to swaps, because I don't think he's caught in battle stance very often. He's mainly sitting in D stance because he knows his like win condition. I just think Method EU need to know their win condition really, really clearly. And need to rotate combusts and Zuins and like when they started to do towards the end of last series, because they're doing it really well at the end, but they just need to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, I also think that Method EU was in a really good spot to win that game, and I think the main reason why Waz died there was just basically the karma on the warband. They probably could have won it in the minutes after that.
Exactly. Well, let's see just how important Warbanners can be in this game as we go to match 2 in this best of 7 series in the grand final, Method EU versus Reload Esports.
Just mounting on in from a Reload Esports, but Thesio walks straight past in stealth, gets the full Dragon's Breath polymorph onto Lontar. Not trading out the leg sweep just yet from Waz, though, as Merce was Blade Storm, and good prediction from Merce to Blade Storm there, not allow himself to get put into the stun. Looks like the stun may have missed onto Jingin Pasta, though, unfortunately, only connecting onto Merce there. Won't be able to force too many cooldowns, although this is not even the Zuin, and they are dropping quite low. Not Zuin, not Combustion, and they've managed to get wings out from Lontar already, so not a terrible spot for Method EU so far.
Absolutely not, but Waz, even though he had Dampen Harm up, dropping super, super low, Chaz now getting swapped to down to half. That was some of the transfer damage of this sack, of course, as well. But they are living through the first opening cooldowns of Reload Esports, and now are in a primed position to start their own go. Combustion ready, there's the Uzua and there's the Spirits, and Waz immediately gets feared on that one. Mercy had the trigger finger ready, Stormbolt follow-up on the Monk, big damage coming in, Waz in trouble. Chaz needs to get some big heals out there, Waz ideally porting out in just a moment here, but he wants to secure the Zuin damage, wants to hammer it home, that little advantage that they have on the CDs at the moment. But Mercy, he is there. Ooh, double leg sweep, that's dangerous, really, really uncomfortable for Lontar to heal through that, but this sag is gonna take it with the combustion from Thesia. Mercy drops super low to 10%, 20%. Death Stance is active, as well as, well, I was gonna say he pops the parry, but he didn't. He's greeting on that one because Lontar is ready and pumping.
Yeah, just trading out the Battle Master from Merce there, as Lontar is now put into another full sheep, the Hammer of Justice, onto Jigin Pasta, as they do not have that leg sweep available just yet. The Merce taking a lot of damage, though. Having to die by the sword, doesn't have die by the sword, doesn't have Battle Master. He could be a good option to swap onto, considering Zepai is still holding onto his Ancestral Shift. But on the side of Method EU, Waz has to use his Karma. He's having to get out of there, because if he overstays his welcome, he will surely go down in a Blade of Light. He dies so fast on that Windwalker, and this could be a potential danger here. Chaz put into the Blinding Light, but no stuns available for Waz. Merce teleports after him with that Venthyr door, but still, if the Windwalker's not in a stun, he's usually in a pretty good place to kite.
Beautiful double leg sweep there, and Thesia immediately pulls the trigger on the combustion. Big damage raining in on Chicken Basta. He is, with that Astral Shift, is there to kind of at least somewhat counteract the damage. And Waz now pays the price for that go, because he is getting hammered by Mercy once again. Condemned to victory. That is what's happening here. Lontar sat on that polymorph, now gets to heal his team. But of course, the Enhancer is there for the off-fields. And that Hex didn't quite land, because Thesia was a little bit faster on the polymorph cast there. Now he is out of that one, but Waz is meanwhile solo dying to Mercy because he has Avatar, he has off-stance and massive damage, reconnecting on Waz with a charge, trying to stick to that Windwalker, but for the moment, not really in the position to get there. Polymorph gets in this immediately dispelled. There's the Warbanner that gets immediately killed off. That's didn't quite stop any of the CC. Big pop with Waz, with the Zuan, with the images on Chicken Master here, and for a moment it looked like he might die, but Lontar had the sack at the ready, preventing that kill.
Yeah, preventing that kill for now, but no one's preventing that one, as Waz put into the Stormbolt. No human racial available. The bubble bop coming in too late from Chaz, and this is the problem with the Windwalker. You just get absolutely blitzed if you get caught out.
Yeah, always the danger. The damage they do is very, very noticeable. It's absolutely massive, but you can see they're just got absolutely trained by Mercy and by Mercy and Chicken Bastard, and it was game over at that point because he just got turned into a fine paste. We can see obviously the damage meters here. You can see just how much damage Mercy and Waz are doing, almost neck and neck, the amount of damage they were doing. But then you take a look obviously at the amount of damage taken, and Mercy kind of was having a little bit of free reign there. They were channeling Shigan Bastard pretty hard. This does put Reload Esports up 2-0 in the best of 7 grand final. Karma wasn't used on a banner there, was it? We can confirm that wasn't used on a banner?
It wasn't used at all at the end there because he was stunned up and just got knocked out. And
Yeah.
I gotta say, against Mage Windwalker on Torviron, Mercy's damage? Jesus, that guy is pumping.
Yeah, he was just, he had all of the uptime there, and again, a very, very impressive set of plays from both of these teams. Gelu, do you think at this point this is when Methods start to think maybe the Monk isn't working out for them?
Yeah, I mean the Monk is so squishy. He just dies so fast. It's he's playing human relentless, and even in the relentless stun, it just dies. There's not really anything he can do there to live unless he just plays, human trinket. But then, every Stormbolt is even more dangerous than the one before. So, I mean, maybe swap over to the Warrior. Maybe you could tempo match up with the Shatter. I mean, it's not the best matchup in the world, but at least it's kind of even if you play really, really well. Because this Windwalker Mage doesn't seem to be working out so far.
Yeah, it definitely. It definitely, the damage is there, but there doesn't really seem to be much in the way of stopping this Monk from turning into hamburger meat realistically, which is never a good thing if you're looking at potentially winning a tournament. And we may see a map pick that would give us an idea of what they might play, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. At this point, Liffy, 2-0 up, Reload Esports are going to be sitting in a very, very comfortable position. If you are Reload Esports, are you sort of thinking to yourself, let's just stick with what we know? We know that this is going to be very, very effective, even though that there's potential for something to be picked against you that potentially could ruin your day.
Well, I'd try to keep my cool, wait for the map pick. That's probably gonna give away at least a few hints towards what method EU is going to play, and then decide accordingly, because we know Reload Esports has a few other comps up their sleeves that are really strong. We've seen the Shadow play come out already today. We know that their Warrior Shadow Priest is absolutely insane as well, so that is there to be picked up. I'm gonna say Reload Esports is probably gonna keep queuing Turbo though until it doesn't work out anymore, because at the moment, I mean, they're literally 2-0 up against one of the best teams in the world, and that is something.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see. There is another prediction in the Twitch chat, so you can give your channel points to who you believe is going to win match number 3, whether it's going to be Method EU or Reload Esports. And we're seeing Tiger's Peak. This is the first time this map has been played at this entire tournament, appearing in the grand final here. Gelu, do you think this is going to... this is sort of giving us hints as to potentially what method could be going here, or do you feel as though we're going to be sticking with what we've seen so far?
I mean, it's a bit of a weird map. This map is like okay for Windwalkers to live on. You can port, you've got like you can roll to the sides, heal yourself, no one can connect to you. Other than Windwalker, I don't know what this would hint at, having this map. It's not the biggest map in the pool. If you're playing a caster comp, people can line you. I guess you can get drinks off if you want to play a long game, because there's many places to go and drink where you can avoid totems. But overall, I don't really think this gives too many ideas of what they're playing.
Yeah, kind of, I mean, and we see Reload Esports locking in that turbo. They've done so well on it, Lithy, that there's no real reason for them to drop off that as we wait and see what method are going to pick here. And a very, very good point that I just saw in chat as well is, we do have to say that there are some good players that are currently sat on the bench at this point. Both teams have very good Shadow Priest players sat on the bench. You don't realistically want to go Shadow Priest into turbo because 9 times out of 10 it's not going to work out well for you. But at the same sort of time, you do kind of have to say, well, the monk isn't working out for us. Maybe it is time to try something new.
No, it is not. They are just going to keep queuing it into it. And gotta be quite honest, same stance as before the second game. I think it's not bad into turbo. I think it's a skill matchup, and if they play it well, they can definitely pull out the win here. Hasn't been working so far, but that doesn't mean it's not going to work in the next few games either, right?
Yeah, I mean, it worked last series, so if
Yeah,
WAD
exactly.
just... I mean, one game they died because they misdid the Karma. Second game they died in a Relentless Stormbolt. Chaz was a bit too slow to react to that one. Or potentially they could just have to play Trinket on the Monk, but they won the first series with it, and I don't think it's a particularly bad matchup, and I mean, it does kind of make sense with the Tiger's Peak. This is a good map to kite on as a Windwalker, so yeah, I think Method could definitely win this.
I mean, you look at both matches that we've had so far in this grand final, and, whilst we have seen Reload Esports win both of those matches, I don't think any of us would say that at any point it was looking as though, it was 100% Reload Esports the entire way. There have definitely been moments in both of those matches where they have been under pressure as well. And realistically, all it could take is, maybe just one little bit of RNG going their way, maybe just a slightly quicker cooldown, maybe potentially, a slightly different positioning, and Tiger's Peak Lithy gives them that opportunity to potentially pull that W off.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like Tiger's Peak. It's one of the cooler maps in terms of layout, with the little plateaus on the sides of the tiger statues. Offers a lot of variety for a whole bunch of different comps, and in this case, well, the Windwalker can port up on one of these platforms, kind of deny the follow-up a little bit. Thesia has some great opportunities to line of sight, but of course also in the other direction, Lontar can go for some line of sight plays if he wants to prevent some of these polymorphs thrown at him. And yeah, in general, no, I just like this map. I just like this map.
It is a good map, and kind of we predicted at the start of this series that Method were going to take it. Going back to that now with Reload Esports being 2-0 up, it's definitely an uphill struggle for Method at this point, Gallo. Are you still sort of sticking with that prediction of Method, or of the previous two games made you doubt potentially what's going to be the final outcome here?
I think Method might be a little bit on tilt, so I'm not sure if they'll be able to come back from this. Dying like that twice in a row is a little bit frustrating, and sticking to the same comp as well is a bit I mean, it's not a bad matchup, but they're like brute forcing it a little bit. I don't know. I'm gonna say Reload might take this now just because of the way the games have been going so far.
So
how about yourself, Lithy?
I actually want to get something in because I just read it in chat again, and I really need to know, Gelo, what is up with Pop-Tarts?
What do you mean? What is up with Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, Pop-Tarts are amazing.
I like Pop-Tarts.
They're great. Have you never had a Pop-Tart, Lithy?
I'm not sure if I know what that is.
You don't know what a Pop-Tart is?
Let me Google that.
Pop-Tarts are amazing. Pop-Tarts, like, they're so good.
I hate those. Oh no.
What? I mean, we've got a grand final here. It's game number 3, but Lithy hates Pop-Tarts? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, but what is going on?
No!
We'll have to talk about this afterwards, because we are going into game number 3. Reload Esports 2-0 up in this grand final. Potentially they could move 3-0 up, which would give them series points on the next map. But we'll see if Method EU can bring it back. We are on Tiger's Peak in this game number 3 of the grand final.
Oh no. What have I done? Anyway. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the tilt is actually real or if Method EU can pull it back here. I'm super curious, and Mercy is looking to get in there right away because Turbo puts the pedal to the metal, puts a screw in it, and never lets it go until someone dies. And yeah, let's just be honest. In the last 2 games, it was, and he is taking some big hits immediately.
He is indeed. His the Blade Storm from Merce trying to Blade Storm that leg sweep once again. Lontar put into the Sheep, into the Dragon's Breath, but it has been a war banned. The Fear onto Waz, a little bit too early with this Fear, to be honest. It is the Zuan, though, but there has been no leg sweep as far. And this Zuan does last an awfully long time. So you want to be having that Fear for the crucial moments with the leg sweep. This is the Ascendants as well from Shigen Pasta as they try to get some counter pressure onto Waz, try and force him away so he doesn't just ham into the side of Reload Esports. Try and get him out of there, because the more damage you do as Turbo, the more defensive the other team are, and the more you can recover. And here they go. They forced Waz to just get out of there.
Yeah, the first port back onto his healer was immediately stopped basically by Orbis, I'm already saying, by Lontar's blinding light. Like kind of a little bit unfortunate timing there. Another Stormbolt puts a stop to Waz's mobility here. He is basically just running for the last minute and 30. And with that combustion from Thesia, big pressure on Shigen Master, but the sack from Lontar is gonna take care of that situation. Waz still kiting, Chaz keeping up with him, trying to top off his Monk. Thesia is having a good time. He's not being targeted. He's just playing the game as much as possible. Not really a usual situation for a mage. I think he's pretty happy with that one at the moment. Gets a full Sheep on Zipa, though, on the Shaman before he crosses over to support Mercy, who is getting absolutely demolished right now.
Yeah, Merce forced into the Trinket parry without any cooldowns really being used from the side of Method EU. Did get the Storm, Earth, and Fire onto him, but, you know, it's not really it shouldn't be able to force the Trinket parry from Merce, but now the side of Reload Esports, no Trinket sack from Lontar, no Trinket from Shigen Pasta, no Trinket parry from Merce, so they're in a really good spot to actually force a bubble or even force a win in the next go if Lontar is unable to save him with that bubble. And here is the bubble, here is the Zuan, combustion up in 30 seconds. Forcing bubble without having to use combustion is a really great win condition. You could potentially even kill Lontar in the next go if they can do it, set it up right. But Waz on the run once again. He has no Karma. Chaz has no Trinket. He has no bubble. He's put into a full Hammer of Justice, and Merce is hot on his heels.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragic for Waz. Whenever he pops those big CDs, they are on him and completely demolishing. He did trade that Dampen Harm, though, but it wasn't enough to keep him on the offensive. He needed to pull out and away from the enemy team to not get straight up murdered, and now Zipa is the one being targeted here with some outside CD damage from Waz, which is still absolutely massive. We've seen Windwalker just basically one-shot someone without CDs, but Mercy has CDs. Mercy has an avatar and is going ham on Waz here. Gets an inline on the Vivifies there. But the Polymorph from Thesia, once again, gonna put a stop to the Warrior with the CDs there. Swap on Zipa, the Ascendant is ready, but not invested, but the Wall is invested. That's the one I was going for. Chaz getting in there to get some heals around, but it's getting swapped to... What? Chaz has no bubble. He's in danger. It's only a Trinket and basically no mana. That was a dangerous pony in to support his team there. Not quite sure if that is gonna pay off, but for the moment, Ascendance is gonna do big things for Reload Esports.
Zuan comes up in 20 seconds, but can they get there? Chaz put into the Hammer of Justice, put into the Sundering. He has no buttons. His BM falls, and down he goes. Yeah, the Battle Master duration ends, and Method EU once again going down through the raw force of Merce and Shigen Basta.
Merce is terrifying. I just want to get that out there because the amount of damage that he's able to put out here is absolutely incredible, and the fact he's getting as much uptime as he is just brutal. You can see that he isn't topping the damage meters this time, but that is still absolutely massive from him. And, you know, I really, really do enjoy watching him play that warrior. Lithy, Reload Esports going 3-0 up in this grand final. We've got to see something different from Method in this next game because the Monk is just not working out for them.
I mean, you basically bring in RMP at this point, right? Just bring in RMP, completely style on them, and go home with the reverse face.
Do you disagree, Gelu, by chance? I'm just getting that feeling from you.
They RMP into this. I mean, maybe if it's Paladin Turbo, I guess if you could play one dance and kill the Shaman or something, but it's if you don't want to lose on mana, then bringing an RMP is a bit sketchy. I don't know about this. I don't think this is one of the best comps they can do. I mean, if I was them, I would try and bring out the Shatter, but I don't know. I wouldn't bring out the RMP if anything.
I mean, we're looking at Reload Esports 3-0 up. We're looking at series and tournament point right here. You know, if Reload Esports win this next game, then they have won the Method Mayhem tournament, which is absolutely massive. The fact they're up against Method EU as well, two very, very strong teams. And at this point in time, you know, the duo of Zipai and Mercy on those, you know, on the Shaman, on the Warrior have just been so effective. You know, Method EU have nothing to lose. I think you're right, Gelu. I think the Shatter is probably one of the better calls because at least it kind of gives you, you know, you can turn around and say, well, it hasn't worked the previous 3 times. You know, let's at least try something different to see if we can get a better result. Because, you know, if we win, it gives us some more leeway. But if we lose again, then, you know, that's it. It's effectively where it is. Absolutely game over in this best of 7. So, you know, I feel as though we've got to see something different from Method here.
Kind of agree. I mean, it still stands that Windwalker Fire Mage is okay-ish into Turbo. It's really just up to how you play it. And, well, since that obviously isn't going all that well for Method EU, maybe change it up. I'm not 100% sure how good things like Warrior Fire Mage into Turbo are. It's a little bit rough on Thesia there, but I mean, every mage this season is getting pretty much used to getting trained by now. Warrior Shadow Priest may be an option with Zuni in there, but of course Shadow Priest also one of those casters that just struggles so hard against the double melee cleave, just running them down. I think Method EU has a few options here, obviously memeing with RMP, but yeah, it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in. Coming back with a reverse sweep from 3 points down is a really rough situation to be in. But it's not unheard of, and Method EU is one of the teams to pull it off, if anyone.
Yeah, Ashermane's Fall, obviously, you know, not the biggest map. It seems, you know, it kind of, again, it's smaller than people realize, I feel, but definitely a lot of places for drinks, potentially a lot of places for resets of cooldowns as well. Gelu, Reload Esports have just been so effective on this cleave at this point in time that it's, you know, and as we see, they lock it in again there. They know exactly what they want. Ashermane's Fall, you know, a last stand potentially for Method EU. What realistically can they do outside of bringing that Shatter in? You know, if they do decide to bring Waz on that Monk again, you know, what's their play there?
I'm not really sure. They need to try and spam peel in between the goes because they're doing way too much consistent damage. The Warrior and Shaman they're doing like 3k DPS the entire game, so Jazz is just losing on mana, and in between the goes, they're forcing nothing. It's not like them just pressing Fireball and just auto-attacking is really achieving anything in the end, so that they need to try and peel themselves in between the goes and run a bit more, and then, you know, set up with the leg sweeps and then just get out of there again. But right now, they're just kind of tanking too much damage, I think. They're playing a bit too much like Warrior Mage rather than Windwalker Mage.
Yeah, it definitely does seem as though, you know, and again, not to take away from the skill of Method EU in any way, shape, or form. You know, we know just how good Waz can be on this Monk, and we know how good Monks can be with their offensive cooldowns. But the problem is, the moment that you try and stand there and trade blows against an Arms Warrior, against against the Enhancement Shaman, you're pretty much always going to lose that battle. And Lithy, that's basically what we've seen these past 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, pressure is immense on Method EU right now, and I don't know. I mean, Turbo is just a mean comp to deal with, right?
Yeah.
It has some things that kind of work against it, but then again, not really, and still a skill matchup. So,
Yeah.
and of course, additional factor, of course, also being live server, so you don't have every option in the book available
I was
to you.
just
right?
about to say that, live servers, the fact that, realistically you could say, oh, this would be so good against, this team comp that we're up against. But, you can't realistically turn around and say, I'm just going to swap Covenants mid-tournament. It's players may potentially, look at having various different classes or, same class all on different Covenants to cover that. But it's, it's very rare. And I definitely think, Gallo, at this point, we're looking at players that are enchanted, that are gemmed. They probably will have conduits, probably, 223, at least 213 conduits, I would
I
imagine.
don't know
at
if
this
Z-Pi
point.
does, but I'm pretty sure everyone else does, yeah.
But yeah, it's a very, very difficult situation for Method to be in, obviously. And we have seen reverse sweeps happen before, it's something that can happen. And again, Method EU are definitely a team that can do it. But I want to know in chat, Reload Esports 3-0 up against Method. Are we going to be seeing a reverse sweep or not? Give me a yes, give me a no. Give me a cozy if you want as well. Let us know exactly how you feel about the reverse sweep. If it is going to happen, we could see something special being pulled out here. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what Method are going to be locking in here. A lot of people saying no. A couple of people saying maybe. So it looks as though people believe Reload Esports are going to take it, but if there is ever a time that Method EU would potentially turn on those turbochargers, it is right now. And for those of you just joining, this is the grand final. It is a best of 7. We are on game 4 with Reload Esports 3-0 up. And if you are any team and you do want to pull off that dream reverse sweep, now is the time to do it, Galu.
Oh, Waz in chat. Do we see the professor? Yes or no? Guys,
The professor.
Hit him.
Turbo.
Hit
Don't
him.
know about that one.
We're gonna see exactly what happens. We're seeing, do I pull out the professor? I feel as though that has to be a yes. At this point, it's gotta be. Surely it has to be. It might not work, but you can't say it's going to do any worse than potentially the Monk has been doing over this series.
Play Rep Paladin, Rep Mage, Holy Priest. That comp's actually decent.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Or
That
some
could be very, very
PhD.
interesting.
Or some
See-
PhD. Golden Guardians actually had some success with that.
I think they have
A little bit.
Well, I guess it's only
You imagine them having the discussions now, like, don't worry, guys, I've got a rep pally, it's 200 item level. Let's go. What's the worst that could possibly happen?
I mean, let's be honest, it's a red paladin, still might one-shot someone, so whatever.
That's very, very true. That's very true. I like someone saying, just go triple DPS. I like that. Just triple DPS. Just literally, gates open, nuke somebody. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Was someone saying
Mage
Ret Warrior
actually be good.
Priest?
You get the Waz form out.
Oh, there we go. Lithy, you could get Waz on his boomkin.
Oh, yes!
You were asking for
Yes.
that earlier.
Give it to me! I'd love it. I'd love it. That would be awesome. Some boomy fire mage. Just queue it up. I don't care. I'd love it.
It's gonna 3 boomies just convoking. That's what needs to happen. Gates open, convoke. If it doesn't work, surrender. Job done. We're gonna see what Method EU are gonna be locking in just a moment, and it's I mean, either way, it's going to be a very, very exciting game here, especially because we are seeing, we're on the cusp of potentially winning the grand finals, and we do see that comp locked in. The Frost Mage Shadow Priest with Chaz on the Druid. Gelu, how do you feel about that?
I need to get my blanket because it's going to be a long game. This is going to be some dampening happening here. Sergio just wants to make the game as long as possible and slowly wean a Lontar's mana and just kill them in a very, very long game while controlling everyone. I was thinking they might play this comp, and I didn't want to say it because I was hoping they wouldn't play the comp, but they've brought it out. We're gonna have a nice 15-minute game here, win or lose.
It's gonna be it's gonna be brilliant. Get the cozies in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself nice and comfortable because we could be in for the long haul here. Let's say, yes, it's potentially. There we go. He's getting the blanket. There we go. There we go. He's getting himself nice and comfortable. He's getting himself nice and toasty, like a good Pop-Tart, Lithy, like a good Pop-Tart. But yeah, it's. I mean, we'll see exactly what happens. It does feel as though this could go quite long. There's also the chance that Reload Esports could just blow up one of the players very, very quickly. That is also possible. But in the grand scheme of things, 3-0 up, Reload Esports. They're feeling very, very comfortable. They'll feel very confident. Method EU potentially looking to change exactly how this is working around. And Lithy, this is probably the way to do it.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, Frost Mage into double melee is always not a good time for the mage, but even worse of a time for the melee, because, let's be honest, who likes playing against Frost Mage? Does anyone like playing against Frost Mage? I say.
As a warrior main, I absolutely hate it, but we are on game 4 of this best of 7 series. Reload Esports could win it here, ladies and gentlemen. So get hypes in the chat because here we go, game 4 of this best of 7 grand final between Method EU and Reload Esports.
I'm really going in instantly with the sheep on to Merce. He is just trying to delay as hard as possible. Is playing the ice form for the potentially big frost bolts, but he is just taking so much damage. Doesn't matter how many snares you have if the warrior is a Venthyr with full uptime on you anyway, and that Ascendant's just ripping through him no matter where he is on the map. Thesia is going to be doing very, very low damage this game, I think, because you're not going to be getting many casts off here.
Absolutely not. Cold Snap already used, so that second Ice Block is ready. So a little bit more than 4 minutes cooldown on that. It's big second defensive. These are getting stunned up again with a Stormbolt. It's actually fairly rare that you see a Frost Mage getting focused down, especially with that Ice form, offering that stun immunity every now and then. But it seems to be working so far for Reload Esports because they're not letting up. Big Chain Harvest coming in, but big shields for Thesia are working out as well. Chaz pumping some big heals in their mana, still somewhat even for both healers. I'm just waiting for the Thorns and Thesia to kite away as much as possible. Nice inline there on the Polymorph on the last second of the cast. And there's the second Ice Block in the single Stormbolt. Man.
I'm glad this isn't just me, because this is the exact same experience I had when I played Frost Mage. I faced a warrior, I got told, yeah, Frost is really good into warriors. And then the guy you face is Venthyr, and he has 100% uptime on you anyway, and your snares are doing nothing. I was thinking, hey, maybe I just suck. But Thesia, currently, they are just on him like glue, blinking away. The sheep gets reflected. He's trying so hard to get Merce off him, but he just can't. The Code of Cold Slow comes out. Merce just doesn't care. He just walks straight through it, going on to Zuni now, as Thesia can finally dip away behind this pillar corner. But now Zuni is just going to have to disperse anyway. They touch him for 5 seconds, and down he goes. Oh no, they're swapping back onto Thesia. I don't know if he has his blinks back just yet. The clone lands onto Shigenpasta to try and stop the damage, but Reload are really taking no pressure at all in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the Frost Mage brings, right? You bring a lot of lockdown in terms of mobility for the enemy team, but the damage is neglectable apart from some rod pressure, as we can see with the Frozen Orb and the Blizzard behind the pillar now. In general, I think you mostly see Frost Mage with stuff like Destruction Warlock, so in a supportive role to just offer someone else the opportunity to just completely blast the targets you're locking down. So yeah, we'll see if Zuni can actually do the job here on the Shadow Priest while he's getting swapped to. It doesn't quite look like it. Crater Fade, another 5 seconds on the cooldown there, hoping to survive with that Empiric Embrace. Looking good so far, though. Mercy actually investing that parry here to stay aggressive. And Lontar in the middle of that whole situation as well, looking for some CC. Full Hodge on Chaz.
Full Hodge on Chaz, indeed. He's now put into the wind shear, and Thezia is taking a lot of damage. Kiting around these pillars does mean that Merce cannot connect with his charges, so it's very smart positioning from Thezia. Unfortunately, Zuniaki is kiting out in the open, so he's just getting full connected on as well. Tension turned back onto Thezia, who currently has no ice blocks for an entire minute. Sheep gets reflected, blinding light onto Chaz. Nothing really being forced here, though, unfortunately. Looks like Merce is now put into a rake, full sheep onto Lontar, but they can't get anything done with it. There's no stun DR for Merce. There's no damage coming out onto Reload Esports. In turn, it's just Thezia who's the one that's taking a battering from a Reload as he tries desperately to kite away. It's only been 4 minutes, and they just have no mana, no CDs, and no offensive pressure.
Absolutely correct, and it does not look to get any warmer for Thesiar here at the moment, and of course, no cauterize, so if he dies, he is dead for reals. Yeah, not a position you want to be in. That Nova also didn't do too much on the enhancement. Charm Thesiar actually getting swapped with the Starboard. He's dropping low on 1%. There's the C-Proc. Reload Esports finishing off the Mage, going in for the kill, claiming the 4-0 clean victory in the first Method Mayhem of the year.
Absolutely massive congratulations to our Method Mayhem winners, Reload Esports, taking the grand final 4-0 against Method EU, but not taking away from Method EU at all. They had an absolutely incredible run throughout the tournament, but at the end of the day, Reload Esports just had a little bit too much for them. Gentlemen, we kind of expected that was the way that the game was going to go, slightly quicker than we predicted, but, you know, you look at the damage meters there, you can see just how much damage Mercy was doing. And Gallo, at the start of this, you were predicting the Method victory, and we end up with a Reload Esports clean sweep.
Yeah. I mean, this last game, I actually thought it was going to be longer, but then I remembered that Venthyr exists, and it doesn't matter how many snares you put on them, they just have 100% uptime anyway. So, yeah, the Frost Mage not coming in too hot. And these are people are saying to me, every time I stream, they're saying, do you think Frost's going to be OP next patch, so you do a little bit more damage to Frostbolt? I mean, for looking at this, I don't think that's the main problem with Frost currently. It's, yeah, it's not looking too great.
I'm so curious how comps like MLD are gonna shape up next patch in general. Some interesting changes coming out of that PTR currently. So I'm excited to see where the meta goes, and maybe Red Paladins actually.
Yeah, 9.1 will be very interesting, but for the present, again, massive congratulations to Reload Esports taking that 4-0. And while we're here, let's take a quick look at the brackets, how this all played out for them. You know, there's a lot of interesting stuff that happened during this tournament, and you know, you can see here Method EU losing 4-0 in that brackets. There is the that's what we're looking at here, and we see Method had the run throughout the entirety of the upper brackets. Reload Esports potentially you know, dropping down to that losers bracket. They did drop a match to win on blue, but they were able to come back strong. And you know, we kind of saw the 3-2 in the upper semifinals. We knew that Reload Esports could take matches off Method, but you know, once again, a fantastic series all round. And the fact that this was the first Method Mayhem of the year means that, you know, these teams definitely have a lot to look forward to in the future, because again, they can take a look at these games and they know exactly, you know, what went wrong, where things went wrong, and they can come back stronger for the next tournaments, Lithy.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beauty of these community tournaments. You have some teams that you haven't really seen before. If we look back to the first rounds, there were even in brackets basically said low-rated teams around that were just trying to have some fun, and it's always great to have these teams around, because maybe those guys are the next AWC teams in the coming seasons. You never know whom you're gonna meet, and in general, just some really awesome entertainment outside the AWC season.
Yeah, and before we go, I'll just get some final thoughts. Galu, what are your final thoughts on the series that we just saw there and the Method Mayhem tournament as a whole?
Yeah, that was not as close as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be maybe a 4-2 or something, but yeah, quick 4-0, quite fast. It seems like a lot of the games this tournament have been pretty swift. So yeah, I mean, it was a pretty fun tournament to watch. I like the jungle games. I liked the very start yesterday, the Rogue Mage Paladin games, really cementing to me that I'm not going to play any Rogue Mage anytime soon.
And how about yourself, Lithy? How do you feel, your final thoughts on the tournament, and especially that grand final that we just saw between Method EU and Reload Esports?
Was a great final series. I gotta be honest, I didn't expect Reload Esports to have such a dominant performance, but was a beautiful series. They just completely outplayed Method, and you can't say anything else but GG's and hats off to Reload Esports for that performance. Of course, also props for Method EU. A beautiful run through the tournament so far. I mean, they have beaten Reload Esports in the series before this, so they can still pat themselves on the back a little bit. Second place is nothing to scoff at, and in general, loved the tournament, having such a good time, especially with you guys here on the desk, and yeah, hope to see more.
Yeah, it was definitely one that we can look back on and say was it was very, very good fun. But instead of looking back, let's look forward, because we do also have another Method Mayhem tournament, this time on the North American side. That is obviously next weekend, May 29th and May 30th. It is a 7 p.m. CEST, so Central European time start. Very, very exciting to see the Method Mayhem tournament move to the NA. And, we do know that EU and NA tend to play slightly different compositions. So, I'm really, really looking forward to that. And Gallup, we know that there are some very, very strong NA teams out there.
Yeah, there is. There's loads of strong NA teams. I think they won the last BlizzCon that there was. So America is definitely getting more dominant as the years go by.
Yeah, excited to see. And Lithy, we've seen some of these NA teams before as well, and again, we know just how effective they can be. And the skill level between EU and NA is it's microscopic. It's very small, but we have seen the NA start to potentially dominate. So next weekend's tournament could shape up to be just as exciting, if not even more exciting than this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And always a really, really fun region to watch, to cast, to play in, especially when it comes to the AWC arena in general. The PvP community there, absolutely awesome. We have some crazy teams, some community teams coming up, like Smeks and Vanguards have been playing together recently, which is super fun to watch. And in general, always a good time. And gotta be quite honest, also one of the things I'm looking forward to the most once this pandemic is finally over, that we can have global BlizzCon finals once again, to see EU square off against this NA once again.
Yeah, and speaking of this tournament, we do have at this point in time a small interview with Mercy and the team, obviously the Reload Esports team winners of the Method Mayhem tournament. Congratulations, folks. We'll go to you first, Mercy. Well done on the tournament. Some fantastic games, and that grand final, the 4-0 against Method. How are you folks feeling?
Thank you. Well, we knew that Method are going to be really tough opponents because they're really insane players, probably among the best on their classes. But we're really happy that we finally had a comp to prove ourselves. Like, Turbo is really strong into all their comps, so yeah, I'm just happy.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very strong performance. And you obviously, you lost that series in the semi-finals 3-2 against Method. Were you still feeling confident after that you could get back to the grand finals fairly quickly?
Yeah, we felt pretty confident even after we lost, because we knew we have Turbo in our pocket, but we just wanted to spice things a bit up, like try a bit of different comps that we thought it's good. So we ended up losing with it, but we had something prepared for the lower bracket as well. The shadow play, it's always good, been good into Turbo.
Yeah, that was. Go on then.
Where's Brian?
Brian actually was our coach this games.
Oh, I see.
had the coach going that entire time. I will say the definitely that composition that we saw with that. Obviously in the lower brackets, the Shadow Priest and the Warlock as well. Were you surprised at how effective it was going up against Win on Blue, or was that kind of always the plan? You knew that you could rot them down very quickly.
I mean, we
Really?
Yeah. We kind of knew that if you go to the lower bracket, there's like 2 tubers waiting, and we practice Shadow play a lot, so we knew that would be like an easy answer to the comp.
Yeah, but again, and it did prove out to be very, very effective. And I suppose moving, just a question for you, Lontar, as well. There was a Lithy was a big has been pumping you up throughout this entire tournament, talking about how good of a healer you are. How comfortable was it knowing that you had such accomplished DPS players around you that you could kind of play your own game and not realistically have to, spend so much time, and again, no offense, but carrying people through tournaments potentially.
I mean, playing with these players makes healing super easy. So it's nothing special at all. I think I'm doing the same as they're doing every game. So I don't think I'm carrying anyone. It's just all about communication, and they're as good as me, and I'm as good as them. So we just carry each other, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely showed throughout those games. The performances that you folks put in were absolutely phenomenal. Can we expect some more big W's in the future? Mercy, is that something we can expect? Are you aiming big for this year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we already did insanely good, I would say, for this first season of the VWC and stuff. And I'm confident going into season 2. Maybe the meta is gonna change a bit, shift to another comps and like good healers, and yeah, I'm pretty confident. I'm confident we can win most of the games. And yeah.
Yeah, and once again, massive congratulations to you folks. A lot of people in the chat were supporting you and definitely wanted to see you take home the win here, and you did it in emphatic fashion, obviously with that 4-0 win against Method EU. But for the time being, we're going to obviously say goodbye for now. The Method EU tournament has come to an end once again. Reload Esports taking that victory. But don't forget, next weekend, 29th and 30th of May, we do have the Method Mayhem North America tournament. Once again, it will have partial crowdfunding again, which of course gives you folks the chance to bring up the prize pool, obviously through various different means. You can subscribe to the Method channel. You can also crowdfund, !crowdfund in the chat to learn all about that. But for the time being, I'd like to say a massive thank you for Lithy and Gelu for joining me here today on the casting desk. It's been an absolute pleasure, gentlemen, and hopefully we can do it again in the future. My name has been Kexman, and we will see all of you next weekend.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. It's breaking my heart.